Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Just getting started. Welcome in. As you come in, you see a message. The message lets you know what type of live this is. Controversial topics, real people, real answers. If you can handle raw, real conversations, come on in. My show is about standing on business, so definitely come in ready to stand on business, whether you're in the comments or you want to come up to the panel. I do not police what people say. I'm not responsible for anything said on the panel or anything said in the comments. I like people to have a free will, freedom of speech here. So right now, I want to get the taps up. If everyone can join in and help getting the likes up so that we can get the show started right away. Let me read out the first topic. The first topic, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. Once again, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. Um, the child support system has done no wrongs to BOK men. Welcome in. As you come in, if you can get the likes up. I see people requesting up, but of course I cannot let nobody up. We only have 11 likes. So we want to get the likes up to 5K. And I'm going to start letting people up when we get close to 5K. BOK men are content with oppression for sports, video games, and SMECs. Once again, BOK men are content with oppression for sports, video games, and SMECs. Thank you. I am her for the Daily Heart Me. All those sending a Daily Heart Me, appreciate you. If you haven't sent a Daily Heart Me, please do go ahead and send a Daily Heart Me and help us get the likes up to 5K. I'm hers and Money Pow Pow. Appreciate the gifts. Definitely like the love. I know I stopped by some of your lives before, especially doing the P. Diddy case, and I appreciate your lives also. If you guys can send a daily heart me, if you haven't sent a daily heart me. Last topic, BOK women aren't the highest group collecting food stamps. Once again, BOK women aren't the highest group collecting food stamps. Okay, so we have four great topics for people to stand on business. Right now we're at 489. So let's continue to get the likes up. Hey Vanity, welcome in, welcome in. If everyone can join Breeze nursing student and helping getting the likes up so that we can get started right away. VO, what's up with the melting face? Let's see if you're gonna stand on business today at all, or if you're just gonna troll. Again, if you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send one while we're getting the likes up. Dakin says, holy, what was that for? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? So again, first topic, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. I'm hearing this way too much that somehow BOK women, along with the government, kicked out BOK men out the home, split up the families, the BOK families. I'm hearing this over and over again. So let's talk about it today. Again, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. You can come up whether you agree or disagree with that. And guess what? It could be you. When I say it could be you, you can be the first one to kick this show off and stand on business. Nikki, are you a real person? What the heck? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna start letting people up, but let's get it to 5K.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, welcome up. If you could just mute as you come up. If everyone can mute their mic as they come up.
How much cheeseburgers you ate this morning?
Okay. So now I already knew you was a troll. All right, we can continue getting the likes up. We're almost to 5K. We're at 1.7K. As you come up, if you can share the live out like my divinity is doing, appreciate you. Breeze, if you can share the live out to 20 people. AK, if you can share the live out to 20 people. That is a rule for everyone coming up to the panel to go ahead and share the live out to 20 people. Nikki, if you want to actually come and stand on business instead of trolling, you're definitely welcome to come back up. I know you try to be funny, probably because you got a little D and you couldn't handle a thick woman like me. You couldn't even hit it from the back, it won't reach. So you need maybe a skinny girl where you can easily put in your little 3 inch. Anyways, let's get it to 5K. We're almost there. We're gonna get the show started right away. AK Boss, still waiting for you to share the live out. I see you shared it with one person. Just share it to any 20 people on TikTok. You can pick any 20 people you would like. So let me read out the topics again. BOK, I'm sorry, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. Once again, the government did not kick BOK men out the home. Next, the child support system has done no wrongs to BOK men. Once again, the child support system has done no wrongs to BOK men. Listen, like I always say, I love BOK men. These topics does not necessarily reflect my views, but if you just go around social media and inside IRL, you'll see that these are real topics that need to be discussed. But at the same time, as far as child support, shouldn't a man provide for his child financially? So what is wrong? Why we hear so many complaints about child support? Thank you, thank you. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me. Panda says, I want to get to the video games. Wow. Welcome in my mods. You can see that's getting started already. We have over 60 people here, so we need mods to start dropping mod announcements. Welcome in Mika and Jasmine. And you can also add other mods to also. Zingy says, dang, she fine. You could just say, oh, you look pretty, host. That would be nice. Appreciate you. Ain't for everybody. Welcome in, girly. If you don't know the TikTok rules on my panel, let me just go over them. TikTok friendly language, absolutely no profanity. Do not use profanity on my live, and use TikTok friendly language. Otherwise, you will be interrupted, muted, possibly dropped. I do not drop people, but I will drop you to reset the live. Okay. Also, Cash App for questions, meaning send the Cash App first and then ask your question. Again, you're going to send the Cash App first and then ask your question. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started with the first person. AK, welcome. If you could start from the top, you can read it out and answer it.
Yeah. The government did not kick black men out the house. Um, well, I think it was in the reversal of not out the house, but not able to create the house, because if we look at, I'm an 80s babies. When welfare was introduced, it was an attractive alternative to some of our basic necessities in life, meaning to have a house or somewhere, some type of shelter. In most of those projects that you did live in, a man could
Wait, give me
not
one
be
second.
included inside of that.
AK, give me
Uh,
1 second. 1 second.
mhm.
The goal right now is 5K. Everyone on the panel and in the comment section, if we can get the likes up to 5K. Absolutely nobody's tapping. It shows me who's tapping. Right now, nobody's. Well, Breeze is tapping now. If everyone can join her, we should be at 5K already. Go ahead, AK.
Yeah, yeah. And so, when you have to compete with government entitlements that do separate people or the creation of life, it's actually kind of hard for a woman to decide, or even a man to decide, hey, especially when you're young, you're not fully established. Do I create a home for our family while I still learn this woman, or do I allow the woman to go ahead and do the government housing, but the man can't live in the house by set rules set by whatever funding that they are doing. And then when the male child reaches 18, they're not allowed to live in the house as well. So now you put them in a dilemma to where if you want to cultivate that child into adulthood, then you have to send them to the streets. And I think that was one of the cycles that trickled this negative notion that, hey, I'm independent and woo woo woo, because I'm just piggybacking off of an entitlement. Not saying that it's wrong to ask for those type of that type of help for the government. It was just those were the rules that were set place by the government. So you really have to blame it versus saying, hey, I'm on a HUD VASH, or some type of HUD voucher, and then now I can have the man in the household. But sometimes it still goes back to the government. If both combined incomes are over a set amount, we can't do this. So now that man or that woman has to fend to say, hey, at the end of the day, it's about housing the
Well,
children
AK, one
versus.
second. Let's unpack that. Let's unpack
Oh,
that.
okay.
So it's my turn. You can just mute and then you can respond. So if you're saying that, okay, by default, it is still the government because they allow you to compare both incomes. And if you make over that, somebody is not either going to get the benefits or somebody has to move out. So you're saying indirectly that means the man would have to get out because they'll compare the incomes. And because of that, they don't qualify anymore. But that's still not the government kicking them out because that just makes BOK men look even worse because you're trying to get government assistance with a woman instead of putting your income and making sure that she has a place to stay and y'all stay together. So that means the BOK man probably wasn't even married to her, one thing, and then could not provide housing. So then he left. He just decided to leave altogether. That's still not the BOK woman or the government putting him out. That's him not being able to sustain his family financially. You can respond.
And like I said, that goes back to, some of the plights that we deal with when we live in an urban environment. Like I said, it's very competitive and it's very attractive to say, hey, even as a woman, because she has her own free mind and her own free thought to think, hey, what's best for my children? Should I struggle with this man here, or should I get my food stamp? Should I get my housing voucher? Should I be able to have daycare and education system paid for by the government, or should I just struggle with this man that we were young and we met and whatnot, or whatever the situation is? What looks better? Government
Are
looks
you
better in that case. And
insinuating?
even as a man, I would
Well,
say that.
AK, because I heard you talk for a long time. So, are you insinuating that the women decided to pick the Section 8 over struggling with the man?
I mean, you are
That's what you just
individual.
said. I just highlighted
Yeah,
what you said.
yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
that is hard to believe because there's lots of BOK women back then and even now that are participating in struggle love. Could it be that this man wasn't willing to commit to that one woman and that was what caused the issue? Or he wasn't able to sustain consistently paying the bills? So then she had to choose Section 8.
Like I said, when you're young, you have to distinguish the difference between love and lust. If we meet at a club, it is what it is. I don't know your financial status. I don't know your education status, and vice versa for the man and the woman. And so when you're just mating off of lust, then yes, that chaos can happen. Now, if you're mating and you're coding off of love, then yes, you will sit there and struggle. But I think, as generations
But what
pass
I'm trying to
by.
tell you is that I believe from my research that wasn't happening. Majority of the time, the man would not marry her for one thing. Secondly, he was not committed or paying bills consistently. But I'm gonna could you answer the second one? If you could read it out and answer it, we'll come back and revisit your answers. You can expound.
Uh, I have no problem with child support. It's just the harsh conditions that they do put men through to who may fall upon hard times because nobody's perfect, whether it's man or woman who's ever been able, forced to pay by the state. And when you interject a government entity, we all know government is about taxes and money. It's not about actual, let's take care of the child, let's find the needs of the child. If that was the case, when you do have child support, they would have some type of programs to enrich the children, give them benefit discounts at the YMCA that's federally funded or state funded or city funded, But now that we look at the system, it's all about the private corporation that issues out the cards, that gains interest on these trust accounts that those monies are put in and then given to the woman at a later set date after monies is rectified. But like I said, most of the times they lock up the men, take away driver's license, take away passports, and all of these other things. That is a setback, which actually harms the child. We're not even talking about the man yet that harms the child because if the working person that's supposed to be providing the 20% or 25% of the income towards the child, now you incarcerate them depending on their the job status, that could actually hinder them and put them back into the ice age or back at the age to now they're, making minimum wage versus if they were making 30, 40, $50 an hour because of that
Hold on,
conviction
listen, let me
being
respond to
incarcerated.
that also. So, and then we're gonna go to the next person. Um, you're talking about all of the, I guess, um, restrictions that the man gets after not paying. And you're saying, oh, well, that's holding him back. Well, before he got that, he still wasn't paying it. Those things take time. It takes time and a process of him not paying to suspend the driver's license, suspend passport, whatever. All that takes time, garnish your wages, all that takes time. So you're more so looking at the effect of what he has done because he wasn't paying the child support. So how are you going to say you don't have a problem with child support? It sounds like you do have a problem with it, and you're kind of defending the fact that hey, these men are getting, um, you know, punished for not paying. So you're defending them for not taking care of their children.
No, 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 no. What I said, why I support it is when you do have children, having children, yes, you do have to make that boy have some type of responsibility. And you have to force that responsibility. But to force him to the detriment to where he can't participate in society, that's some evil,
But look at
sadistic
that
stuff there.
word, force.
You,
Nobody
yeah.
should have to force. The government shouldn't even have to force. So now you're saying you're looking at him getting in trouble, more so looking at him not paying the child support, and that itself may come off a bit biased. You're not holding the men accountable. Instead, you're trying to hold the child support system accountable for punishing him for not taking care of his child financially. And just your whole perspective on it seems very biased, but you're entitled to your own opinion. I would like to hear more on open panel. Let me go to my divinity. If you could read out the first question and answer it. Oh wait, hold on. Let me remind everybody. If you already been here, you already know this. J. Ra, if you can share the live out to 20 people. Ricky, King, Princess, Tansy haven't been on the panel for a long time, so she probably doesn't know. But if everyone can share the live out to 20 people. My divinity, welcome back. If you could read out the first one and answer it.
Sure. Thank you for having me again. The government did not kick black men out of the home. They didn't. Them dudes left because they basically couldn't get their way. They didn't want to marry anybody. They didn't want to get jobs and keep jobs. It's amazing because when you look at the documentary of the Vanishing Black Family, those men literally said that if they couldn't take care of their kids, the government would just do it. And then they laughed about it. So, I mean, it wasn't all of the men, but it was definitely a mentality of an actual man that they interviewed. So the government didn't do anything to these men as far as taking them out of the home. They all left because they had to go get some milk, cigarettes, or cheese. They were also leaving because they were, to me, stressed out because they couldn't stop getting the woman pregnant with kids. The woman who they was in the home with, the woman down the street, they were just getting everybody pregnant. And then they got stressed out and decided to go be with somebody who didn't have kids just to do the same thing over and over to her. So I think that this whole lie, that the government took them out of the home is a click boom situation because I'm tired of hearing it. These dudes are just making excuses because they don't have any other standing. I think that the narcissism within men makes them believe this stuff. And then their daddies and granddads try to act like this was the story. The first dude that said something next to me, he said that he was born in the 80s, but started talking about welfare. Sir, when welfare first came about, when these dudes are trying to say that it kicked them out the home, it wasn't even implemented in all states, and black women couldn't even get it first. So I just find that amazing how men like to bring up how welfare took them out the home, but they don't actually know the facts of how welfare worked, who it was really for, and the years that it actually took place. So that's my input.
Wow, groundbreaking to say the least. I want to say thank you guys so much for helping me get it to 8.3K. Right now, the goal is 10K, so if everyone can join in and helping get us to 10K. Breeze, if you could read, well, actually, My Divinity, can you read out the second one and answer it?
Sure. The child support system has done no wrongs to black men. It hasn't. In my opinion, it hasn't. I think that they should really just stop getting people pregnant if they don't want to pay child support. But they don't pay that child support. They complain about it. They complain about the jail time. They can't get their license. They can't get a passport to go and make other kids in other countries. But they got on the newest shoes. They have on the newest clothes. A lot of these men will purposely work a job where they can get paid under the table. And so to me, these are not, I don't trust them as providers, but they're not the providers that they think that they are. Because what's so hard about paying 20% of your income to a child that you don't even have to fully take care of? So the child support system didn't do anything wrong to these men. Anything that holds these men accountable is a problem to them. You want
Wow.
me to answer this one or just that one?
Yeah, we're just going to stay on the first two. That was profound.
Okay.
Very, very profound. Let's go to Breeze. Breeze, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
It says the government did not kick black men out the home. I agree. My divinity said something um, relatively to what I was gonna say. Um, Prior to the 80s, prior to the welfare thing, to just give like a little historical context, black men wouldn't accept help from anybody. Even as far as like black people in a communal sense, when people were about to get evicted or the husband lost a job, the community would gather together and like sell plates, do church fundraisers to help this supposed black family. And even then, black men wouldn't accept help. So as we approach, this is like back in the day. So as we approach the 80s, when black men was supposedly kicked out the household, why was it then, or what changed with them not wanting to accept help, especially not from the government? They didn't even want to accept help to their community. It's exactly what my divinity said. It was their pride, it was their ego. They weren't marrying black women like they should. The marriage rate was down as we approached the 70s and 80s. They didn't feel the need to commit. They knew that they can go and make babies and not have to take full responsibility for them. And that's the byproduct of the fatherless homes or the breakdown of the black nuclear family in the 80s. It's just men lacked accountability. Like, yes, we do understand that the government provided welfare to black women because so little of them were getting married and had the support. At some point, they had to support like these women outside. They had to support white women first, but afterwards black women, because they were at some point, I don't want to say suffering, but they were living impoverished. So that's my take.
Profound. If you could go to the second one.
The child support system has done no wrongs to the black men. Men don't like to fill out paperwork. It's a lawyer on TikTok. She talks about how 15% of men actually go down and take the accountability to go to the friends of the court or whatever they call it in y'all state to go fill out paperwork or make motions to go get some rights for their child, to even go and put themselves on child support or even fight for it. And then she said only like 30 or 40% of men, so that's not even half, go to their child support court hearings. That means, what that tells me is that y'all don't want accountability for y'all child. Y'all don't want to at least try to fight for y'all child. Y'all don't want to take any legal responsibility or ramifications for your child. That's why y'all don't fill out the paperwork and y'all don't go to court.
Leaping lizards. People are standing on business today. Thank you, Breeze. Let's go to King. King, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
All right. Well, thank you for inviting me. This is like, all right. The
Well,
government
I
did
didn't
not
invite
kick
you,
black
but
men out of.
I don't invite
Somebody
you.
saying something?
But go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The government did not kick black men out of home. They didn't kick them out. It was incentivized. It wasn't. It was more of a strategy thing than it was anything else. But did they kick them out directly? No. Child support
Well, what do
system
you,
has
well, come
done.
on, come on. Let's expound so people can understand your take.
Oh yeah. All right. So the government did not kick black men out of the home. No, they didn't. It was more so incentivized. So a lot of people like to go through history, and a lot of the people in the panel did go through history. So here's a generic synopsis of what I believe. You have like, let's go from the 60s, right? Uh, the 60s is probably like the most like, it's probably the time period where black men could work and there was less repercussions of a black man doing well. I want to say the 60s because the 60s, that was the civil rights movement. You had Martin Luther King, you had Marcus Garvey, you had
You said BOK men were doing
different
well.
black, yeah, you had different black leaders in the
Wait, one
60s.
second. You said BOK men were doing well in the 60s?
They were doing okay. I was saying they were doing, basically what I'm saying is they were doing better than the previous years where lynchings were allowed when
Whoa, you can't say that word. Absolutely not.
okay,
Oh, wait, hold
I
on.
don't know another word. I don't know I don't
One
know another word
second.
for that.
Let's get some green hearts and some fruits in the chat. Yeah, you definitely can't say that word. You can just say like they were being on trees. Like people kind of get the drift of what you're saying.
Yeah, all right, so kind of like, okay,
But
I
let
got
me
you.
say this.
Strange fruit.
Or strange fruit. But let me say
Okay,
this.
I didn't
I
finish my.
don't I don't know how BOK men were doing good in the 60s. They were
I
literally,
didn't say that word. I was saying that they were doing
you
better
didn't
than the
say
previous
that.
years.
That's why I said, what do you mean they're doing good in the 60s? And then
Oh
you
no,
said
I'm
that.
saying they were doing better than the
Hold on,
previous
because
years where certain.
you can't talk over the host. That's the rules of engagement. I'm gonna let you respond, but don't talk over me. Um, so you did say that, and then I said, well, Howard Bill came in doing good in the 60s. You said, well, they were doing better than they were before the 60s. But I mean, I don't think that would be a good take to even say they were doing good in the 60s. They were still having dogs sicked on them. They were still getting, explosions in front of their houses, crosses burning. It was a lot of bad things happening with our community, to our community at that time. So I'm not sure how they were doing good, but you can go ahead and finish. Come mute your mic and finish.
Okay, I'm gonna be a little more careful with my words. Um, the 60s is when we started to fight back heavily. There was a lot going on, civil rights, segregation, black codes, all of that stuff was going on at that point in time. A lot of things set in place by a system that we did not create were pressing against us, and we pressed back as black people, not just as black men, but as black people.
And circle this back to the prompt. How does this circle back to your answer?
I'm trying to go through the list the same way to
Well,
go
we're
through the
still in the
years the
first
same way the
one.
previous panel did.
I'm still trying to get your answer from the first one.
Okay, so I'll try to speed it up. All right, so we had that time period. Then later on after that, you have the 1970s. You have wartime, and then the idea of the nuclear family. White people, they already had that going on, but black people had a little bit more struggle when it came to building a nuclear family that worked. Men were not working. They couldn't work. They couldn't find jobs other than the military where they had to send money home. And then they introduced well, there was some black codes that was set to where the black woman had to work. They had no choice. They were doing too well, basically. You go up to the 80s, crack epidemic, things
Okay,
like
you
that,
canceled
drugs,
that. Do you usually go to panels? Let's get some green hearts in the chat and some fruits. You got to say D rugs.
drugs epidemic in the 80s, mass incarcerations of mostly black men, even if they were not violent crimes or not, or even misdemeanors, those mass incarcerations. If you find something on their records that was any type of incarceration, it was hard for them to get jobs. So the women who were taking care of the children at the time, they had a decision to make. Simple decision. I'm going to take care of my kids, or this man is in jail, or he can't find a job. I'm going to take care of my
Okay,
kids.
so if he was in jail again, the government didn't kick them out, neither did the BOK woman. She got Section 8 because she needed help, right? She didn't he's in jail. You just used that as an
That's
example.
what I was alluding to, was that it was incentivized. Even if the man did not commit a violent crime, even if he was incarcerated without a due process, he was taken out of the home. It put all the weight on the woman. They did
So,
not
so,
directly,
so are you implying that the government forced you guys to sell smack and go to jail and have the woman get Section 8? You guys were all forced to. Well, not all, but
if,
you guys were
if,
forced to do it.
depending on where you're from, I don't know where you're from, so I'm not going to make it seem like I just know. But if I cannot make money through a conventional means to support my family and my kids are starving, there's a risk that I can take in order to make sure that it's happening, right?
Okay, I hear you. I mean, I hear your take. I'd love to hear more. I want to give people a response. You guys hang out to open panel so people can respond and rebut what you're saying. This is just a basic introduction. So we're going to go to the next person. King, I'm sure somebody wants to respond to that. So we'll give it a moment. Let's let everyone just answer and give their thoughts on the first question, just the first one, and then we'll go to open panel. But let's get it to 20K. Thank you guys so much that we got it past 10K. Right now, the goal is 20K. If everyone can join in and help us get there. Welcome back, Ra. If you could read out the first question and answer it.
Yeah. The government did not kick black men out of the home. No, they didn't. They didn't kick black men out of the home. A couple of other people have already said, with these government funded assistance programs, if you were married, you were often included in the assistance. Okay, that's first things first. Black men keep contradicting themselves by saying, but if we made too much money, then it was a choice of who was going to stay and who was going to go. But then y'all say we didn't have jobs and we didn't have money because of the war and because of this, and they were shutting down steel mills and all these things where a lot of black men were employed. So to me, that translates as either one, you didn't have income, and the income you didn't have you could have been in the home had you been married, but you weren't. Okay. And then number two, if you had the income and your wife had the income, I'm failing to understand how back in that time when working at those places, many black families were able to thrive and build. So it's just all semantics to me, and it's not making sense, and it sounds like a bunch of excuses. And I really feel it is so disingenuous to believe that the government kicked black men out the home, or even black women would be okay with choosing government assistance over having a father and a husband in a home for their children. Do y'all hear yourselves when y'all talk? It makes absolutely no sense. That makes no sense to me. It just wasn't happening. Okay? Then y'all are talking about the effects from the war and stuff and this, that, and the third. Like I said, whether you were if you weren't working, as long as you were married and were under income requirements, because you were, if you weren't working, you were able to be in the home. Y'all weren't marrying these women. Anyways, the child support system has done no wrongs to black men. No, it hasn't. Everything that happens to y'all when the child support process is happening is outlined to you. Because let me tell you, when you file for child support, when the woman files for child support, you are always notified. They notify you as well. They send you the document in the mail, they call you, and they email you. You're always notified. Okay? So it doesn't come out of nowhere. It doesn't come out of nowhere that you're on child support, for one. Because you are able to respond to the claim, and the child support people work out an agreement with both of you. If that agreement is not met between the two of you, you then get a court hearing and the judge decides based on whatever. Y'all don't go to court. Y'all don't respond to the papers. At that point, it's solely in the judge's hands, and he's going to probably side with the mother. Another thing is, if you don't want to pay child support, take care of your children. Fight for your children. If you're dealing with somebody who is bitter and restricting them from you, go to court. Get a custody agreement. Y'all don't do that. Get it before you even go to court. There's a mediation process. Y'all don't do that. You do nothing and then get mad at the consequences. If you're not paying, you're going to have repercussions. That's how that works. It doesn't come out of nowhere. So when we sit here and we complain, oh, child support holding black men back, and I could barely survive, and this, that, and the third. First of all, they do child support based on income. So if you're not making a lot of money, your child support isn't that high. If you're making $30,000 a year, I promise you, you're not paying $500 a month for your child. That's not how that works. They go by off of income. Okay? And to land my plane, y'all are not involving yourselves in the process and then get mad at the repercussions. No, you're not in arrears $50,000 because they're taking so much money out of your checks. You're in arrears because you're not paying. Now you're suffering the consequences of arrears, and your child's mother doesn't even have to see that those consequences happen. The law is going to do that. If you don't want to go through these types of things, then take care of your children. And if you are taking care of your children and you don't believe you should be on child support, counterclaim, get joint custody. Then you won't have to worry about it. But we know y'all aren't doing that. So boo-hoo.
Wow, that was profound. And I just want to highlight something she said in the beginning to the first question about how these men are saying they're making all this money. At one point, even on this panel, making too much to qualify, and then next moment saying that they didn't have the money to take care of their family. And they're kind of forced into selling smack. So it's just not adding up. As far as the child support thing, she made some very good points also. That if you're making less, then they're not going to overcharge. It's going to go by how much you're making. It's going to be a certain percentage. So if you're not making a lot, you're only going to have a percentage towards that. And let me just throw this out there. Another thing is what these men are doing, some of them trying to outsmart the system, they'll have their businesses and stuff on someone else's names just to try to escape the child support. That's how much they don't even want to send money for their child. They'll put their real businesses or the things that are actually profitable in someone else's name. This guy was saying a lot of rebuttals in the comments, King Cooper, but then he ran. I don't understand that. Why can't you guys stand on business and have the conversation? A lot of you guys, you run once someone on the panel start cooking, be it man or woman. You guys run. That means you don't even want to face the actual truth. Anyways, moving right along. Let's go to Tansy. Tansy, welcome back. If you can answer the first two questions.
I'm sorry, but I'm outdoors and the sun is shining. So I think the government, oh my God, did not kick BOK men out the home. The BOK men, they don't have to believe us. All they have to do is put their heads in the book, and they will see that the government wanted family togetherness, and we can go all the way back to the 60s. And I don't care what state you lived in, because I researched New York, I researched Massachusetts, and what their reform was back in the 60s is to have the fathers move in the house. The problem came into play is when they wanted to count the father's income. When they wanted to count the father's income, that would mean that the rent was going to go up. And that's when both individuals decided that they were going to manipulate the situation by acting like the man wasn't in the house, even though he actually was in the house, so that they could just take one income into consideration. Or if the wife wasn't working, she would just say that, the father's not in the house, and then she wouldn't have to pay any rent. So the BLK man got comfortable with that scenario and never wanted to pay rent. And the woman did too get comfortable with that situation and thought it was a come up until he left and impregnated somebody else and was a part of somebody else's household, giving them that break. And then that's when we became bitter, because he's supposed to be over our house giving us a break, and he done created a whole new family over there giving them a break and using his money. And I believe that's also when the BOK man started to not like the child support system, because he had more than just one child to take care of. If he refused to pay child support with one family that he created, he literally couldn't afford the second family that he created. And he just became like Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his head was his home, and making babies all over the place and not paying child support. But now the new system keeps up with them through their social security number. And yes, there are consequences to their actions that I would say the punishment does not fit the crime. Because, for example, the government that I work for, if the father is not paying child support, he loses his driver's license. Well, then that makes it extremely difficult for him to go to work if he desires to go to work. So the consequences, I think that's what the men are really trying to get at, is that the government is making it more difficult for them when they decide to pay child support, because they took their license away because of their neglect to pay child support. So I do believe that shouldn't be a part of the policy or the rules and regulations, that their license get taken away. But I do think other consequences like arrears, and I don't even think incarceration should be on the table, to tell you the truth, because it's just a moral issue. It's not a crime not to take care of your child. But they made it a crime. But I think that prison shouldn't be on the table. Taking their license away shouldn't be on the table. It should be more like garnishment of wages and following, their Social Security, because a lot of them worked under the table too to escape paying child support. So the thing is that all this is now catching up to them, because now these vices that they used to use is not working in 2025. And I land my plane there.
Wow. Very interesting take. It looks like Tansy's trying to have some grace on you guys, that wasn't fair, that they incarcerate and suspend your license. That's something to think about. Ricky, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Uh, um, Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The government did not kick black men out of the house. Um, yeah, they definitely did. They definitely did kick black men out the house. I mean, the government been working against the black family for a long time and still are. So therefore, yeah, it did kick black men out of the house, and because of those issues, because of that, a lot of issues arise. So yeah, I do believe that they did.
Okay.
They did.
And okay, go ahead, expound.
Uh, the child support
So did
system.
you want to add anything to the first one?
No, that's all.
Okay, go to the second one.
Um, the child support system has has done no wrongs to black men. Actually, it did. You know, majority of men, black men, especially that are on child support, are not on child support because they're not taking care of their kids. They're on child support because of bitter baby mamas or exes, whatever. So as soon you're on child support, automatically everybody thinks, oh, because he's a deadbeat father or he's not taking. That's not true. Majority of men that's on child support is because of a breakup. The breakup with their wife or girlfriend or whatever, and automatically that's the first most women think of. Black women think of, okay, well he leave me, okay, boom, I'm gonna put him on child support. Like that's the first thing they do. So by that happening, yeah, this I mean, be able to suspend your license, like so those policies don't make no sense. Okay, so you suspend my license. How am I supposed to get to work now? So that's gonna make it more difficult for me to go to work and take care of everything else that I need to take care of. That's not really harming the man. They're also harming the child because now he might lose his job. Now losing his job, now everything is set back. I mean, also get incarcerated, lose his job, not have a record. Like, yeah, like those policies don't make no sense. And a lot of these black women are saying, oh well, take care of your child. If the tables are turned, it'll be something else because the hardship that black men going through with this system is a handful of black women or probably a good amount of black women that's going through it or whatnot. So therefore, it's not the majority. So that's why they can sit there and spew all these nonsense. But if the tables would turn, it'll be a whole different story. Now, that being said, if the government takes away Section 8, food stamp, and cash assistance from black women, there'll be a whole lot more deadbeat moms than deadbeat fathers. And that's a fact. Because as a man, you don't get no help from nowhere. You have to you're your own help. Black women have mama, friends, homegirls, whatever, grandma, all that help from the government, so they can talk all that nonsense. If you take all that away, then what? There'll be a whole lot more deadbeat moms than deadbeat fathers because they could fall back on the government. Black man cannot. So therefore, that's why all these issues going on, and the black family is being destroyed completely. Like there's no black family no more. There's no black community no more. But every day, you know, black women, especially this platform here. Oh, black man this, black man that, black man
Don't
this,
talk
that.
bad about the platform. I don't allow that. But go ahead and
Well,
say what you're saying.
no, I'm talking about the platform in general, not yours specifically. I'm talking about TikTok.
You
Nobody.
didn't say this platform. You did say this one. Yes, you did.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
exactly.
said this platform, meaning as TikTok,
No,
Okay.
that
not
means
her
stop.
specifically.
That means stop. Don't do it. Now go on with your point.
Right.
Okay,
Pew pew to drop him.
you could drop me. That's fine.
Listen, I'm not dropping you.
You could drop me. That don't mean
I'm not
nothing to me.
dropping you. I'm talking to you. I'm allowing you to finish. You guys, if you're new here, please remember no comments on drops on the panel. That is part of the rules.
I mean, yeah, I mean, all these issues because of all these issues, the black community is being completely destroyed. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say there are some black men who don't deserve to be on child support and they're not taking care of their kids. Of course, there's a whole lot, but I don't think it's the majority. The majority are doing what's best for their kids and stuff. But as majority of men do, we have better baby mamas. As soon as the relationship ends, that's the first thing they do. So I land from there.
Okay. I actually had a question for you. I like your accent. Where are you from?
Um, my folks are originally from Haiti.
Okay, so you're Haitian. Okay, so passe. Now, are you like first generation American or were you born in Haiti?
I was born here in the States.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay. So some people will consider that you still pretty young. With that being said, how do you know about what happened with BOK Americans in that era of with
Because
Section 8 arose? How are you
because
familiar with that?
I have
Well,
male
let me finish.
friends
Let me
that
finish.
are
Let me finish. I'm not done.
older.
I'm not done. How are you educated on that, or even have you? You don't have family experience that because your family was in Haiti, right, during those times. So how do you know that BOK history of people, and how could you tell the story differently than the Black American women who are here, who probably have family or even themselves that are familiar with that era or even lived through it? Ricky, that question's for you.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier. I got friends, older generation, that's like older, that tell me what's going on. And two, I was born here, so therefore, I can tell, I have two eyes in my head, so I could see what's going on. You don't take genius to see what's going on. You don't have to have 300 IQ to see what's going on. Like if you have two eyes in your head, you can see what's going on. You could have half of your brain missing, you still will be able to see what's going on. So that statement is flawed.
Can,
Well,
is this an
well,
open panel?
well, we got Princess, and then we're gonna go to open panel. But you can respond to him, Tansy.
So basically, you're going off a hearsay, and then you said it 100 different ways how you got eyes, right? But you can have eyes. That doesn't mean you have the experience, right? That you don't have the direct experience of our history, correct?
Yeah, I do. I
So
don't.
you
So
only
hold
have
on, we got his
hearsay.
cash up for questions. So just give whatever
Oh,
statement you want to say to him, Tansy.
Okay,
that
so what I want to say is that you don't have any direct information or historical information because you're not American, or you're just first generation American. But our history will dictate that the reason why some of the women have the rights that they have, just to let you know, seeing that you don't know much about American history, we had to advocate for these rights, and I'm pretty
lady,
sure.
lady, listen. What you saying?
Excuse me. Let me finish. Let me, because
What you
I
saying?
know you probably have a hard time respecting women, but let me just explain something. And then, in
Okay.
terms of, in in terms of our history, our BOK men need to start advocating for themselves, especially in the courtroom. So if they don't like something about the system, they need to try to come together like women do when our men are unalived by police, how we have to stand up for them and we have to stand up for ourselves. Like, I think it's time for our men to actually start advocating for the things that they see is unfair, or and advocate for something that they think is more legally correct. But child support is honored, and she's not bitter. We're not bitter. We just saying if you want to leave, you still paying this rent. That's what we saying, because we have your kids, right? It's not us being bitter. It's the fact that you created a child, and we need a 2 bedroom versus a 1 bedroom, and your ass is paying for half of the rent because this is your child that I'm taking care of.
Okay, we're gonna move on for now. We have two new people on the panel, BOK Betty, Laugh and Giggles. Laugh and Giggles, share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. Princess, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Sure. Thanks
And welcome
for
back.
having me up, Poetic. Thank you. The government did not kick black men out of the home. Feel like a broken record constantly saying this, but no, the government did have regulations, rules, and whatever, just like any other program.
Okay, hold on. I have a freaking troll. Give me 1 second. Laugh and Giggles, stop being disrespectful. You continue to come here and then be disrespectful. I'm allowing you to speak on the prompt. Just share the live out and stop your
I'm
slick
tearing it
comments.
up. What the fuck you talking about?
Okay, who the heck are you cursing at? All right. Let me just drop you. I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to. Princess, go ahead.
Yes, the government programs have rules and regulations, and that was unfortunately one of them for men who were not married to the women who lived in the home. So they didn't want to get married. That's number one. Number two, nobody talks about how much the black woman went to war. I mean, sorry, don't want to say that word. Who went to battle for that program to change those rules and then got that rule changed. So then it moved to now the person had to just contribute their income to the household. And the black men still didn't come back. So they weren't there. And the way that program was introduced to BLK women was actually a physical person coming around to their door, letting them know they were now eligible for that program. And it was just an extra $15 a month that they needed, that bad because the man wasn't there. He wasn't even there. But if you, as a, big bad leader man, are going to allow someone to offer your household extra $15 a month because you aren't there, then that kind of falls on you. You kind of weren't there to even say, I'm going to be here to provide that extra $15 a month so that my woman doesn't need to depend on the government or accept that handout from this man that's coming around knocking on doors saying they're eligible. So it kind of doesn't really mean the government kicked you out. You weren't there. And when the BLK woman went to stand on the picket lines so you could be there, you still didn't come back. So BLK women did get that rule changed so you could contribute, and you still didn't come home. So I'm going to leave that one
Right. It was
alone.
actually a BLK woman that went to petition the court and she won, right?
Exactly. There were protests. There were multiple protests. There was picket lines. There were BLK women out there fighting in the street to get that rule changed because they wanted their man in the house. Even though they weren't even interested in marrying them, they still wanted the option to have them in the house so they could marry them and stay in the house and just contribute their income to the household. So it was changed. Nobody speaks about that though. And also, this was only an 8-year stretch of this rule being the case. Anyway, going on to the next one. The child support system has.
We're just doing the first one right now. Y'all can add that in the open panel. Let's go to BLK Betty. BLK Betty, if you can just answer the first one.
Yes. So the government did not kick BLK men out the home. Absolutely did not. I'm actually about to post this source right here that you guys can go look it up. So Princess is absolutely right. And yeah, so let me read this. Mrs. Williams, this is King versus Smith. This is the case that got rid of the no man in the house rule. The no man in the house rule lasted from 1963 to 1968. This is the case right here. And I just posted the source in the comments so you guys can actually read the whole thing. Let me read you a part of it. Mr. Williams, the alleged substitute father of Mrs. Smith's children, has 9 children of his own and lives with his wife and family, all of whom are dependent upon him for support. Mr. Williams is not the father of any of Mrs. Smith's children. He is not legally obligated under Alabama law to support any of Mrs. Smith's children. Now, the reason why I bring this case up is because the no man in the house rule wasn't for married men. If you were a married man, you could stay in the house. If you didn't have a job or any money to support the family, you could still get welfare. You just had to do welfare the work. The problem is during that time, men couldn't get jobs. So a lot of these men, they did the poor man's divorce. So they would leave their wife and their children. They moved to a different state up north, say that they were going to bring money back home, and they never did. They just remarried, or not remarried, but found another family to create another family with. They couldn't remarry those women because they were already married. So therefore, even if he was living in the house, he couldn't get welfare because he was not married to the woman. So he wasn't eligible. And a lot of the side chicks and the mistresses were suffering from this welfare no man in the house rule, because even if the man was in the house, he could not marry him, and therefore he could not get welfare. The side chicks was suffering. If you notice from this case, the reason why he couldn't get the side chick couldn't get welfare was because they noticed that he was coming to the house. He was there every weekend. So they said, you need to pay. She's getting welfare, but I see you here every weekend, and you're not married to her, so she's not eligible to get money anymore, so you need to pay for her living. And he said, I can't do that. I already have a wife with 9 kids, and I'm supporting that household, and I can't support 2 households. That is what was happening with this no man in the house rule. So y'all come up here talking about, oh, they kicked us out of the house. They wouldn't let us be in there. We had to leave our wives. You didn't have to leave your wives. You had to leave your side chicks. And your side chicks weren't getting the money funded to them through welfare. That is what was happening. So, and on top of that, it's 2025. You can get welfare whether you were married to the woman or not. You just don't want to marry her, or you cheated on her, or some reason why you not in the house now, but it don't have nothing to do with the government kicking you out of the house. And then Tansy was also correct. A lot of y'all are gaming the system. You still live in that house, and whenever she has an appointment for the lady to come and check out the house, you move all your stuff and hide your clothes and your shoes and all that kind of stuff, so it looks like she doesn't have a second person in the house, so that she can get more money. So can we stop all the nonsense and lying and foolery? The guy at the bottom's talking about, well, if you have eyes, you notice. Well, if you have eyes, you notice that a lot of people are gaming the system. I'm a land there.
Wow.
I do want to piggyback on what you're saying, sis, and what you said was absolutely right. But what Ricky said, I do want to clock it for a second, because he said, I bet you if the women didn't have resources, we would be abandoned. We would not be paying child support for our children, or we would abandon children. I'm paraphrasing. He can clarify it if he wants. But welfare reform law actually told the women that they called cat babies. So any child that you have outside of the children that you currently have, they will not be eligible for any government assistance. So they have restricted women, because we were having so many babies by so many different men and claiming we didn't know who the daddy was, and we know who the daddy was. We didn't want him to be affected by the child being affected by child support. So we lied and said on the birth certificate, we know the game. Don't put your name on the birth certificate. I'm going to say I don't know who the baby father is, so that she can get government assistance and they don't have to go after the man. That is a common thing that was happening. So the government then just put a cap on how many kids you can get and get benefits from that kid. So TFDC, the cash benefits portion of that, if she had, let's just say the cap was you can only have 3 children. If she had baby number 4, that baby would not be eligible for cash assistance, only food stamps. So women continue to procreate with you goofy ass men and accepted only the food stamps. You guys never left the house. You were eating those damn babies' food stamps. And then when you made a baby outside of that house, you were eating at 2 homes, and you didn't have to worry about being fed. But then when your kids are starving and when they need shoes for school, you want to ask for food and act like you don't want to pay child support. The government is paying to feed your child, but you don't want to pay to clothe your child. Come on, you got to make this make sense, because this is real life. This is why, Ricky, if you really knew our history, you would know better than to speak on something you really know nothing about. Because you would know we were hiding. And I had Section 8 back when I was a teenager, and I hid my fucking boyfriends. Like, what the fuck?
Listen,
Well, no
everything
profanity. No
everything you just
profanity.
mentioned, ma'am,
Hold
I
on,
know all
Big
of it.
Mac.
Okay,
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry
1
about
second.
that.
Big Mac, let's get some green hearts and some fruits in the chat. Thank you guys that we finally made it to 20K. Appreciate everyone for tapping. Let's get it to 30K. If everyone can join, getting the taps up to 30K. Big Mac, welcome back. Thanks for coming. If you can share the live out to 20 people and be ready to stand on business next. Ricky, what's your thoughts on what Tansy just said?
Majority of what she said about, well, not majority, all what she said, I know all about what she said. So for her to say that, oh well, you don't know her history and this and that, that's a bunch of foolishness. All what she mentioned, I know all about it. One, I have friends that actually, white collar and blue collar gentlemen, and the ones that are white collar, they make a whole lot of good money, but their exes still put them on child support, and that's men with money. So why are they on child support? Reason being, as I said before, and everybody knows that once you break up with majority's women, the first thing they do is go to a child support, make it seem like you're not doing your job. And majority of these men that are on child support are not on child support because they can't take care of the kids. They're on child support because of bitter exes, period. And that's a fact. So all that foolishness she's talking about, I know it. I know all about it. So again, if her saying, "Oh, well, you don't know her history because if you know how this," that's bull crap.
You just admitted that what I said you already know, so therefore it's a fact. So
No, I'm saying like
well,
what you said,
hold on,
like some part of you
hold
parts
on,
of you
and
saying
then
that,
hold
okay.
on,
Well,
and then you try to
anyways,
mimic me and try to change your voice and act like a woman and say, like
yeah,
what
because
is
you're
this?
talking bull crap.
What is this?
You're talking bull crap. Okay,
So
like
listen.
some of them
So
women,
let me tell
they
you
will
something.
not put. Hold on, some of the women they will
This
not
is a
put the
bitter
man's name
woman telling
on the
you I
paperwork
have a
because
reason.
they know,
Why are you talking at the
because
same
they
time
try
that
to
I'm
get
talking to
certain
her?
things.
Y'all gotta talk one at a time.
Okay, like some of them women did not put
Look,
the
go
man's
ahead,
name
ladies
on
first.
paperwork because of XY reason. I know all about that. So for you
You
to
know
sit
all
there,
about that. So then how am
oh
I
my
wrong
goodness.
then?
All right. What
Okay,
you
Then
brought
how,
out
then
is
how am I
telling
wrong?
me.
when you
Here's
guys
the
start asking questions, I have to skip you because we got to cash out for questions. Just stand on whatever you want to stand on. Ricky, I'm still trying to figure out how are you saying your response to Tansy or BOK Betty as far as the men were kicked out the home. How do you know that? You're still not saying how you know that. They just give you proof that that's not true, and you're still standing on the men were kicked out the home, and you weren't even here. I don't believe you were even born here, but that's another conversation. You have a very strong Haitian accent. But regardless, we don't have to argue that. Let's just stay on this.
All right, let's put it like this,
Did they
man.
give you proof that the BOK men were not kicked out the home by the government? Why are you
Okay.
still saying your friends told you so?
Okay. Here's my take on it, right? Since you say I was not there, okay, what about the men that are black Americans that were there and they went through it, they lived through it,
Okay, share this
experienced
live
it.
out to them. Share
So
this live out to them so that they can prove that. Because there's none on this panel that have been able to prove that since the live started of
all
any
right,
BOK men that were there.
I can do that.
Tell them to come and vouch for you. Because I just want to see your BOK American friends that probably lied to you and misled you. Let's go to Big Mac. If you can read out the first question and answer it.
That's too small. I can't see it.
They lying when they say that.
They
Yeah, a
just
lot of
A
them
little
be
small
They
lying.
boxes, right?
lying. A lot of black men can't read. I'm just saying. We all know.
Yeah.
Big Mac, come on.
Okay.
You done read the prompt before,
It's
so
it's in a very small box, like tiny, tiny box. I can't read it. I can't make out one word.
you
You
I
can't
I,
read.
I
I'll
was in
read
a
it for you.
college. Well, I was in
You
a
know you
college reading
weren't.
level in the
Okay, you
sixth
can say
grade.
whatever you want to be, and I'll read it for you. So the
Y'all are
government
stupid for
didn't.
this. Like this. Come on, man. It's in a small box. Like, what are y'all doing?
Okay, the government did not kick BLK men out the home, and that's a question mark. True and false.
No, that was the government or whatever welfare didn't take black men out of the home.
could you
Homes.
expound?
Most of the two parent households went away in black community, mostly in due to the crack epidemic during that
Mac,
time. During
you
like
know
the
you can't use that word. Green hearts in the chat.
okay, I
Yeah,
didn't
but
know that. I
they
don't
smug.
believe.
Smug.
Go ahead. Now he's running. Now he has a BOK man that's actually saying that they didn't get took out the house. Ricky dropped before I even could drop him for open panel. This is hilarious. It's like they know they be lying. Like, why would he run as soon as the BOK?
Now that y'all put it in a bigger box, I can read it.
It's still the same box. Hold on, Big Mac. It's still the same box. I didn't change nothing. Let me say something. I did not kick you off. I didn't like. Why are
Conversation to
you
go back.
running? Come back up here. As soon as a BOK man actually is a okay. The government did not kick BOK men out the home. You said no. Could you expound, Big Mac? And Ricky, come back up.
Okay, we're gonna get another one, baby.
All right. You want me to come back
Yeah,
in?
it wasn't the government that kicked black men out of the house. They had that law for a while, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, somebody took it to court and challenged it like a few years after it was initiated. And even while it was going on, you didn't have a lot of like it was still a high percentage of two parent households in the black community. That didn't change until like the mid '80s, I think, into the '90s with the crack epidemic.
All right. I don't know why you keep saying after we told you don't say the C word. Say
My bad.
slugs. I have to drop you. You could come back up. I don't. Okay. This guy, Ricky, runs as soon as he says that. So let's see. Ricky, you just had a BOK man tell you otherwise. What do you have to say? A BOK American man that was actually here. What do you have to say about that, Ricky?
I have to say is, he can have his opinion, but the majority is what it
For
is.
well, hold on. For him, it's an opinion, but the other men that supposedly told you that BOK women kicked him out the house, or the government kicked him out, that wasn't an opinion. But for him, it's an opinion.
Yeah, because I don't know. I'm guessing he's just saying that, but because everybody knows that that's a fact. It's
Well,
not.
I came up in Section 8 like my whole childhood, and throughout that childhood, and I was born in '81. So I
Yeah,
saw
so
a
was
bunch of fathers. I saw a bunch of two parent households in the community, like and it kind of went right in line with the stat. Which when crack, I mean when smoke. What's the word to say?
Mac.
When
You can say
when
smug,
the
smack, D rugs. You have so many options.
when the rugs came into the community, then you started to see a lot of dudes either was using or pushing, and either way they fell off. A lot of them went away, went on vacation to the system, and a lot of them fell off because they was not they was not in the right state to take care of a family. So, but that's speaking on firsthand experience, and then based on the actual history, like I said, that law changed shortly after it was made because a woman took them to court over it. And so the men, and that wasn't just for BLK men, that was for men across the board. And a lot of those welfare laws were created for WYT men because they were the ones abandoning their families and stuff like that. So that law was created for them for the most part, but it didn't take the BLK men out of the home. That's a myth created by men who have an issue with women usually.
Big Mac, you're actually making sense today. That's surprising. Ricky, what's your thoughts on what he just
Since every day.
I'll give you a few minutes to get the baby together. Ricky, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, half of what he said is factual. In the late 70s, 80s, a lot of BLK men was unable to find jobs, so they had to do what they had to do. So they went to the streets and
I'm
selling
talking about the fact that he
drugs.
just let you know that that is a myth that BLK
It's not a
women
myth.
and the government kicked them out the house. He's letting you know. So, what is your thoughts on that?
It is not a myth. That is far from a
You
myth.
gonna tell this BLK American, you Haitian, what's going on right in the BLK culture?
Okay, so therefore,
Okay,
again,
anybody want to respond to Ricky? Go ahead.
oh my lord.
Yeah,
I
that was already a court case that was won. So what do you have to say about the court case that was won
yeah.
that changed the
Well,
rule?
can we say what you have to say without question? We already know Cash App for questions. Do anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah, so I wanted to say exactly the reason why a lot of when it comes to the court case, you could literally and the no man in the house law, the no man in the house law, if you were a married man and you lived in that house and you couldn't find a job, if you did the welfare to work program, you could get welfare. They would not kick you. Did not have to leave the house to get welfare. The problem was the women who were not getting welfare, they were not married to those men. We don't want to talk about the Great Migration. We don't want to talk about the men who could not find jobs, who started families on the other side of town or in other states. So even though he was in the house with that woman, he might even had kids with that woman, he could not legally marry that woman because he could not have two wives. And that is what was happening. And that's why a lot of men were when they say getting kicked out of the house, they were getting kicked out of their mistress's house. They were not getting kicked out of their wife's house, their legal wives' houses. So I just want to put that out there too.
And on top of that, I want to say from somebody that was there, bro, men were there. So even let's just say y'all right, which y'all not right. But even if that was the law at the time, the men were still there because all they had to do when the social worker came over was leave for a few minutes. So there was never a time growing up in the hood where men could just not be around. They were there if they wanted to be there.
So it looks like to me that there's some bitter BLK American men that are teaching the Caribbean men that come over here to America lies about BLK women to make BLK women look bad even to the Caribbean people.
And can I please respond to Ricky as far as like, once again, since you're not from here, you don't necessarily understand the historical context of Black men, in a sense, being taught to resent and dislike Black women, but it's been going on since slavery. Like a prime example for Michelle E. Alexander's book, where she referenced times in slaveries in her book, what's it called? The New Jim Crow. She spoke back to times where enslaved women would get, essayed by white slave handlers, and white slave handlers will also encourage the same.
Smave.
Huh?
We want to say smave. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Also encourage Black men to also essay this Black slave, because they wanted, like, just like how they seen us as worthless, they encourage other slaves to see their women as worthless, even though they were victims of sexual violence. And it's a long history. If you read like the New Jim Crow, it's a long history of like BLK men like being to systematically taught to like dislike us. So when you hear your Black American friends saying this about us, that about us, child support, like I had brought up earlier, only 15% of men, not just BLK men, but men in general, go fill out the paperwork to take some accountability for their child. I think you should question it. You should also look at the historical context. And I'll land my plane.
Wow, that was profound. We're going to continue open. Well, I guess this is considered open panel, but let's get it to 30K. Ricky, you've been dropped by Money Pow Pow. So we're gonna go ahead and get you dropped. If anybody wants to
Oh,
save Ricky's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. Remember, no comments on drops. If I can get mods to rotate those comments, I think I only have 2 mods here. Other mods, please add the other mods so that you guys are not the only ones. I think it's only 2. So with that being said, no comments on drops on the panel. Cash App for questions. Same rules. If you're not a regular, you might forget. So I'm reminding everyone, Cash App for questions and no comments on drops. So let's start open panel. Let's get open panel started with Divinity. Divinity, are you there? Would you like to chime in? You've been quiet. All right, we'll come back to her. She must have stepped away from the phone. Let's get open panel started with Princess.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of how Ricky is a good example. He's constantly on other panels crashing out the same way. This is a good example of regurgitation of how some black men, even Caribbean men who weren't even here and don't really have any family that were here, are constantly spewing this rhetoric about black women and back in the days. But it still just doesn't even matter because that was back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's 2025 now. At what point do BLK men take control of their lives and say, okay, we were held back a little bit because women didn't have opportunities. They didn't have rights. They couldn't work. They couldn't vote. They couldn't have bank accounts. They couldn't buy property. And now we're about to lap you because the pay gap is like $33 away. So at what point do y'all say we are going to take control of our lives and kind of dig ourselves out of and then when are y'all going to take responsibility for y'all fertilizer? And stop blaming child support on anyone else, because it really doesn't matter why you're on child support. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have a child, you have to provide for that child. If you're not going to be in the house, you're either going to do 50-50 custody, you're going to split the nights up. But if the child primarily lives with the mother, you're probably going to pay child support. So at what point are you going to take control of your life and say, I'm just going to not hand my fertilizer out freely, and I'm going to just make my life a little bit better, get myself in a little bit better position so I can stop crying all the time. Jesus Christ.
I want to give a little bit insight to the men that might be listening. I think I might know why they're slightly confused. Because let's take it all the way back to, let's just say the 1960s, right? If you're young and you're living with your mom and your dad, and all you see at a young age is every month or whenever they do a reevaluation, if the only thing you see is your dad's stuff getting packed and then he's gone for whatever amount of time he's gone, you're not gonna understand or comprehend what's going on because you're so young. All you see is your dad every so often packing his stuff and leaving and then coming back. Now that is confusing for a child to see. But see, this is where communication comes into play. What we should have done was say, okay, daddy's coming back. But even if we explain that and daddy did come back, in the mind it's like, well, why do you keep on throwing daddy out the house? Daddy and mommy made a plan of not counting daddy's income. And whenever the caseworker has to come and evaluate the house, in order for us to keep daddy's money off the books, we have to pretend that daddy's not here. I don't think we ever had that conversation with our children. And I think that's why some men, American men, believe that their fathers were being kicked out by their mother, because they were too young to understand what was going on. And then some of those men, yes, they did make babies elsewhere. So they had multiple households, especially in the projects or subsidized housing, or people that have Section 8 holder or in the community who also have Section 8. Sometimes they would cheat and they end up in another subsidized unit where they have to do exactly the same thing. And if in modern day time, it's still going on. It's not like this is some type of eureka idea that, this is news to me. We all know what's going on in the households, but the one thing that I don't think we took into consideration is making sure our children knew that daddy wasn't really leaving, and making sure as they grew up that they knew what was really happening. Instead, some parents did not communicate with their kids, and their kids went on the rest of their life, a grown adult today, saying mommy was kicked out, daddy was being kicked out by the system, and so forth and so on. That is the furthest from the truth, and I think that's the disconnect.
All right, no one's talking, so I'm gonna go to new guests. Ola, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
I think the government did not kick men out of the home. Yes, the government did not kick them out. Yeah, the government did not kick them out. The women make their choice. You know, they make the choice by choosing the best person. Because some men, some women, not all. You know, we have some people. You see, just like what Tanzi said. Some people are like that, cover their husband up, just to get things together for the sake of the children. But some people, they look at, they don't really know the meaning of love. They don't have no empathy. They just choose, They felt, if the government is cutting me a check, and then this man don't have a work, and he said, no, I'm find me another man. And then they went for all those peanuts, the money that cannot even sustain them. They went for it and they threw the men out of the house. So, and then the same people are the ones that are like, oh, the men are not here. Well, the brother cannot unalive himself. He can only do one thing at a time. So I think that's what happened. People make their choice.
Okay, so you're saying the women chose to get the government assistance instead of the men. Okay, let's go to the next one. That's
So the
that.
next one is the child support system has done no wrong to the BOK men. Of course, the child support is the problem. Let them take all those nonsense off the table. You see some women sitting their butts down. Let them take it off. If they take it off, everybody's still gonna survive. You're not gonna earn a life. I've never taken something like that before, but here I am. Nothing happened. We're still going and we're living good. So, and those money, and people don't really understand that, they don't really understand when you do all those things, you're actually sowing something. And what you're sowing, by the time it germinates, I bet nobody likes it. But when they're taking it and you tell them this is just a peanut. So taking that money, if they should take those little money off the table, you will see some women that they will start talking with sense. They will change the tone which they speak. They will change. Everything will change about women. I'm telling you, it will change. Their ways of speaking, their behavior, being combative, wanted to argue on little thing, don't want it to be cooperative, understandable on little thing. So people can even fight because of $1,000, just $1,000, to tell you how ignorant some people can be. But when you talk to them, calm down, just calm down. They cannot calm. They are going to the HR. They are going so badly to get the money, get all this. Then at the end of the day, that money is not even used for those children. And the government are even taking out of it. They don't understand how the money works. They just get the money. They will take money from it. That money is not using for nothing. It's used to do nails, do little things.
Nails. Okay, so give me 1 second, Ola. I will come back to you. So one thing that was highlighted to me when she was talking was they're using the child support to get their nails done. It's not even going to the children. And then the first one, her answer that stood out to me was the women made their choice. The government didn't kick them out. The women made their choice to choose the government. What's your thoughts on that, Tansy? And then it's open panel. Gosh. Tansy, are you there? What's your thoughts on that?
What's my thought on what? I'm sorry.
What's your thoughts on, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Rob, what's your thoughts on those main things that she said?
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, we're paying to get our nails done. We're paying. Look, come
You're going in and
semantics.
I'm gonna come back to you.
Laughable.
So this is Betty.
Yeah, Betty, if you can chime in.
So the average child support payment is $450 a month. The average child care payment is $800 a month. So even if he paid $400 a month, that would only take care of childcare. His portion of childcare, because she also has to pay $400 a month. And not only does she have to pay $400 a month, then she has to pay for that second bedroom that the kid has to stay in, because a lot of times the men don't even get a 2-bedroom house. They get a 1-bedroom and he just sleep on the couch whenever his kids come around. Right? They have to pay for extracurriculars. It has to pay for clothes, medical bills. It has to pay for school supplies, bunch of things that it has to pay for. And all she's getting is $450 a month to pay for childcare. That is it. So whenever I hear a woman talking about, whenever I hear a woman talking about, or anybody complaining about how that little bit of money right there is banks rolling her lifestyle, and she's getting her hair done and her nails done, and she's going on trips to Aruba, be for real. Arlene.
Wow. But yeah, we all, to just even speak on that, we all know we're in a recession. We all know how expensive childcare is. We all know the median income age for Black women in this country. And yet somehow some of y'all still convince yourselves that Black women are able to survive off of less. Because I know Black women that get less in child support can barely support their children with the $200, $300, or $400 that they get. If you think that women are living lavishly off of $400, how about you try it? You try living off $400 a month and see how well you live. That's insane.
More, y'all really speak like women only get $400 a month. That's all their money. Like, women still have jobs. Again, they use both incomes to establish child support. And that when you talk about going from 1 bedroom to 2, in some states it could be up to an extra $1,500 a month. So that is not helping her get her nails and hair done. Like, she has her own money. She can provide for herself, but you have to help and stop thinking that child support is for the mother, and understand that it is for the child that you helped create.
A lot of these men don't give it.
Hold on, be okay, Betty. Let me get wife mom in there so we can continue open panel. Also, if everyone can help us get it to 40K. Wife mom, if you can answer the first and second question briefly, and then we'll go to open panel.
Okay, I'm driving, so I'm not going to read the questions, but I know what the questions are. And it has been proven time and time and time and time and time again that the government did not put men out of the home. I'm not going to I'm not going to cite no source. I'm not going to give you no YouTube video to watch, and I'm not going to give you all a book to read, because it's already been done. If you want to know about it, if you want to know the truth, go to Google. It's right there for you. It's free. Sick of trying to educate y'all for free. Y'all gonna pay me for my information. Number 2, child support system has done no wrongs to Black men. Absolutely not. It has done no wrong. The men are the ones who created the system. If the men don't like it, they can go get it changed. But they're too lazy, they're too uneducated, they're too mediocre, and they're too stupid.
Come on.
Don't my ass. Shut
What
up.
you on about me?
Too stupid and too
What is she
stupid
talking
to go
about?
and fix. and go and fix the law if they think it's so wrong and so crooked and so evil and it's not
But
doing the
no, no, no,
children
no,
any good.
no.
But they don't want to fix it. They don't care to fix it because they don't really see that it's a problem. The only thing they're mad about is they don't have
No,
access
that's
to
not
that
true.
woman's box. Point blank, period. And I
That's
am
not true.
tired of
What are you saying is not
foreigners.
true?
Foreigners like
What are you saying is not
Ola.
true?
Would you shut up?
What are you saying
I'm
is not
tired
true?
of foreigners like Ola coming in here telling us about our history, about what
What are you
black
saying is
women
not
have gone
true?
through in this country. While she think like
What are you
she's
saying is not
something.
true?
She came from a country that was being war torn. She came here as a refugee to get some kind of safety, and yet she get the safety and talk about our country like we dogs. That ish
You know what are
pisses
you
me
talking
off.
about? It's actually irrelevant.
Ain't nobody talking to you. Would you mute the fuck up,
No
stupid?
profanity. Come
I
on.
didn't say it. I didn't say it. So, y'all can talk all this noise all you want. If you stupid black
What
men
is he
want to
on
sit up
about,
here and
man?
listen to a bunch of foreigners that don't
But
know
what's
anything about us, about our history, and want to talk about us like dogs, go ahead on and be with them. But leave black American women the F alone.
no, no, no,
Keep our names
no,
out
no,
of your
no.
filthy, disgusting mouths. Sick of this ish. Ain't even from here and gonna talk about us. And that's some ish right there.
Woman, you
I
sound
land.
scared, man. Just chill out, man.
And
Listen,
you sound like a stupid baby who can't control his emotions or behavior. Silence yourself. Silence.
Okay,
can I say
hold
something though?
on. You kept interrupting wife mom. You just came up here. Please wait your turn. Share the live out to 20 people. We'll get you in next. Hold on, I'm still talking. We still haven't reached 40K. Thank you guys that we got to 35K. Shout out to Bridget with the subscription. Appreciate it. Let's get it to 40K, you guys, so we can go back to open panel. Right now, I'm gonna go around the panel. I will call on people.
But can you guys let me to land though?
You have to share the live before you get a turn. That's for everybody. Please stay on mute until
But
it's
you know
your
what? Can you?
Who are you? Please stay on mute until it's your turn. Ola, go ahead and respond to what you thought. Well, several people addressed what you said. What's your thoughts on what was said?
Well, as usual, you know me. I don't get on my feelings, and there's nothing anybody can say that can actually trigger me because I don't give people the satisfaction to. I really don't have a problem. My thing is this: I say what I said because I know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying all. I'm not. If this thing, see, this thing is if this thing don't get to you, why do we get personal about it? If you think that money is nothing, why do we put the men there? One, if you think that money has nothing, like, oh, the money is not even nothing. And then another thing is, we are independent, we are going to college, we have our money, we have this, we have that. Why do you think you need something from people that you think that they are not even worth it? You see? It's just like somebody telling you, do you want? You said no. They want to take that thing, you said you want little. What do you want? What do you want? So, me, I don't really have much to say. The thing is, if you think that these men are worthless the way you have said they are this, they are that, why do you want to put them in shy support? Why? Because you know something is already going on and then you're adding to it. And then when we speak about it, many people that this thing has nothing to do with them, they get on the emotion part. And then you ask, I thought you said you are married. And they said, yes, I'm married. But why is this thing getting to you so badly like this? So for me, I said what I said, and it's a conversation. We can be logic about it. I keep saying I'm the wrong person you're talking to about country. If you like, say they should send a drum to Nigeria, send it to the whole of the continent. They should send it to the whole world. I don't care. All die and I die. And one day everybody's gonna call to that prayer. So I don't care about no country. I'm a person of no country, no nation. All I see is people.
But the thing about it, when it comes to healthy relationship, yeah.
IB, it's not your
So what I
turn.
see is good people that have human, that have empathy, sympathy, that know what it is to have a child, and we're also growing a child. And life, and one thing is this: nobody promised you that nothing will not happen. If somebody is not on their feet today, that does not mean they're not gonna get on their feet, because we all have children and we are praying for them to always do right and get on their feet. So we are praying.
Can I respond to Ola?
Yes,
Yes,
after
please.
she lands. Please.
Let me ask you a question right quick.
Oh, you got to cash
Who
out.
are
Oh my
respond?
gosh. Why do people, how can I say, you know what? I don't,
So
I'm
when we
going to say it again. The same rule I say every
When you
day.
guys meet me, can I
5
speak?
minutes. I say it at least 5 minutes an hour. Cash app for questions. You can respond without asking a question if you're able to frame it in a way where it's not a question if you can't send the $5. Ola, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
as we are, in as much you want to put the blame on the men, on the women, my thing is whichever way. We are wives, we are, I mean, single mother, we have children. And whatever we don't want to happen to our children, whatever you are doing, look at the face of your child and see in the future if you will like what is being done to anybody. It's either a girl or a boy to be done to your child, because you never know what your child can turn out to. That's what I'm saying. And I learned.
Okay, I'm gonna call on people. I don't know why the likes are starting to slow up. If everyone can help us get it to 40K, we've been sitting at, 235 for like the last 30 minutes, between 235 and
But why you
236.
guys keep meeting me? I want to speak something, man.
IB,
Yeah.
I don't know what's your problem. You have not shared the live out. Share the
Why
live
you keep
out.
meeting me? Can
You're gonna keep getting muted until you share the live out. Share the live out and you'll get your
right,
turn.
so I want to say something. So why you meeting me for?
Okay.
So right,
All right. I don't think you're a real person.
why you keep meeting me? Can I say something?
Hey, hold on, Slowbo. First of all, child support needs to be increased for most of these dudes, because like the lady was saying earlier, the if the mother's providing a home, food, um, clothing, going to parent teacher conferences, all that type of stuff, all those types of things takes time, energy, and it actually like it gets in the way too of being able to earn more money because you have to be present with the child. So if the parent, which is usually the father, is not in a home, he needs to pay all that he can pay, because having a child is more than just saying like here's a couple $100s for the child. So I think dudes are just being really weak about the whole child support thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't even take that much money from dudes compared to what they get paid. So, and on top of that, it's your responsibility. So nations need child support laws. It's completely necessary to hold people accountable for what they do for when they create children. So there's nothing wrong with it. Of course, any system can be abused. That there can be the outliers of any system that, you know what I'm saying, that can happen. But for the most part, dudes need to be paying more child support.
Okay, and what do you think about BLK men trying to get Kamala to abolish child support?
Are you guys sleeping or something? Come on,
I
man.
think, hey,
You
I
know.
think it's going. I think that's a bad idea because, like I said, if it's already tough for women who have children with dudes that don't do their part financially, then it's only going to get harder because a lot of those
I
dudes, I ain't
know
going
it
to
was
say a lot
child
because I don't know the
support
percentage.
forgiveness. That's what it was. They were trying to get her um to make child support
No.
forgiveness. Are you?
Can
What
I
do
say
you? How
something?
does that make BLK
Can I say
men
something?
look as a collective to try to get something like that? I'm gonna drop you because you keep interrupting and you're not following the rules. Go ahead, Big Mac.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's silly, and I think for the most part, like I said, the system is fair because the percentage that they have to pay is usually not much. compared to their income. They just like to complain. They just like to complain about it. I mean, being a present father who pays bills, you know what I mean? You're looking at paying thousands of dollars a month to take care of a household. In this day and age, at least a couple thousand minimum. You know what I'm saying? So when you say, "Oh, I'm sending $400 a month," you literally just sending food for maybe a week, maybe. So it's not cutting it. And I don't even know what. Okay, baby, I'm gonna get back to y'all.
All right. Ola, what's your thoughts on what he just said?
My thought with what you just said is, why is the men and why is both of them not together? Because probability of them being together and getting wealthier and getting more things to get done is better than one person pushing the whole thing. Why are they not together? Because at the end of the day, when they are together, they're still going to be spending the same money. So why is it that these two people are choosing wrong people? You see, why don't we just vote and get a good person and be together? What's the point of having all these things and then the children are the one paying for it? Because I used to think of myself as a child. If my mother and my father separate, it's going to really hurt me. So, and nobody's going to ask me.
You have a lot of noise.
So,
Phyllis, if you came up on purpose, okay, I see you sharing out now. Go ahead, Ola.
so my thing is, why is it that both of them cannot be together, work things out and make this family work? Why is it that we cannot do that and let the children live with their mother and father, waking up and see mommy and kissing daddy, having a good life?
So
So
Absolutely the law, though. That is what it
hold
is.
on, Big Mac.
It's
Hold on. Now you have pivoted. First you said that they're spending money on nails. Now you have pivoted and said, okay, why are they not together with the man? So that's interesting that you did that.
no, because what I'm saying is being
Well,
together.
hold on. I want to hear somebody's take on that, on how you pivot to why you're not with the man. With the man. Wife Mom, what's your thoughts on that? Then we're gonna go to Phyllis.
Come back to me. I need 5 minutes.
Okay. Breeze Jay, you still have red bars. When you fix that, I'll come to you. Princess, what's your thoughts on how she pivot to now? Oh, well, why aren't you with him?
I'm sorry, I thought I was speaking. I think this is typical coddling, pivoting the same way males do. She sounds male centered to me, because there's a lot of reasons why people aren't together. Ola, there's a lot of reasons why people break up. And I'm telling you, it's a lot of thought that goes into a woman dismantling her family when she doesn't want to. We don't want to do it. So it's got to be a reason. And the fact that you're acting as if a woman's reason to separate her from her child's father is not valid, this is dangerous. You're actually a dangerous person to be up here speaking on a public platform about why people can't just be together. There's a multitude of reasons why people are not together, why families are not together. Again, which is all irrelevant. If a man is the leader, he should be leading his fertilizer into a rubber. I don't understand what's so hard about that. Why I can't understand that? Why are you putting all the onus on the woman?
woman. I said, why are both of them not together? That's what I said. If you look at everything I've been saying since morning, I never say one gender. I said, why can't they work it out? And if this person is not going to work, we should not even have children for each other. Because it's like a child is paying price for the price that these two adults could not even stand to pay. So I'm not blaming nobody. I'm not blaming no one for whatever. Everybody have their reason. I'm just saying, instead of ending to that side, why look at what the brother down said. He said, I'm paying some money. This man is willingly ready to pay the money, but the children are under his care. And he wake up in the morning, see the wife, see the children. And that's what I'm saying. And he said it with a very, see, he said they pay more than that 400. Look at the kind of life he's going to be living. A good life. Everybody wins. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not blaming nobody.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We have Phyllis. Phyllis, if you can answer the first and second question, and then Jazz Doll, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Hello, everyone. The government did not kick Black men out of the home. Um, I'm a 60s baby. And, my mom talked about this subject in a while, and then there was a movie, Claudine, that came out. which I didn't understand at the time because I was 7. I didn't understand why the man was hiding in the closet. But now I do understand what happened. And somebody made some very good points. I think she was on here earlier, where the couple came together as a couple and decided, look, they're going to take this or they won't give me this, and they made a decision. So it wasn't so much that they got kicked out the home; it's just that they came together and made a decision. Um, the child support system has done no wrong to Black men. I think it just got to the point where so many men was escaping child support, and the government had to figure out a way to get them to pay for their children. So they came up with the child support system. But one of the things I want to say, and I'm gonna land my plane, and then I'm gonna drop down so somebody else can come on. I really feel like we are being duped. We being duped because of the simple fact that while Malik and Keisha sitting here arguing about child support and you on the system and you just mad at me because I don't want to be with you and all this kind of stuff. The thing about it is that I say we being duped because we as the taxpayers, the people on these panels, is taking care of those kids for you while you guys are arguing about it. We putting clothes on their back and feeding them and putting shoes on their feet and possibly getting her nails done or whatever the situation is. But what I'm saying is that if a woman gets on state aid and the man, even if he started paying his little $50, because I'm quite sure a man with money is not complaining about child support, we still got to pay the state part of it where they get the EBT card and all that kind of stuff. So the bottom line is that while you guys are arguing about who paying what, and you guys the one who decide to make the irresponsible decision to have a child, we as the taxpayers are sitting here paying for your children. So I just think that we being duped because we sitting back and we arguing about, oh, what the man think, and he can't see his child, and oh, she did this because of this, when the bottom line is that we as the taxpayers are paying for these children. And if I needed the EBT card to pay for my child because I got a real job, they gonna say, oh, you make too much money. But I make enough money to take care of all these kids in the world that I don't even know. That's not my responsibility. So I'm gonna land my plane right there. And I don't know if that made sense to anybody, but I'm just saying that we're paying for these children while they're arguing about it. And I land my plane. And thanks for listening to me.
Princess, what's your thoughts on what she just said?
That is very incorrect. See, the first thing is that the system that we are living under has us in this stupor where we are all of us are going back and forth with each other. That is exactly what taxes are supposed to do. Taxes are supposed to take care of its people. You're supposed to pay into the system so it can give you back. The problem is we're talking to each other instead of going to the congressmen and whoever else in Senate to talk to them about why our tax dollars are being rerouted other places, millions and billions of dollars to go fight for other things. No, this is what the government is here for. The government has been set up in a way to help its people, but they make division in the lower classes, middle class, and the poor people to have them fighting with each other about why, who is paying for it. That's exactly what you're supposed to be paying for. All taxpayers don't pay for other things like that. You only pay for those things if you own a home and you pay into the county taxes. So homeowners pay those. Yes, you pay into that system, but that's what it's set up to do. We're all supposed to be helping each other. The system that we're under, the way we were duped is we allow the government to have the lower classes fighting each other about simple stuff like this. Child support isn't holding a candle to the amount of wealth hoarding that's being done by billionaires. That's the person that has our money, not the people that get welfare. This is social services that we need for the society to sustain itself.
Do you think it's ignorant for BOK people that consider themselves the working class to be complaining about their taxes going to help people that are in their community that have lower income?
Ignorant is not in a way that most people would use ignorant, maybe uneducated, because just because you pay federal and Social Security and Medicaid, that does not mean you pay for social services. It's a difference when you own property and you pay taxes to the county. That's where that tax money is supposed to go. But if you don't really ask questions and you just believe what you hear and you regurgitate things like that, you won't understand that the billionaires are the ones that got your money. They're rerouting your money to pay for WARs and pay for all this extra stuff instead
Isn't
of
that
paying
more
it.
so a white tea talking point?
It is a
I
YT.
usually hear white people say that
It's a YT
to
supremacist
kind of
system.
ignorant, to kind of down talk black people.
No, you got to be educated. You got to educate yourself. It's not down talking them
No,
because
no,
they're
no,
not
no, no,
ignorant.
no. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Oh,
That
sorry.
is a white tea talking point that they use, saying that our tax dollars are feeding you black people, and that is a white tea talking point to diminish black people usually.
I'm sorry. Yes. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you, but you are absolutely correct. That is part of the division that is being spit out by the government to make lower classes of people fight against each other to say we need this to stop. It's the same thing with
When
immigration.
actually our
All of
tax
this stuff.
dollars usually make the richer richer.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. All of the money from our taxes are going into the pockets of the people hoarding the wealth. The top 1% of people are hoarding wealth, transferring wealth, and those are the people that we need to be speaking to, not each other. We're not stealing from each other. That's insane.
Well, let me see. Phyllis, you said black people are not the only people on the state. Hey, yeah, you're correct. So when you come up here and said, I think you used like some ethnic name like Tyrone and Jaquita arguing about food stamps and who's going to be in the house. We're paying the tax dollar. You may it kind of insinuates that you're acting like it's a black thing. It's a black problem. So and now you're saying it's not just them. Well, yeah, you're right. But when you came up here, that can be taken a different way. That's why I don't really like when people just come up, say what they want to say, and drop. Come up and actually have the conversation. Aries, if you can share the live out to 20 people, you'll be next. Jazz Doll, you can go ahead, and then we'll go to Aries to answer 1 and 2.
The government did not kick Bill Cayman out the home. Um, I just came in the live, so I don't want to plagiarize anybody who's already said this, but I'll say it. No, the government did not kick black men out the home. That made no sense at all. There's never been a time in society where the government, the local authorities, or even the military have ever came in people's home, and specifically one target of men, and took them out of the home. And if they did, where would they have possibly taken them to go? Because especially in the 60s and 50s, we were highly segregated and still are, right? So that doesn't make any sense. Welfare was only in 8 states back in the day, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And it only lasted for 4 years before a black woman went to the Supreme Court and had that abolished to where a man can't be in the home. So this talking point is an old, washed out talking point that a lot of black men have been using for years to not take accountability for abandoning the black family. And that's why they use this talking point. So no, that it just makes no sense that the government would be in so much trouble if they took men out of their home, away from their families. That makes literally no sense. And anybody who believes it has to have a mental condition. I'm gonna just say that. The child support system had done no wrong. I'm sorry. The child support system has done no wrong to the Bill K man. No, it's especially because he's the minority on child support. Statistically, BLK women are the least granted child support. Statistically, BLK women, after being granted child support, are the least to get the child support. Statistically, the black man pays no more than $40 every 2 weeks for child support. When they talk about that $400, they're specifically talking about YT men. So this is something that's not even really affecting black men like that. Again, it's a talking point
so that he does not have to take accountability for him being a ain't-ish baby daddy father. And this is what they do. Any way they can twist and turn to not take accountability, they will do that. Child support is not bothering these fathers. They just don't want to pay that $40 out of the check that they don't got because they don't have a job. This is why they're in the rears. This is why a lot of them lose their licenses, because they will not pay child support. I know plenty of stories about BLK men who would rather get paid under the table than have an actual job and have child support take the money out of their check. I land.
Hold on, let me say something, because let me throw something out there. What's crazy is we have to admit that some of these BOK women actually help these men escape child support. And it's time to stop the nonsense. I know a family member that literally helped this man fight for custody just because he was being put on child support. And then once she helped him, the kid was always with her. He hardly ever come and see the kid. And this is what BOK women is helping these men do just to escape child support. But we have Ola saying that BOK women just want to use child support for nails. No, actually, some BOK women is helping these men escape from child support. And then y'all be the ones actually watching the kid while he's running the streets, just to help this man take this woman through hell and not pay the child support.
The crazy part about that, Poetic, is that about 2 weeks ago, there was a viral story here on TikTok where the black father, he took his baby mama to court. He got full custody. And after he had the child for maybe, I think it was like 3 days, he was like, come get this child. And she was like, no, you wanted her. She's yours. So he went and dropped the little girl off at her house. And he did not want the child anymore, which is crazy work. And you're right. A lot of times these fathers put the child, when it's his weekend, he takes the baby to his mama's house. And grandmother end up having the child the whole weekend. They don't tend to these children at all. They just don't want to pay child support. There is a lot of mammies and mothers who enable their sons and help their sons not to have to pay that $40. And literally it's $40.
And that's why I don't agree with the women that's starting this new rhetoric online that is just going to cause our community more problems.
Can I speak from the point of view of a nurse? I'm sorry.
You guys, please, I'll get you in, but please don't interrupt me. But anyhow, that makes me think of this new rhetoric I hear BOK women saying. I didn't hear wife mom say it. I didn't hear other women say. I wish y'all would stop doing that, because I know y'all want the best interest of our community and of women. And I believe that is a harmful advice to start pushing online. And I've heard numerous women saying that going through these social medias, which is, oh, well, if you feel like she sold this or she sold that, or you don't want to pay child support, won't you go get custody? Because some men are actually taking that advice. I'm seeing more and more cases where these men are getting custody because, hey, the courts and some of these desperate women that's social workers and see a man come up in there, they literally will give him custody just because he went to court. And they're not used to seeing that. And now this woman is losing custody of her children. And then once he gets the custody, he's either short-tempered, because a lot of these men don't have the patience that women have. Not that all women have patience. Or he's dropping the kids to the mama house, the auntie house, the sister house, the new girlfriend's house, all to escape child support and all to make sure that he keeps custody. So I don't think that's a good advice that we need to start pushing online, because that is taking some of these women through more hell on top of the abuse that they usually have dealt with. Now their children probably getting over disciplined, yelled at, abused also. And I don't want to get too deep and dark, but like, y'all know what goes on. There's different stuff that goes on. So I think that's the stupidest thing that we could start pushing online.
So
If anything, they should be pushing more so. If you want to be in your child's life, be in your child's life. Yeah, I agree with that. But to try to get custody from the woman just because you don't want to pay child support, that's crazy as hell. Jazz Doll, you can chime in again, and then let's go to Aries.
About it is 66% of men who fight for custody win. But because men don't fight for custody, 94% of all children go to the mother. But that's because fathers don't fight for custody. I just wanted to put that out there. I
Yeah,
land.
and my point is when they do fight for custody, a lot of times it's not for the best interest of the child. It's just to escape child support. And then the child being the effed up predicament. So we don't even need to start trying to push them to do that because it makes no sense.
also, from the point of view of like a nurse, a lot of men be like avoiding signing birth certificates because I do float. So sometimes I am in labor and delivery, but some of them wouldn't want to like sign birth certificates to avoid like, oh, being held responsible for the child that they just watched be birth. And on top of that, when some women unfortunately allow it, like, oh yeah, he don't have to sign it, et cetera, et cetera. But what men don't understand is later down the line, if you do want rights to your child, it's going to be a lot harder if you're not signing a birth certificate and saying to the government, like, this is my child, I am legally responsible.
Well, actually, that absolutely makes no sense because I've done nursing too. And actually, a woman can still get support from the father even if he didn't sign the birth certificate. So actually, you're more so advocating for men that if they want rights to the child, they need to sign the birth certificate. But yeah, it's not the other way around. That's not advocating for women. Anyhow, we could go to Aries if you could answer the first and second question. No, she's not correct. I just said it. Like, if you want to come up here, you can file for child support even if the father does not sign the birth certificate.
I never said that.
Hold on. I'm talking. I'm addressing someone in the comments. You can file for child support even if the father has not signed the birth certificate. So she just said that it's going to be hard for the woman to get support if he does not sign. That is a lie. She can still get support even if he does not sign.
I didn't say that.
So yeah, you did. So regardless of the fact, you can still get support with or without him signing. Now, as far as him getting rights, she said it's going to be harder for him to have rights to his child if he doesn't sign. Yes, that is true. And that's why I said that is a message more so to help the men. That is a male advocate response. Because it's not true for the women. The women can still get support even if he doesn't sign. We're going to move on. Aries, if you could read out the first and second question and answer it one at a time. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The government did not kick black men out of the home. That is a fact. Do I speak on it or do I move to the second and then start speaking?
Please expound on your answer.
I believe, I don't want to say I believe, I want to say I believe. It is known that there have been some interventions that have happened in the black community at a time, but it's not the fact that the government kicked black men out of the home. And I apologize as a black man myself for how things are, because black men, the majority, we're ignorant. The majority don't seek knowledge. The majority don't own up to responsibilities. We as black men, the majority do not hold, if not all, most of us do not hold each other accountable for the things that are happening in our communities. I work as a harm reductionist for a company that uh, works in the community, passing out Narcan and naloxone, and attempting to do our best to uplift communities that do not have the resources. And when I walk into these spaces, it's the front lines of community engagement. Who do I see? I see black women. I see white women. I see women. I don't see men. I never see men. And if there's men in there, it's probably a black man, but they're the ones sitting at the top, signing checks and pocketing money. Um, I I don't know what is so scary about being a black father, but it seems as if they run from it. I'll say we because I'm a black man. I don't want to distinguish myself as if perfect. I have bad choices. But speaking to black men, I have witnessed us get on these panels and downplay the black woman's position and their engagement when it comes to these communities and our children. And we do it every day. We do it every day. We gaslight, we manipulate, and we discredit black women when what we should be doing as black men is one, taking responsibility for our community being the way that it is, because we call ourselves protectors, and we're not protecting a damn thing. Our children are being removed from our society in mass waves, and do we see black men out here hunting to find where they are or protecting to make sure they're not taken? No, we don't. They're still focused on, many black men are still focused on this idea of 50-50, what a woman should do and what a black man should do and how a woman should be submissive. And why are we still arguing and complaining about relationship qualities and issues with black women being too damn strong, when if black women did not display their strengths, they would be victims? My mother was a single mother raising 3 boys. And for the time that I was blessed to live with my mom as she was alive, we did not go without food. We did not go without housing. We did not go without clothes. We knew every holiday. We celebrated every birthday. And my father was great at playing hide and seek. He went to get the milk and never came back. He did not pay child support. And he didn't pay child support. The man has a mansion and a host of kids, and he's still free. Black men, us black men should feel shame. Feel shame and guilt enough to do something different. The child support system has done no wrongs to black men. I'm a black man that pays child support. They've never done anything to me that I wasn't supposed to happen to me if I wasn't paying. I'm not jailed for missing a payment once or twice. They don't take anything away from me if I'm paying. And you can go years without paying child support before they knock at your door or catch you because you done got a ticket or was speeding, pulled over, and they realize, oh, you're in default. And child support doesn't take from me what I can't afford to have taken. I'll land my plane after this. It's extremely pathetic. Us as black men use the talking points of white supremacy, and we uphold white supremacy by sharing and saying and doing exactly what they want us to do. And that is to put our foot on the backs and necks of black women as they try to hold our community up, because we are definitely not doing that.
Wow, what a groundbreaking message from a BOK man. It's always refreshing to hear that we still have some BOK men that are accountable and don't even other themselves. That's unusual. But regardless of the fact, if everyone can help us get to 60K, we've been sitting in the 40s for like about 20 minutes. So if everyone can help get the likes up. If you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me. Aries, what you just said, do you feel like BOK men are listening to you? Do you have any of them maybe wanting to team up with you or inbox to network and gather and help rebuild with you?
I have, in the past week, I've done it a few months ago too. I have put that bridge out there to connect with black men. You know what I get most of the time? I get called a raccoon. I get told that it sounds like I'm not black enough. I can't stand the idea that I had to equate my blackness to the way that I speak, what music I listen to, and the clothing I wear. There is not, and I don't look at the comments when I'm up on the panel, because if I'm engaging, there's no point in reading that. I go to some of the worst lives where us black men are upheld as we're the victims, and there's a few black women in there that, pat their back at the same time. They don't. They have not reached out. They have not inboxed me. I don't know how to reach them without having to sacrifice my intelligence and my worth, because I don't want to lower myself or lower my head to a black man in order for him to seek counsel.
Wow.
You know what I noticed, Poetic? Every time the black men are on the panel that agree with what we're saying, Ola runs.
Yeah.
She never stays up when the black men don't
Because
agree
she
with
doesn't
her.
want to go against the men, so she'll just leave.
That's crazy work. That's crazy
We did
work.
that yesterday too.
That's crazy. The only time she will stay if there's at least one black man that agrees with her message. If not, she always runs. That's crazy.
I think, and more so, she wants the male validation to like agree with her and team up with her. If she don't have that on the panel, I think she gets like, she gets crazy. She doesn't want to deal with this. She just leaves.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's really
she's a
weird.
weird.
It's really weird. Big Mac, what's your thoughts on what Aries was saying?
I agree with a lot of what he was saying. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what he was saying. I still think though that these men are still getting access to women. So it's like, when is that gonna stop being a thing though? Because if me and Aries is out building the community, the ones y'all complaining about gonna be in the bed with the women's.
But I'm just trying to understand, why do BOK men team up together as a collective to push these myths online? But when a BOK man that, wants to kind of rebuild and respect BOK women, take accountability, y'all not teaming up as a collective with with someone like that. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Can I say that I don't think they know exactly that I don't think they're aware of what they're actually really doing. I think they like the clout, they like the attention. I don't think they're aware of what is actually transpiring because of how their movements.
They do. I think they are aware. I think they just don't care. I don't, because like Big Mac just said, black women have given Bill K men so much access. Then what does he have to build for? What does he have to fight for? You've given me everything. And so and not to shift the blame onto black women, because BLK women have been conditioned to see the BLK man as this wounded victim who just needs love and hugs and kisses and pats on the back. And she viewed the BLK woman subconsciously views the BLK man as a weak beta male. She may not think that consciously, but subconsciously her mind is telling her that he is a weak, docile man that needs all the help and support in the world. And that has crippled him to the point to where now he thinks he's that dude. He's a king amongst insects. And that's a monster of our own of our own making, right? So there's no he's not incentivized to build. Build for what? The YT man has already done that for him. He has access to the BLK woman and the YT woman. So what else and Smex is the number one thing on his mind. So what do he need to build for? I already got the kitty. What do I need to build for? That's all that matters. I land.
I actually agree with Jazz Doll. I don't think it's just the BLK woman. I think it was the same thing that indoctrinated men, which was the patriarchy. We've been raised since we were little girls to take care of our baby dolls and go in our little play kitchen and cook meals and learn how to clean up after somebody. We were taught the same things through this. I mean, we were taught the same way through patriarchy that we were supposed to take care of this man. The problem is what patriarchy did, which men don't want to unsubscribe from, is that it made them lazy. It just made them lazy beings that don't know how to take care of themselves, and that's why we're all doing that for them. That's why they have access to women. The patriarchy promised them that access to women no matter what.
That access to women is such a monopoly. I've been on my own for a long time when it comes to like fending for myself, but you don't need a house. I have a home, but you don't need one. Not when it comes to getting sex. You don't need a car. They'll say that you need to have a house, car, and a job, but the truth is, depending on how you put it down and what you look like, that don't matter either. Like there's all these pay to play, but if ain't nobody watching and holding them accountable to like the the how tall you are to ride this ride, if ain't nobody looking, you could be short and still get in.
And I think so too. Like, and I'm not the kind of
Well,
person to
hold
like
on.
to
I'm gonna let
blame
you
on the
get in,
woman.
Big Mac. Heart, welcome up. If you can share the live out to 20 people, you'll be next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I ain't a blame the woman type of person. I believe that like the problem with us, specifically BLK men, is that a lot of us have kind of like fallen into this dynamic to where we doing stuff for access to women, and like we doing stuff for the wrong reasons. You know what I mean? Even the guys, like there's like this movement of like these feminine guys who they go to clubs together, they do hookah together, you know, they buy each other stuff. Like now they doing for other men what they used to do for women. And it's all in the same type of vein of like dudes doing stuff for the wrong kind of validation. The stuff that you really put, the stuff that, like when it comes to building and securing a future for your family, your children and their children, that's the kind of stuff that you don't really see a whole lot of validation from until you're a lot older.
You know, you spend you got to have integrity to be able to live that kind of stuff out. And a lot of us BLK men don't have that type of integrity to be able to be like, look, I'm not going to be able to get my shine on, even though I got thousands of dollars. I got to put this up because this is going to my children. We don't have that type of integrity and values. So when it comes to like a a man like that that has integrity, and when we start saying to the women, well, look, we need y'all to help us get these dudes together, and how y'all can help us is just don't give a dude that is not about that doesn't have integrity, don't give him no access. But the conversation becomes, see, y'all trying to put it on all the women. And it's like, okay, bet. We'll look, the guys over here with the integrity, we'll keep doing what we doing, and then we'll be involved in conversations where it's like we got to answer for the guys that don't have integrity, and it don't work without us working together.
Interesting. So these men are spending money on each other other than the women, getting hookahs and that's
It's different. They different. Like, you know, you got guys buying other guys watches and like bags, and I come from an era where that kind of stuff was unheard of. Like if my homeboy on bad times, I give him some bread or maybe a pack if I'm, what I'm saying, whatever. But like we was doing stuff like that. I ain't never bought my homeboy no gift. Like the first gift I got, as a matter of fact, from like a like my brother-in-law, was a box of cigars when my baby was born. But like other than that, we ain't come from that type of cloth. Like we'll do stuff for each other. I'll help you out in life if you need some help. But I'm not finna go buy you no bag.
Right.
1 second. So let's go to Heart. Heart, if you could read out the first two questions and answer one at a time, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Okay. Good afternoon, Black people. Is everyone doing today?
Good.
Good. So the government did not kick Black men out of the home. No, that's not true. What what has kicked us out of our home is the poor choices we're making. I'm 53 years old. I come from the old school, and I had the opportunity to see both my grandfathers and my father show me what it was like to be a man. And at some point in time, I just think that if we're going to call ourselves providers and protectors, we got to make better choices. We have to learn, we have to evolve, and we have to do the things necessary to make sure that whomever we're with, primarily our Black women, that they feel safe and protected. So the one brother that spoke up on the panel a bit ago talked about some of the things that he does in the community and some of the channels that he goes on where he gets a lot of backlash. The same with me. I like to talk financial literacy because that's one thing that, if you really think about it, has hurt our culture, is not really understanding financial literacy, but more importantly, being exposed to those areas that will allow us to bring in different means of income. So things I talk about is investing. I talk about high yield savings accounts. I talk about life insurance policy, cash value life insurance policy, using your home as an asset and using the equity to build your wealth. And I can't tell you the amount of times Black men that look like me, have tried to shut me down. And I remember this old saying, or not old saying, but a biblical saying. When I was a child, I behaved as a child, but when I became a man, I put childish things behind me. We got to start putting these childish things behind us, and we got to do better. I'm just of the opinion that everything is our fault because we say we're men, we're just not behaving as men. So the brother that spoke about doing those things in the community and holding men accountable, we got to start asking ourselves that at what point in time do we take accountability and responsibility for our actions and for the things that we do? Women are masculine now because they have to be, quite frankly, because we're just not doing the things that we need to be doing as men in the household. And I'm not going to monologue, but I've been married 28 years. I've been with my wife for 31 years, Black woman. We both worked since we got out of college. I got two kids, two grown adults. I don't care where I was at in the world. When my kids needed help with homework or help with anything, I got on FaceTime. I got on video. When they needed their butts whipped, I got on a plane and came back home and whipped their butts to teach them that what they did was wrong. So at some point in time, the excuses got to stop. Second question, the child support system has done no wrongs to Black men. Again, it's about choices. Don't make babies if you can't take care of them. Don't procreate with someone if you're not willing to be the man and take care of them. The problem that we have today, and I think the last brother spoke on, we have two issues. Uh, A, we're not teaching these young Black boys how to be men. And B, what we're seeing in our community is that where there is one woman that won't take that guy who's not doing the thing, there's another woman that will. And until that cycle is turned around, we're going to continue to have panels like this and discuss these things that's not solving the problem whatsoever. So I'll land my plane there. Thanks for letting me speak.
Let me I want to say this. I agree with what
Well,
Big
let
Mac
me
was.
let me address the last thing he said. I understood everything he said except the last part about we're going to continue having these panels that's not solving anything at all. Um, I think these type of panels are helping solve things because it's allowing these things not to be swept up under the rug, and it's debunking these myths. So far as this government did not kick BOK men out the home, see, that is a myth that's being spread by word of mouth before social media became popular. But because of social media, it's easier to spread the truth and debunk the myths for those who are able to understand and accept the truth. So these type of panels where we have real raw conversations is the first step, because first is addressing the problem. Then you're able to, with addressing the problem, you're able to uncover the lie, expose the truth, and since you brought up scripture earlier, so will I. The truth shall set you free. So now that we know the truth, we can be set free and outside of the bondage and arrested mind mentality of believing all these lies. That is part of the healing. Even when you go to a therapist, they get paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars just for you to talk. Majority of the time, your healing is coming just from talking. Do you know how many people come on my panel and just able to release even personal situations that they dealt with abuse, that they dealt with being their family being victims of DV or femicide or having a man that's not paying child support, and they're able to talk about it and talk about their situations on things that are really going on. That is actually therapeutic. So I think it's disingenuous and a direct disrespect to say that these panels are my panels not helping, because there is
Well,
a positivity that comes from having conversation like this. Now, what's not fruitful is stuff like Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels,
and I
Saul.
apologize.
Well,
You're
let me
right.
just finish. Let me just
Yeah.
finish. Those type of panels aren't helpful, because all that does is devalue, degrade women, and don't even give them a chance to speak or a platform to speak or to respond to some of their grievances. On my panel, both men and women are able to say their grievance and get a response to their grievance. And within that, there can be a healing if you choose. So it's all up to that person, just like
And
the.
and let me apologize. I wasn't referring directly to your panel. I probably was referring to some of the panels that I go in, like the fresh and
Don't be
fit type
suspicious,
thing.
because you guys
The
do that often,
Yeah.
and that does not help my platform grow.
And again, I apologize, but I do go into some of these opposition panels where everything is Black women fault, and those panels aren't helping to solve the issues that's hurting our community. So when myself and the last brother that was speaking, when we go into these panels and talk about these things and how we can get better, we get called everything from, being, talking wide or whatever. So again, wasn't directly that at you, but there are a lot of panels out there. They do no good. They just have people come on there and they
Well,
just
yeah,
want
we
to talk
gotta
about.
be specific because we don't want to put everyone in a box.
Correct.
But we'll go to open panel, but before we go to open panel, let me address James Lewis in the comments. He says, while I was talking, he says, I'm gonna make, let me just mute everyone, some noise in the background. But he says, I'm gonna make my next set of Kevin Samuel t-shirts next week. Kevin Samuels, won't you, James Lewis, won't you come and stand on business and come and have the conversation? I see you've been missing. I know that you like red pillars. Why don't you come and give your take? Also, if everyone on the panel and in the comments can help get the likes up, because this live is pushing down into FYP because we're not really tapping. For all those who have tapped, I appreciate you. Mika, you can get in at any time. Go ahead, Aries.
Thank you. Comprehension goes a long way, and not to I don't want to put down, but like the level of ignorance and not just the level of ignorance, but those that clap for the ignorance to go on these panels and attempt to say, not even attempt to, I'll say what needs to be said, and then you'll have the one or two say something against it, and then the panel plus the comments clapping towards that ignorance. Like at this point, I feel like it's like not to cancel people, but there's so many of these so-called red pill, blame the black woman panels and lives. Like we need to start removing them. Like, because on top of it, TikTok doesn't help. They don't want what we're saying and sharing and uplifting to spread. They don't want that. They can't technically keep us from saying what we're saying, but they can keep us from being able to be viewed. They can keep us from, reaching those that need to hear it. But their comprehension level, their ability to comprehend, is poor. It's poor. So if we don't speak in the terms that they need us to speak in for them to hear it, and almost in a way, it's like if they're in a group, they're really not going to hear anything. It's kind of on a level of having to go into their inbox and try to reach them that way, because as they're patting each other on the back, they're patting each other on the back, still in the bucket of crabs.
I think, one thing I will admit though, when y'all are talking about these podcasts, I will say one thing I do admire about white tea women is that when Andrew Tate came out with his rhetoric, they got a petition started and got that man banned from the internet. And I thought that was so powerful. Meanwhile, black women were still calling Kevin Samuels and being berated. And I never understood that. That was so cringy to me. And I was like, we cannot be this obsessed with wanting to be bashed by these men, right? But those YT women had that dude banned from the internet. That was so powerful to me. And I'm like, what? It took Mother God taking Kevin up out of here. And after she took him up out of here, these fools went and got him tattooed on their chest, on their arm, on their leg. And I was like, what in the rainbow? I mean, it was crazy to me. That man was a vile, disgusting cancer that came into our community. And to see us sop and to see BLK people sop him up like a bread and butter is beyond belief. I'll never forget, he passed away BET Awards did a memory of him on BET Awards. And I was like, you can't be serious. Like, our culture is saturated with degeneracy. And so to Big Mac's, he said earlier, we're giving these men access, and I agreed. But then when I thought about it, even if we stop giving them access, you're going to see the grape go up. They're going to take the access from us because black men feel entitled to black women. Even though he can sit online and say he don't want us as much as he want, he still feels entitled to us. And so you're going to see a lot of DV. You're going to see the femicide rate go up. You're going to see all of that if the black woman stopped giving him access and said, you got to work for me. You got to work for this. Black women would be sitting ducks in a slaughterhouse if she were to do that. So now we're in between a rock and a hard place in society. But we are black women. We are partially to blame for that. Let's just be honest. It's not your fault, but we are partially to blame for giving them so much access. I land.
It's on us to do more about that. Like, not enough black men hold each other because we don't hold each other accountable enough when it comes to that. When our boys be just talking and saying silly stuff like, I had a conversation with a famous rapper, a gangster rapper, a while back, and he was talking about different stuff. So I asked him, I say, man, Rick Ross. Why you didn't check him when he made that statement on that song where he talking about putting Molly in her drink and she ain't even know it? So, I be on that type of timing, but most dudes don't. And so I feel what you're saying when it comes to that. And that's something we need to do like yesterday, immediately in real time, which shouldn't have nothing to do with like women changing their behavior. It's just about like us standing on business when it comes to making sure we checking these dudes about that type of stuff, because we'd be crying crocodile tears if it happened to our daughter or our sister or something like that. But when it comes to a stranger, some woman we don't, a black woman, my bad, BLK woman we don't know, then we turn the blind eye, and that's not cool. It makes us look very weak as men and shows the cowardice in us. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
Can I just say one last thing before I drop? And again, great panel discussion. Really appreciate coming up. I would just say, just like we shouldn't say all the lies are not helping or resolving problems. Can we say some black men? Because it's not all black men. I know a lot of great brothers doing some really dope stuff in the community, really good brothers that's been married for years. We get together and talk about, how we can, better the community. We're getting ready to do a back to school drive in my hometown in Georgia. So, I think sometimes when you see the prompts that says black men, there's a generalization, and it's not all of us. It's just there are some of us, but it's not all of us. And I'll land there. Thanks, guys.
I'd like to
Well, let people
Absolutely
respond
not.
to you, Hart. Hold
Here
on.
we go. Here we
Hold
go.
on.
I do
Hold
not
on.
like
Hold
that.
on. Hold on. Allow people to respond to you, Hart. I don't like when y'all try to drop something real quick and then
Okay.
leave. But I want to say this. Nowhere in the prompt does it say all black men.
No,
But
no,
I'll leave it there. Hold on. I'll leave it there. I'm going to let other people chime in because the panel's open. Lady J just came up. If you can share the live out. And Hart, I never seen you share the live out. You can share the live out too. But
I
let's let
shared it
somebody
with
else.
20 people.
Okay, let's let somebody else respond.
Okay.
I don't really consider it like when somebody says men, that it's already a plural word. So you don't have to put another word in front of it to just coddle somebody's feelings. That is your feeling, and until we can take those black BOK men that you and your crew are in, and we can cloak them over the rest of the BOK men, then we gotta say men. We're just gonna say men. If it's the majority, it's men. We're gonna stick to just saying men. We can't just keep saying no. It's some men. It's not all men, because the bad people that we're speaking about are going to jump into that pool of men that are not bad because they're like, see, it's not us. It's not, no. We're saying men, and I say all men. It's all men until it's no men. If you want us to say it's no men, or you want us to specify this small amount of people, then get out there and beat the streets.
And that's fine. I said the same thing on a man's panel when they had black women. I just didn't agree because not all black women are trying to trap men or trying to do all this stuff to men. So I said the same thing on a man's panel when they had the prompt that black women are the problems. I just don't agree with that all black women are the problems. Again, it's
It
semantics.
it speaks to the level of intellect, and this is not calling you other than or less than or dumb, right? It is all it is all black men. And for those that is not, we don't need the pampering, we don't need the pat on the back, we don't need the acknowledgement because the job ain't done yet. So to try to to put the effort in especially in 2025 for whatever reason, if I was to speak on DT, the chief, and I say something about something negative he's doing, I got to turn around and tell other people, well, I think that the other side's stupid too. I shouldn't have to do that. I should not have to soften the blow that they need to feel. So if we start putting a section of not all men, because some men are good, into an effect, that's going to take away from the weight that needs to be filled. Because I'll tell you this, I don't sit at a table with a known perpetrator of SA. I don't sit at a table with them and eat dinner. I don't. It'll never happen. I don't. If you're a bird and y'all flock, then I'm gonna walk. I don't want to even be close to being next to that. So I respect the level of emergency to say all men or all black men until the reverse,
And I
because we
respect it.
know,
Let me
having to
let me
say it
say
out
this.
loud,
Um,
that
let
that's
me
not
say
it.
this.
And
Let me
Aries,
say
I
this real
respect your
quick
I respect
because
your opinion,
let me
Aries.
say this real quick because the prompt does not say be okay men. It says black men. Then when it's put in any black man in a box, what this prompt is doing is being realistic. Yes, you may have 10 good men out here, but that is not enough. That is not enough. There is too much work that needs to be done in the BLK community for there to be 10 stand up guys when there are 100 in line. I mean, let's be honest. It is so apparent, and I say it all the time. It is so apparent that so many BLK men want that title of leadership, want that title of being the head of the household, the one, but they're not willing to make those sacrifices. So when I go to the prompt, the government did not kick the BOK men out of their home. They absolutely did not. The BOK men chose to walk out their homes because they were not ready to stand up. They were not ready to get in the positions that they need to be in, get into their rightful places. So we cannot go and blame a government on the suffering of these children, on the suffering of of, of children that daddies are not in place, not in positions. We cannot blame the government because you're out of line, not the government, because you chose not to marry those particular women that you impregnated. You don't mind impregnating a woman, but my God, you will not marry them. I don't understand
Exactly.
why.
Mika, I want to say something. You're on point. That was groundbreaking, Mika. And I am piggybacking off of what Mika just said. What you want the prompt to say? The government did not kick. The government kicked out some black men out of the home. No, they didn't kick out none of them. So I don't need to put some.
And
Um,
and again, my
Hold on
my
1 second. 1 second. It just doesn't make any sense. When you compare this to panels that say black women are baby mamas, are they that now that is definitely not the majority. But this is handling the majority. BLK men were not, okay? When it comes to child support, the child support didn't do any BLK men wrong. Child support only makes you provide for your children. I don't need to put some. It just doesn't make any sense. But let's let Lady J get in. If you can answer the first two questions, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Well, I just wanted to ask a question. I was listening and I heard someone say,
Well, we don't allow people to come up and ask a question. You have to answer the prompt first, and then the way it works is you just chime in on whatever your statement or response is.
okay, for sure. Um, so as far as the first question, the government did not kick black men out of the home. I would agree with that. I don't feel as though it was the government's fault. I think that was a personal decision either made by the woman or the man. And the second question, the child support system has done no wrongs to black men. I mean, I just feel like if you take care, I mean, if you decide to have a child, you have to be responsible in some way, shape, or form. If you don't want to be in your child's life, then the only way that you can be responsible is financially at that point. So, I mean, I do agree with the prompt.
Let me say this to Heart. Heart, I cannot stand when y'all come up with this not all. I don't, our community, the black community reflects is all, right? It may be a few outliers, it may be a few of y'all who are not, but that is a very small minority, right? Until you guys can show BLK women the different BLK men, we don't, I don't believe it. And I hate when y'all do this. I know some good the black men I hang around, sir. You don't go home with him at night, and you don't lay in the bed with him at night. You don't know what your homeboy is doing when your back is turned. You don't even know what your grown son is doing when his I'll give you one better. You don't know what your wife is doing when your back is turned. So just because somebody may present to you something in front of your face, you cannot go across the street and say that's a good person. You're only going off of word of mouth. We've watched people like Diddy, who's donated to HBCUs, and before all this came out, people would have called him a good man. He's a millionaire donating to BLK colleges. But then look at what he's done, right? You got judges who are being walked out of the courtroom in handcuffs. You got people who are in the army who've been vetted by the government unaliving their spouses. So we cannot just say somebody's a good person because we watched them do one or two good things. So we have to stop that. Our community reflects horrible men. Let's just be honest. BLK men and women were born in the same country, in the same states, in the same household, by the same mother, in the same family. Yet black women were able to turn their lemons into lemonade, become college educated, become homeowners, become the fastest business owners, competing against YT men and Asian men in the workforce in corporate America, while black men are still stagnated. The BLK men being in college has decreased in 2025. So we have to talk about that. Learn the difference between singular and plural. You're old enough to be my father. You should know that. So I
Okay.
don't think you came on this panel with good intentions at
Well,
this point.
I did come on the panel with good intentions, first and foremost. Second of all, you will never hear me not say that black men need to do better. That was the very first thing that I said. I said that everything is on us, if you were listening to me. So I never come on a panel with bad intentions. That's not me. You have your opinion. I respect your opinion and will continue to respect your opinion and everyone's opinion, just like I have my opinion. But I never come on a
Heart, from
panel with
black
bad
man to black
intentions.
man, I
And
do know
again,
that our
I will
level of
say, and again, I will say, we, the men in our culture, we do need to do better.
hey Heart.
Yes, sir.
I would what I would say I'll take for what I would say what I would do is I wouldn't defend, I wouldn't speak towards, I would acknowledge what she's saying, right? I would apologize for my transgression, and then I would listen, because what we're trying to do is be a better example. So for those watching, show them how to listen to a black woman when she's telling us the truth and giving us something to grow on, whether you want to acknowledge that in this moment or not.
Aries, completely agree with you. The only issue is that saying that I have bad intentions when everything I do on a daily basis is to try to help those that look like me. That's where I have the
Soon as
issue
you
with.
said
Hold
not
on, hold
all,
on,
soon as you
Jaza. Let's let him land, and I'm actually gonna go to somebody else.
So I appreciate your response. I respect your opinion. But again, and again, if I came off wrong, I apologize for that. But I don't come on anyone's panel with bad intentions. That's just not who I am.
Okay, Hart. 1 second. King, you can chime in. You were up here earlier. You ran when people started to rebut you, but they're not here anymore, so you can just chime in. Leon, share the live out to 20 people and then answer the prompt. Go ahead, King. It's open panel until Leon is ready. After King.
Um, so one, I didn't run, I had to go. Two, I didn't even get a chance to get all of my points across. Like,
Leon, you always do this. You come up and drop. You are so weird. I'm tired of you. Go ahead, King.
yeah, all right. And two, I really didn't get any point across without being refuted before I even said my point. And three, I don't understand what the whole.
I gotta stop you because all
You
that
talked for
energy
a
that I'm
long
hearing,
time.
we need to bring that down a notch. She asked you to go ahead and address
Well, Mika,
address what you
let's
want
let
to
him go.
address.
Thank you, Mika. I'm gonna let him have free will, but I did let you talk for a very long time. So just go ahead and chime in on the conversation.
Okay, well, I just came up.
We're still in the first two. You say
Still in the first two.
get your point.
I'm not going to touch the first one. Child support system has done no wrongs to BLK men. The system of child support, and in my opinion, has it done any harm? I would have to say so. Only coming from a male perspective, right? I'm only saying this. I feel like the push should really be for, like, if a couple does not, don't choose not to stay together for whatever reason, whatever it may be, to come up to some type of common ground together. And if that common ground cannot be met, then to add the government. If you scroll on social media enough, child support is a big issue. It is a lot of the time the go-to thing to do from a male perspective, from seeing a lot of men who have been on child support. I have a friend. He's been paying $750 a month for 20 years. I don't know how he got up to 20, but he was paying for 20 years, and he just got to the point where he stopped. This man worked so much overtime just to make ends meet. Not because he doesn't want to take care of his child, it's because the expectation is very high. It wasn't based on his income. It was based on it was based on a certain income, and he wasn't able to bring it down. And he did fight to bring it down, but his child's mother felt like, okay, why should he pay less money? Because he is making less money. And she won. And that's one of those unfortunate events, but as a consequence, he had to sacrifice time with her in order to take care of her by means of child support, as opposed to being like, okay, you know what, you pay this amount, maybe you can get her a little bit more, or come to some type of common ground. So is it blatantly just saying, it's out to get black men? No, the system itself is broken. And there's some things that can be improved. Now, does it benefit? Yes, it does have benefits. It absolutely does. But in every case, no.
Like I told Hart earlier, I guarantee. See, you only heard his side of that. I guarantee you, if you talk to the baby
I didn't
mama,
hear
hold
anybody's
on,
side.
hold on,
I just want to
hold
throw that
on,
out there.
hold
I
on,
didn't hear
hold on.
anybody's side.
Nobody interrupted you, King. So go back on mute. Nobody interrupted you.
No, no, I'm just
So
clarifying. I did not
nobody
hear
can when
anybody's
I
side.
finish
I'm just now coming in.
when I finish making my point, you can correct me then. But don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you. Like I said, you only know about that whole situation because your homeboy told you. I guarantee you, if you talk to the baby mama, she has a totally different story. So, and it wasn't what she decided, it was what the court decided. Let's start there. So, at the end of the day, evidently he wasn't trying to be a provider. So, because guarantee you this, if a man is in a child's life and he's taking care of the child financially, what would make the baby mama want to go to court in the first place? Let's start there. So you can miss me with it. Every time y'all have this conversation, it's some home. But I thought you was gonna hit us with the usual. He been paying child support for 18 years, then find out the baby ain't even his. Like y'all, that's y'all go to with every child support story. Oh, look, he ran.
He
I'm
gonna
sorry,
say that
y'all.
he had to go. He did that the last time, and then he
Oh,
got
okay.
mad. You see how he came up here and got mad and said, "Oh, I didn't run. I had to go." And I didn't get to finish my point. He gonna come back again and say he didn't get to finish his point and he had to go. This is ridiculous.
They always have that
But hold
same
on. But
story.
these are the men that are all throughout our community, but we have to say some. I don't think it's a some. I think unfortunately, I think it's a higher percentage than some. Panel's open. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll land on this. That is I swear they all have that same story. I know a homeboy, I got a cousin, my brother, my next door neighbor, nephew, best friend's son at church, was paying child support $1,200 a month and find out the baby wasn't his and can't do this. Like they all have this same story. I land.
Not my best friend cousin that
I was in boot camp, Marine Corps boot camp, when my son was born. I got out of boot camp. I served. I was making so much money. I came back into society, making less money. They still charged me the amount that they charged me per month. Guess what I did? I kept my mouth shut and I kept paying. I don't understand that. And I did just other myself. I just don't understand that.
Well, that's one thing we can agree on because I personally think if you make a child, you need to be a man and take care of it. So if you have to pay child support, you just have to pay it. Life is about choices.
Especially when you don't have the money to pay at the time, then guess what, y'all? I owe y'all until I
So
can.
don't procreate with a woman and not expect to be a man and take care of that. So you won't get any pushback from me on that because I completely agree with that.
Let's see. I haven't heard much from Lady J. Let's see if she wants to chime in.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. You know, if you're gonna have children out of wedlock, you have to hold yourself accountable. If a woman decides to put you on child support, like Jazz Doll said, it's more than likely because you weren't doing what you were supposed to do to begin with. And as far as what determines your child support, it is based on your income. I know the guy that just left was saying, "Oh, it's not based on your income." That doesn't even make sense. They're not going to tell you to pay $2,000 a month if you can't afford to pay that. And what people don't realize is that, okay, $750 may sound like a lot, but when you really think about your child's future, college tuition, expenses out of the month, all of that can equate up to that amount. So it's nothing wrong with someone getting that kind of money for child support. And I'll end with that.
It
Hold
really
on,
baffles me.
Mika, you got some red bars, but I'm about to chime in. Right now, the likes have not been moving for like the past hour. Again, if everyone on the panel and in the comments can tap, those who have been trying to tap here and there, I do see you. I do appreciate you. But I want to say this because she said if you decide to have a child out of wedlock. Some people are married and they get divorced, and the men will still complain about child support. So child support is not just based on the stereotypical baby mama. People are separating, people are married. There's different ways to get on child support. So we have to address that and just not put out that stigma or stereotype that is just people that never got married that are being put on child support. I just wanted to throw that out.
I just think
I
that
agree with you.
majority.
Hold on, like, black women. We got to abandon that marriage is going to save us. We got that.
You're breaking up.
I'm not going to save anything. Oh, I am? Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
You got red bars. But go ahead, try to go.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me now? Okay, what
Yeah.
I was saying was, black women, we have to abandon this myth that marriage is going to save us. Like, married BLK women are the most miserable. And our divorce rate is 3 times our marriage rate. Marriage is not what, it's so many single married mothers right now that exist. Like, we got to be, prime example, let's do some celebrities as an example. Kim Kardashian is a 4-time baby mama, and she was married to her baby daddy, her kid's father. That LeVar brother, he just made 2 baby mamas, one of them he was married to. I can keep going on the list, on and on and on and on. Marriage is not going to save us from nothing. From nothing. So yeah, I don't believe, and I'm getting married in 2 months, and I don't think it's not the end all be all for nothing. So we got to abandon that way of thinking. I land.
I want to say this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you have red bars, but we can hear you.
It really baffles my mind when I hear men talking about how much they have to pay for child support. Are you serious? If you had to pay $5,000 a month, who cares? That is your child. You decided to lay with that woman and do what you did for 2, 3, sometimes 1 minute, and that child became a part of you. So I don't understand the problem with accepting your responsibility. Yes, your responsibility, not just a woman's. If you know in your heart that you do not want a child, you're not ready for a child, financially, mentally, emotionally, there are precautions that you should have took. Main one is not indulging in unsafe practices. But you sit up here and complain about, I have to pay $500 a month. So what? My God, that is your child. That is, you are to be an example to them, for them, and because of them. But you sit up here and complain that you got to pay $500 a month. Man, miss me with that. I land.
And let me say this. When you talk about unsafe practices, people are not acknowledging that some women, because I didn't have men tell me this before, like that I was in a relationship with, like, oh, let's have a baby. Or some women are literally having babies by guys deliberately. It's not always unsafe practices. Sometimes they both agree, or he play around and be like, oh, I'm gonna put a baby in you, and really do. And then when she get pregnant, be happy. And then later down the line, either get mad at her or whatever, or she done with him. And now he don't want to support the child because he don't have access to the woman. Not every man is accidentally getting women pregnant. If you had to ask me, I think majority of them doing it on purpose.
So true. That happened to my sister. My sister has a 1-year-old. I'm sorry, wrong child. My sister's 13-year-old. Her baby daddy and her planned my nephew, and then after she had him, he vanished. Literally
They be
vanished.
setting girls up to keep the baby. Like, not everybody. We need to stop this stigma that all these women are trapping these men and keeping a child that he don't want. Sometimes the men are trapping the women by tricking them, making it seem like they're going to be there, wait till the baby actually get here, and then watch her struggle. Literally setting her up to be a single mom. That part doesn't get talked about enough. It's always the story of, oh, she trapped him. She knew that he didn't want no baby. No, some of these dudes is getting these women pregnant on purpose. Especially if these men, because a lot of times they don't believe in marriage anyway. So why wouldn't they? They feel like at least they get to procreate and leave their seed because they don't believe in marriage. So they'll pick a pretty educated woman that is a sucker for love to have their child. It happens way too much, but they want to put it in the media that, hey, these women are trapping these men or trying to put a baby on them. I'm done. Panel's open.
Let me say this real quick. That is so true. Like, if a woman ain't holding a pew pew to a man's head, ain't no such thing as trapping a man with a child. That's his bodily fluids going inside of hers. A man knows when he's about to climax before a woman does. He has multiple options that he can use. That makes no sense. And I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna go back to the conversation about 10 minutes ago to Hart. That when Hart said what he said, Hart, these conversations are important, right? Because I have a mother and a big sister who were very I wouldn't say they're pygmies, but they were male centered, black male centered, very much so. And I've always been liberated from that way of thinking. And for years, I have been trying to wake up my sister and my mom from being black BLK male centered. They both now have TikTok accounts. And from just listening at BLK Men, it has literally woken them up. So I'm glad that these type of topics happen because it's opening the eyes to a lot of BLK women who are in slumber right now. I land.
And I agree with you. I apologize if I came off as saying Poetic's panel or topic didn't matter. It does. I agree with you. I was referring to some of the things that I've heard from panels. Again, the example we gave was like a Fresh and Fit that teaches young black men to do everything opposite of what they should be doing. So those were the ones I was referring to. But yeah, you're absolutely right. These topics and panels do matter, especially when they can wake us up to things we need to do better, because all of us should be open to doing things better.
Let's go to the prototype. If you could read out the first two questions and answer it.
What conversation we on?
The first two questions, if you could read it out and answer it one at a time.
Hold on, say it again.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. The government did not kick black men out the home. I ain't fully aware of what went down in the 60s, but just by word of mouth, I think they placed systems for women to not want men in the home. Yeah.
Could you expound on that? Them placing systems to not want, for the women not to want the men in the home.
Yeah, sure. By word of mouth, I heard that they placed things like public house and stuff like that for not to need men assistance. So if you want to blame it on the government or whatever higher ups, I'll say yeah. They did.
So you're going by word of mouth. Okay.
It's the only thing we can go by.
And you're believing that. I want to hear more for the second one. You see, Hart, you have a lot of work to do. If everyone can get us to 70K, Hart, I challenge you to stay to one of my lives for like 4 hours and see what type of men, and you can survey this, Because what do most statistics are census? What are they based on? It's a survey. So I literally do this daily, and I meet hundreds of different men who say the same thing he said. I can literally survey that it was about 90% men on my panel that would say the same thing that he just said.
You know what? I will make it a point to, I think I followed you already, but I'll make it a point to come in on your live. I totally disagree with everything he said.
Yeah, like
Um,
Shayna said,
ed,
it's
ed, edu,
literally
edu,
a case.
ed,
It's literally my own case study.
yeah,
So that is way
education
too
and
much.
learning is fun.
Well, hold on, Hart. That's way too much men. I have men all over the country, different parts of the world, come on the panel and say exactly what he said. And because there's hundreds and thousands of people that come to my live since I started streaming, we can't even make that an anecdotal.
Yeah, and again,
What
as I stated, hang on, Aries. As I stated, guys, for me, just at my age, I think everything is our fault. But, at some point in time, men have to do better at learning and educating themselves and just owning up to things. And, I know some guys in the comments or whatever may say he's capping. It's just what I believe. I strongly believe that we just gotta do better. But I will definitely make it a point to start coming on your lives daily,
It gets
even during my
hectic
travels.
sometimes. I'm gonna tell you,
No,
it gets
no, I
hectic.
like it because what I can appreciate, guys, I can appreciate respectful dialogue. I can appreciate disagreement and agreement. That's what it really should be about. I'm 53 years old, guys. I never stopped learning. One of the reasons why I was in your live for so long, because I was learning stuff, and I value different points of views. I value different points of views from people that either look like me or don't look like me. So this has been great today, guys.
But
I disagree with everything you said though, Hart, because you don't have to learn to understand. I believe we need more understanding than learning because everything that you learn is systematically.
hold on, because I'm actually talking. But
Oh,
Hart,
go
we
ahead.
just heard the prototype just give out something about this first topic that anybody that actually have facts, we have several articles to prove him wrong, and he said, "Oh, everything's just by word of mouth." No, there's
Yeah.
factual evidence of a black woman going to court to literally make sure men are able to go inside the home. This is an actual fact, but this man just came up here and said it's word of mouth, and he believes that these systems kept them out of the home. He believes that with his whole heart, and he says we have to go through word of mouth. So there's a lack of education where you can actually research the facts. This is what BOK women are dealing with. There's tens of thousands like him. That's what I'm trying to get you to realize. It's not just some.
I believe you have a comprehension issue. I never said that was my.
No, you did just say that the
you have a
systems
comprehension?
are in place that literally took them out the house. And you're entitled to your own opinion, but somebody's going to rebut you or respond to you to educate you on what the truth is, and it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not.
I mean, I want to say that,
I
Poet, and I yield. You know what I'm saying?
no no
Like for
no no.
ever
Hold
since
on,
the
hold on. Okay, go ahead. Matter of fact, go ahead.
ever since the '60s, we don't have nobody standing up for our community, and he want to sit here and preach learning. What is learning gonna do to cultivate a new space for Black people? Like that was a
You
rhetorical.
supposed to stand up
Well,
for a
well,
community.
well
What
let's
you
let
mean
let's let
nobody? You supposed to stand up.
well
Hey,
let's
look, you
let
ain't
him
gotta talk hard to me, bro. Like this a good space for to make change. You ain't gotta talk to me like that, bro. And I ain't saying that you don't do or don't. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
wait, gentlemen, hold on. Let's let you answer the second one so we can get your perspective before we go to open panel.
The child support system has done no wrong to a Black man. I can't speak to every man or situation, but I don't think the child support system is necessarily wrong towards Black men. I think it's fair in some sense, in some cases.
Could you expound? Because just the other day you said something different about what they're doing to BOK men with child support.
Can you remind me what I said?
It was just something about like the consequences or something you had mentioned.
I don't recall bringing up. But anyway, um, yeah, I think it's fair. I think if more men fought for the rights of their kids or custodial, you know what I'm saying, here, I think that more men will win. But like everybody got their own experience to go by.
Okay, don't be afraid to stand on business. See, this is why I let people talk before everyone come at them, because then they'll be scared to be as transparent. And that's why I set up my panel the way I do. Some people are smart enough to know or actually think about it on why I set up my panel the way I do. And so people can say how they truly feel. We don't want to hear the fake interview version. We don't want to hear the first 90 days of a job version. We don't want to hear your probation version of the topic. People will come up here and cap if they feel like it's necessary. And then other times people will come up here and be very transparent and say what they really feel, especially if they feel like the panelists are going to come all at them at once, especially if it's other men to men. They're going to sit up there and not, going to hold back. So that's why it's good to allow them to finish before even saying nothing, because I believe his second answer to that second question would have been totally different if Aries didn't approach him already. But regardless, let's open panel. Let's start open panel with Jazz Doll.
So, if whoever you heard word of mouth from, they straight lied to you. It makes no sense when Bill came in, the prototype. Bill came in are the minority group on child support. And I'm sorry, Bill came in. Bill K women are the minority group of women who are on government assistance in the 60s. That has been dominated then and now by YT women and YT people. So it would make no sense if that did not destroy the YT community, it didn't destroy our community. So whoever told you that probably was a drunk who's on a corner with a brown paper bag saying, "What up, young blood?" Probably told you some what y'all call an OG. Probably told you some stuff like that. Next time you talk to him and his eyes are bloodshot red, don't listen to him because he don't know nothing he's talking about. That makes no sense. Our community, like Poetic said, a black woman, her last name is King. She went to the Supreme Court and had that overthrown. She said it's unconstitutional to tell me that my man can't be in the household when we're dealing with aurism and he can't find a job. And they in the Supreme Court with her.
You got red bars
It,
again.
it only lasted.
You got red bars
Okay,
again.
can you hear me though?
No, it's very
Okay,
choppy.
I'll land.
All right, panel's open.
Yeah, like to me, y'all conversation be so performative, bro. Like y'all, like this, man. But anyway, YT people are more structured than us, so that's the conversation right there. We ain't even really gotta have that. And I wish these conversations would be more anecdotal, because if y'all want to bring statistics, that it is not gonna solve anything. We've been stating statistics for the last 40 to 50 years. When are we gonna get out of that and say our own wrong? Like I'm man enough to come on this panel and admit where I'm wrong at. That's the start of evolution right there. But if y'all want to get up here and pour your trauma out on the next person, y'all can have it.
Can we please have a conversation?
I'm down
man,
for it. I'm down for it, as long as you keep it respectful, bro. I ain't for the clickbait shit.
regardless of what it is that you're saying, I'm asking to have a true, genuine conversation with you, because what I don't understand, right? You'll say what you just said, basically gaslighting and trying to manipulate the conversation, but you're gonna sit here and your topic point is off of word of mouth. How does that work? Tell me how that adds up. From word of mouth, you'll come up here as a man and state what you stated, but then you want to say that this is clickbait. So the other stuff is what? What's the word of mouth? God's hand?
That's me. That's me being honest, saying I'm truly not. I'm truly not in the know of what happened in the 60s and the 70s, but I know what's going on in my life anecdotally. That's what I said about word of mouth. That's what I heard. I have no way to validate it.
May I brush my teeth?
Do
You have a
you?
way to validate. You can educate yourself.
Yes. What can? And this is not to be funny because you're using words that I hear a lot on these lives, right? But I would love for people to know the definitions of anecdotal. Like, you know the definition to use that properly.
If I used it right, we don't have to prolong the conversation with semantics. We don't have to do that. If I used it right, do not worry about it. See what I'm saying? That's clickbait.
Do
Why?
you
Like, if we
understand
hold
that
on,
we're
hold on. If we talk,
uplifting? That's
listen,
the
hold on,
premise.
hold on. I wasn't through. If we talking about progression in the black community, if you give a DAMN about the community, what the hell does me using the word properly? I mean, knowing the definition behind it or not? If I used it correctly, tell me. That's not a
I'll,
question. That's a demand.
I'll tell you. It's not a question. It's a demand. Hey, listen. My ego ain't that soft for me to feel some type of way by you demanding me, as long as I'm being demanded the right way. So, you being able to use the term properly in a sentence, but not know it as a definition, it speaks to your level of ignorance. So you're going to get up here and sit down and speak on some stuff you don't know. No man, whether you believe it or not, no man is going to take word of mouth and walk into a room and speak out in front of everybody as if he's standing on business. Because you're not standing on nothing. You on a soapbox feeling yourself. How do you do word of mouth? You gonna take word of mouth to court? If your friend give you some word of mouth and say, if you say this in front of the judge, you'll be free. You willing to bet 60?
You can't, bro. You cannot make that synonymous. That's not synonymous. She volunteered me up here. So what I have to bring to the conversation really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if we're here for the conversation, can we come up with a safe space
Don't
to,
put
you know?
it on me like that. That was very weird. Like
I mean, no, I'm
no,
being
let me
honest
finish.
though.
No, I'm gonna respond. You've been coming to my lives this week. You must have just discovered my lives. You've been coming up to the panel. Yesterday you crashed out and dropped. Today you're listening in, and I don't know why people feel like, oh well, I have to put it on this person that I came up. Like, you're up here, just speak for yourself. Like, you don't need to put me in it. Y'all talking man to man.
Hey, can I ask him a quick question? Because like he said
Well,
something
we
earlier
gotta
that.
do cash out for questions.
Okay, my bad, my
Y'all
bad,
could
my
just
bad.
say what y'all gotta say to people, but I wanted him to finish his response to him and keep me out of it.
I mean, what it seems like is either he gonna blame word of mouth or he gonna put it on a black woman for his inability to hold his own ground. And I'll land my plane.
My point is this, bro. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the progression of our community. If you got some gems to drop, you can drop them, but you don't have to try to, like, you know what I'm saying, piggyback off of something that I did that you deem is wrong. You don't got to demonize me at the end of the
Is
day.
word of mouth not piggybacking?
I mean, if I'm telling you that if I heard this, what is it, bro? Can we move past it? That's what wrong. We want to talk about the past. I
What's
understand here. Hold on, I wasn't through. We want to talk about history in the past so long to prolong our future. Like, okay, we get it. We got it. You might know more than me. Educate me. Don't belittle me. Tell me what's up.
if you feel belittled? That's not what I did whatsoever. You feel attacked because what I'm telling you is true. You coming in here on based on word of mouth. That's not changing or helping a system or equating anything to what we're speaking on. So maybe you should take experience and then speak on that so you don't have to sit here and feel like you being attacked.
Okay, all right. Let's base it off this, right? If I came up in Wilcox County, Alabama, right? If my education system told me this, the only thing that I can go by, right? Now, I mean,
No, wrong.
I'm not saying it as an absolute, but I'm just saying like until I further my education, this the only thing I can go by, right?
Cash out for questions. Go ahead and finish your point.
But anyway, so this is what I'm saying. Until I get a further glimpse of what may have happened in the '60s, that's the only thing that I can go by. So I can't sit up here
You've
and
been
tell you
on the
something
channel, and
willfully if
these people literally have been given the information of facts, and even showed the article earlier. BOK Betty showed the article, and you were here. And you can easily just Google the person that Doll just mentioned, and you can look it up yourself. But you still want to go by hearsay.
I mean we're in the middle of a conversation. Why would
You
I?
could just flip over. You don't even have to leave. You could flip on your phone and just go to Google. You don't even. You just go in Coffee Cup for 1 minute for that. God damn. You know what? I'm a chill. I'm a chill. I'm a chill. Cause Prototype, he. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna say what I want to say. I'm not gonna joke around right now.
You got soft skin, you can say it.
Okay, because you just like, why you be coming up here doing this? Like,
I mean, because these come like this is what I'm trying to work on my platform. I want to hold real space. I'm not trying to come and challenge the dynamic of your platform. I'm not trying to do that. But
no,
when
you
I'm in the
coming
midst
here to
of
get
people that talking about
pointers.
the things that I talk about, I want to talk about raw things. I don't
You
want to
coming over
like.
here to get pointers, and I get it. But the thing is, like, what I was gonna say was probably like not that nice. So I tried to hold back from it. But like, no, it's hard for me to hold back because I mean, you got on camera. I think you're handsome. You said you had a crush on me, but when you come up here and you talk, you 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 lessen the attraction from like the way you talk. Like you're not talking intelligently, and it's like you don't even want to be um you don't even want to further like your wisdom or education on certain topics. You want to just believe what you want to believe.
But why it can't be? Maybe I'm just different, and you haven't, you know what I'm saying, basically met the other side of my intelligence. It's nine versions of intelligence. I don't have to come up here and like spew everything that I, you know what I'm saying, retain in my brain by book smarts. Like you said, I have wisdom. That's my intelligence. You know what I'm saying? I have a high IQ and wisdom. So sometimes it's just good for the listening people. Like it's a lot of candy heads that can give you good game. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you just gotta hear a person out.
Well, if you have
First,
wisdom, it's
Can you
pretty.
respond to gifts being sent, and can we drop mod announcements? Hold on, Jazz. I'll make it you in a moment. I would like for you to answer the prompt. Aries, what's your response to what he just said?
for the first, what, 10, 15, 20 minutes, word of mouth didn't have a reference point. But after I challenged him, then he said it came from school. So then you found your way out. You had enough time to find a way out because school had to be what the word of mouth was. So you're telling me in school, a white man or woman told you that it was the government, right? Like, stop playing. Stop playing. Please do not insult this black woman's life and these black women who are giving factual experience based off evidence and knowledge. You talking about your knowledge. You calling people candy heads. You a grown adult. I'm going to say grown adult. I'm going to leave man up to word of mouth.
Um, so prototype. Why don't you want to like expand your knowledge on certain things instead of just saying it's hearsay?
Because like I'm different, bro. Y'all trying to support the system. I'm trying to break that hole. That I can't dumb
I'm
myself.
not trying to support this system.
Yeah, I mean y'all are. Listen, you talking
No,
about institutional
hold
knowledge.
on.
I don't care nothing
No,
about that.
listen, the prototype. Literally, I've had prompts saying, why don't the BOK man challenge the white T man system and break the system? Even if you guys have to boycott sports or football, something that's going to get their attention, because the NFL is owned by white team men. If you guys start hitting their pockets, they'll probably actually listen to y'all. We actually talk about solutions like that you guys do not want to take, but you've been dropped by a money pow pow. Again, I don't drop anybody. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow, and we'll go ahead and drop them. Again, I don't drop anyone. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow. I will go ahead and drop them. Also, um, if prototype, if you want to save your spot and support the platform, if you really like, you act like you like me, but you don't send gifts or nothing, you can send a gift to save your spot. But what's funny to me is whenever I say someone's handsome, or if that person flirt with me, somebody drops them. I find that very interesting. Aries, if you can chime in, and then we're gonna go to Jasmine.
I just want to express the fact that what I witnessed, what I seen, was that he had no, there was no real, there's no real anything. And he continued to knock your live, which out of all the lives, regardless of how many people are watching, it's usually the lives that are the best, that mean something to the black community, are the ones that aren't being seen. So for him to come up here and continue to knock down your live off of word of mouth and saying, like he's trying to, he wants something that's going to really make an impact. What it sounds like he's indoctrinated, upholding white supremacy, and under the boot of word of mouth. Like that give me, because that bothered me to my core. And he had too much time to bring ignorance and not enough time to look up evidence.
Wow. Let's go to Jasmine. If you can answer the first two questions, and then I know you wanted to respond to some things you heard.
The government did not kick out the BLK men out the home. Absolutely. I would say that they did not kick them out. The BLK men choose to leave because the government were not kicking men out who were married to the women that were living in their homes. A lot of BLK men they sway away from marriage. They like long-term relationships. So they felt like, oh, okay, I don't want to marry her. So yeah, I'm just pick up and go. The child support system has done no wrong to BLK men. Absolutely no. They're holding them responsible because they have the notion to think that because their relationship is over with their children. So no woman wants to sit around, have to keep calling the man to do this and do this and do this and that third. Most of the time the women go to child support when they have their hands is being forced. We call you one time and ask you to do something for your child, you should do it. We shouldn't have to call you 1,100 times to get you to do things for your child. So they have no choice for that matter. But what I would say about Prototype, is that he said that he's a man of wisdom, but yet he does everything to come up here and discredit everything that people say. He's not open to what other people are saying, and he wants to go off of anecdotal experience. But why is it that you want to go off of anecdotal experience, but every time women tell you what their anecdotal experience with these men, as far as children and marriage and all these other things, y'all do everything to come up and disregard it, to try to deflect and project off of it. So I just found that really hypocritical of him saying that he's a man of wisdom.
Wow, that's groundbreaking. Narrative, we're still waiting for you to sort the live out to 20 people. Once you do, you can go ahead. Everyone shares it out. I see Hazel. Hazel, why don't you come and stand on business? I'm so tired of you in the live all day. Don't tap the screen. Don't send any gifts. And then you want to have the nerve not to even answer the question, but you're viewing for hours. Tired of it, Hazel. Let's go back to open panel for now.
Comment on what Jasmine just said. The reason why he wants to do anecdotal evidence is because he was going to give us my homeboy cousin paying $700 in child support. That's what they want to do. That made no sense. But when he first started talking, he was like, "Man, going on somewhere with all the education stuff," and that they're anti-intellectualism and blah, blah, blah. Intellectualism. That's what they are. They don't believe in having an education. It's willful ignorance. That's what that is. It's a willful ignorance. Because I don't necessarily think that was YT supremacy that he was standing on. He just wanted to blame black women. YT supremacy does not blame black women. He just wanted to blame black women. He didn't want to be told nothing different. And Aries called him out. At first, it was word of mouth. Now it's education. While sitting up saying, "I'll get on somewhere with all that education stuff." That's cap. I land.
All right, I want to say this. This has been a very interesting educational conversation. I appreciate each and every one of you coming. Everyone who came on the panel and stood on business, I appreciate you. Um, a narrative, I'm going to let you answer the prompt.
Okay, thanks for having me up. The government did not kick the black man out of the home. No, the government did not. Child support system has done no wrongs to black
Oh
men.
my gosh.
No, they did not. Black men are content content with oppression for sports, video games, and smacks. Yes, they are. I can't see the bottom.
You
Black,
said yes, they are.
yeah.
All
Black
right.
women aren't highest group collecting food stamps. No, they're not. The government
Okay.
didn't kick the black man out the home because once he
Hey,
realized that,
Jazz Dog, come back up. I'm gonna extend a few more minutes.
can I go?
Yeah.
The government didn't kick the black man out the home because once the black man realized that the government was doing more than he could do, he sacrificed and stayed away because there were requirements that if he was around that she would lose the benefits. So he kind of said, you know what, I got to go find my way, or else I'll go deal with another woman who will take me with nothing, because the government is doing so much for my family and I can't do it. And emasculated him. Gave her the food stamps, gave her everything, basically replaced him financially in the house. So he couldn't make any laws. He couldn't put any feet down, especially if he wasn't bringing home the bacon. So he willingly left. As far as child support is concerned,
No, let's just deal with the first one.
okay, you want to go further into that?
You. Where are you from? New York?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 46.
And how long have you been living in America?
All my life.
And are your children? Not your children. Is your parents American?
Yes, they were.
Okay. All right. Jazz Doll, could you respond to him? I don't know why I'm feeling sleepy. Go ahead.
Yeah, the here's the thing. It's the old saying, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Sir, the men had already abandoned the woman and the child before she got any government assistance. So what you're saying is just simply not true. And you said he didn't have any power to go against it. Around that same time that you're talking about, black men were black men were going to the Supreme Court fighting for access to Wachi women. So you see where his priorities lie. He could go to the Supreme Court and fight to have smicks with the YT woman, but he couldn't go to the Supreme Court to fight to get access back in his own home. So what you're saying is just not true. You sound just as delusional as that other one who just got kicked off. That makes no sense,
I mean, I'm here to
right?
learn too.
Okay, well, good. I hope I just educated you.
You did, because I didn't know
Okay,
that.
perfect.
So
Yeah,
you
they
telling
were
me you've
willful.
been living for 47 years and you're just getting educated on this?
I didn't know that men went to the Supreme Court to fight. I mean, back then, for you to even show that kind of interest, they was handling that in the street. Like them people was afraid of that. So I didn't think that men had the guts to go down there and do that to a YT judge. I mean, how foolish would that sound? We just got finished drinking from separate water fountains. To go down there and ask for that out of all things, I would think that would be almost jumping out of an airplane without a parachute.
Absolutely. When you get a chance, get on your Google and type in Pace BS Alabama and watch what pop up.
It was in the
That's
60s.
yes, that
Well,
was in the
one
60s.
second. This person, Haiti America, you said Jazz Doll's lying in the comments. Won't you come up and chime in? Narrative, you're telling me you never knew that and you're American?
Why would I know something like that?
Okay.
I don't know. Why would I think
Why
some
would
Well then
you be
how did you know
educated?
about how did you know
That's
about
like me saying, why would you be educated? That's ridiculous.
you saying you didn't know that? How did you know that the black woman got all these insensitive why am I tongue tied today? How did you know that black women got all these things that where she didn't need the black man?
it was publicized? There were documentaries. There were movies on it.
No, there was never no movie about black women choosing welfare over the BLK man. That's only some social media stuff that black men
There
have
were
put out.
documentaries showing the workers coming to the women's houses, making sure they weren't living above any means, making sure they didn't have microwaves or color TVs.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And when those workers will find those
That's
BLK
as far as my
men,
that's
hold
as
on,
far as my intelligence goes.
narrative. Let me educate you real quick. When those workers will find those BLK men stuff in the home, they did not put. Most of them were women. Let's start there. Those were women coming to the home. When they would find those men stuff in the woman's home, they did not kick him out the home. They would kick her off the program. She would get kicked off the program. I'm gonna be like Umar Johnson for a change. She would get kicked off the program. Nobody ever got kicked out of their home.
So
So when you look at those documentaries, look at them and they're full and see what they're showing. They'll show the woman being kicked off the program. That is still into place today. If a man is in the house, no, that's what the black lady, the king lady who went to the Supreme Court, that's what she fought for. So what she said was, my man is struggling just as much as I am. So it's unconstitutional to say that I can't have a man in the house. So they agreed with her and they said, well, we won't kick you off the program. We're going to run his background and his information, and y'all both can qualify. If we see he's able bodied, we will then just kick you off the program, ma'am. That's what they put in place back in the 60s, and that's still in place today. So where this narrative that y'all were kicked out of the home, that's y'all just not taking accountability because y'all abandoned the women and children that you created.
No. See, abandoning it wasn't abandonment. But think about it. If it's an opportunity or possibility that this worker can pop up at any time and see me in here, my kids are going to lose the little bit of benefits that they're getting. Why would I jeopardize myself as
Hey,
a
I'm gonna
man?
get you in. If everyone that just came up can share the 20 people, I'm about to get y'all in.
Why would I jeopardize this meal that they're getting that I can't provide? So that guy who was getting caught in there, that was usually a stepdad or another person because the real dad wasn't there.
What are we arguing? Because then that means the real father abandoned her and the children.
No,
So therefore,
he
hold
left
on,
to keep
because
the
hold on
program
one
going.
second, hold on,
The other
because
guy
one second,
jeopardized it.
you're actually in your
Wait,
defense. I'll play
Jazza, hold
devil's.
on. Jazza, we gotta get some other people in, but you guys, let me just say this, and Jazza, you can expound after I get other people in. Let me just say this. I think these BOK men, they know exactly what they're saying. They're saying that they were not allowed in the home. They are admitting that they were in other women's home that they were not married to, already being married to other women, sleeping inside of homes with women with children that weren't theirs. They were getting kicked out of their mistress houses, and they don't like that. So when they say that men were being kicked out, they need to be specific, but they're leaving that out on purpose. They're not admitting that these were the men that were already married to other women and want to go be Papa Roller Stone and go be at any woman's house, and they could not stay there because they were not married to these women, and they were already married majority of the time. They were in their mistress houses. That's why even in that case that you look up, they were talking about children that wasn't his, and he was already had children from another household. So they were getting mad that they weren't able to spread their seed from household to household and jump from woman to woman and stay there legally. So in that regard, they're actually right. They're just mad they can't be 304s back then, like they being mad that they can't be 304s as much as they want to now. That's really what it is. But they're not going to admit that part. They keep leaving that part out. That's what's going on. That's what the whole contention's about. They're mad that they're being kicked out of their mistress houses. This is ridiculous. Hazel, if you can go ahead and read out the first question and answer it. And I want to address something Aries said, because I didn't really like it. It didn't sit well with me, but maybe it's just my TikTok new creator ego. He said that, lives like this not getting enough views. Well, you know what? It's not. It's not getting as many views as maybe like, I'm trying to think of somebody popular on TikTok. But like Kevin Samuels, or like when he was alive, are people like that. But for regular TikTok creators, it's getting a decent amount of views and pace as a new TikTok creator. I haven't even been on here for a year. And it's been pasting pretty well for a new TikTok creator. And it's been spreading pretty well for a new TikTok creator. But I do openly support and appreciate more support and more views. So if you guys can subscribe to the channel and also subscribe to my YouTube, because we do need to support panels like this more that allows the myths to be debunked. With that being said, Hazel, go ahead and answer the first question and answer it. Hazel, what are you doing? You freaking... Hazel always just likes to come up here and irritate me. Let me go to KGR instead. KGR, if you could read out the first question, answer it. You think you respond to what was said?
The government did not kick black men out of the home. Is that a question?
Yeah.
No, the government didn't kick the black men out of the home. These men were never married to these women. Again, what the government did was state if you are an able-bodied man, there is no reason why the government should be paying for you to live off of them. So, and even that is not, completely accurate, because that whole rule was, again, that was only for 3 years. So what is your, what's your excuse now? Like, it doesn't make sense. For the most part, if you are supposedly the man of the home, the man of the house, you are not married to the woman who lives there, and you're not related to the children for the most part in said home. Why are you laying up in this woman's home and not contributing? If they are your children, again, why aren't you married to her? Because married couples can and do receive Section 8. You can be married and get all benefits. You just have to make sure you qualify financially. So that whole spiel is a lie. And it's all done to try to make it look like black women were doing something wrong when, I'm sorry, this ninja ain't working, ain't contributing to the household. We're not married. And he's living off of my government checks, my Section 8, and placing my children at risk of homelessness. I mean, obviously, D is so much more important than kids eating, right? Like, it's just another example of dudes wanting to be mothered by their partners without actually having a real responsibility in said household. So, yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. And Nara, whatever your name is, dude, you didn't watch any of the documentaries, because if you actually had watched the documentaries, you would first and foremost find out the number one recipients of Section 8 housing as well as government benefits are white women, and have always been white women. So if their men weren't kicked out of the house, it's because those men were married to them, not some dude who was married to another woman who also is getting support, like getting assistance, and living with another woman who is getting assistance. All the while, he's not financially supporting either household. So what you're talking about is trifling ass dudes. I'm gonna land.
Wow, groundbreaking. Narrative, go ahead and chime in.
I don't know what happened there, but you went to people who getting it the most. That's true, YT people, but the people who hitting it the hardest is the JEW people. They're hitting it the hardest.
Dude, shut the front door and shut up. Okay? Like, just shut up. What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea
No
in China?
profanity.
Stop
Come
trying to
on,
get
guys.
her
No
game.
profanity.
Stop trying to get her bananaed. Because what does that have to do with anything? I was pointing out, you guys keep talking about black women being the most on all this government assistance. I was debunking that. So focus on the actual topic and stop saying stupid crap that's going to get her bananaed.
Why you think you could talk to me like that?
Okay, listen, let me hold on. It's getting too wild. Let's get some green hearts in the chat, some fruits in the chat. Please, TikTok friendly language. You guys, let's just use TikTok friendly language and move on. Narrative, cash up for questions on why you think you should talk to me like that. Matter of fact, we're gonna move on for a moment. TZ, if you can read out the first question and answer it.
I would say the government did not kick out black men out of their home, so it's more of a choice. They may have dangled a bone out, that made it more appealing to women to take, but
So ultimately, it was the women's choice.
of course.
All right, could you expound on that?
I mean, I think it takes two to tango, but I'm saying like it takes.
You said dangled a bone.
I feel like
No. Let's stay on that point. You said they dangled a bone for the women to make a choice. They chose. You're basically insinuating that they chose the government instead of the man. So tell me, how did they choose the government instead of the man?
Well, I mean, first off, cheating was definitely at a all-time high. So I mean, and some people, I feel like females with the cheating, I feel like that plays a part, that you're pushing them to that decision, especially if you're not taking care of your duties and stuff too. On top of that, so I mean,
So you're saying the women started cheating on the men?
no, men.
Oh, the
Were
men
cheating on the women.
Okay.
And I feel like that pushed them, sour the relationship or whatever. And
So they weren't even together. So that means that, okay, never mind. I'm not going to even respond. I'm gonna let guests respond for now. KJR, what's your thoughts on what he just said?
I'm confused. I have no idea what. Okay, so dudes were cheating. Cool beans, great, whatever. I'm still trying to understand what duties she was responsible for to a man she's not married to, when she most likely didn't realize this man was already married. And also how that has to do with anything we're talking about when it comes to accessing support to ensure that her children are safe.
most likely they have kids together, correct?
No, that's not true. That's actually
Most likely, yes.
no. I'm telling you, because they actually have studies about this. These were not the fathers of their children. The fathers of their children had either unalived, disappeared, or were nowhere to be found. So these are different men. So what are you talking about? Like, do y'all?
If we're not talking, if literally what I'm
They're
talking
still
about,
talking about they want access to their mistress' houses. That's what's going on. But go ahead, TZ.
wait, sorry, what you said? What?
Just go ahead and finish what you're saying. All right. See, he just said that they dangled a bone and the women chose government instead of the men. And now he crashed out and left. Narrative, go ahead and chime in.
I mean, I hear a lot of, they saying this black man was cheating and all that. He could have been starting another family, trying again, Maybe he felt like he found the one, so he had that feeling a few times. She's good. She's taken care of. He's the one that's got to try to figure out where he's gonna be. So as long as he's in that desperate need, there's gonna be a woman that's gonna accommodate him, and that's how these Rolling Stones happen. I mean, it was a means to an end. It was an adaptation to a system that was really against us. but we had to stay away to make sure she was good. So we had to get in where we could fit in, just to feel like we were men.
Why not just be men? I mean, like, seriously, sitting around crying and expecting women to build you up, to place themselves at harm, to be your rock when you aren't providing anything. You aren't a man. You aren't an adult. Let's just call it what it is. You can't even adult right.
Okay, can I
Well, hold
please
on,
say?
narrative. Hold on. Let me say something. And I want KGR to hear this, but she's probably already aware of this because she'd be on TikTok too. All day, it's only about 2 men that openly admitted that this is not true. Majority of the men said the government kicked out. Well, let me mute everyone. Somebody has this buzzy noise. Majority of the men came up and said that the government kicked out the men, and they're pushing this narrative. And we have people like Derek Branch that just said KGR is a hater in the comments. What he does with his viewers and supporters, he likes to flex that he has 302K followers, and he pushes that narrative to the men and women that follow him. So we have hundreds of thousands of people getting this false narrative, getting this myth pushed into their brains, and instead of them researching to see if it's actually true, they continue to perpetuate this false narrative on and on and on. That's why I have numerous of men come up on my panel and tell me the same regurgitated lie that, hey, the women literally took the bone. The women are the ones that chose the government. Yeah, the government kicked out these men because the black women chose the government. And I just want to point out the fact that we have someone like Derek who likes to lie to our community and further this broken mindset that is not helping us, it's hurting us. Because then BOK men of this generation are despising the women based on things that are not even true. But y'all can chime in.
Let me say this: it's easy for them to believe something like this because it relieves them of all accountability. If you were to ask them, well, why are y'all not in the homes in 2025? Surely welfare is not coming and kicking you out the black woman's home today. They wouldn't have no answer for that, right? So it's easy for them to believe stuff like that. Welfare was created for war widows. That's what it was created for, and then it graduated to single mothers. When you hear people like that scam artist Umar Johnson who sits up and say stuff like, well, back in the 60s, marriage was at a 75, it was at an all-time high. It was at an all-time. That's because it was called the poor man's divorce. And what would happen is the BLK man would say, I'm going for a gallon of milk, and he would never come back home. There's a rapper, I can't remember her name, I think it's Roxanne or somebody. She played Kilolo on Martin. She talked about this in her she did a bio in her movie, and she talked about that happening to her back in the 70s. How her mother had worked so hard and saved up all this money to get them a house. And the daddy told her, I'm gonna go get a truck to move so we can move into the house. And she said they never saw her father again after the mother gave the father all that money. He abandoned them, right? So if you abandon, again, that's why I said which comes first, the egg or the chicken. These men have already left the house. Then I guess they want the children to starve to unalivement so they can feel okay, right? So it goes to show you that they don't really care about the children. They just don't want her to have a better way out. And so I don't understand, like, it's willful ignorance. I just want to believe what I want to believe. I just can't see it being that way when it's showing you what it is. I'm going to land on this. Poetic, earlier you mentioned the song Papa Was a Rolling Stone. If you guys go and listen to that song and the lyrics, not just the chorus, but the verses, the men are actually talking about, that song came out around that time. They're talking about what the men were doing in that time. Wherever he laid his hat, that was his home. And when he unalived, he left nothing but heartache and pain. I land.
In defense of men, right? In defense of men. It might have felt like abandonment to some, but
Why
that
would
is
you care, Derek? That sounds like a hater. That's weird. Like, why would you care? Why are you pocket watching? Go ahead, narrative.
I think it might have felt like abandonment to some, but I think a lot of times when he left, he went and created other situations and was dedicated to those situations. I think he went to the path of least resistance. I think he tried to find the path of least resistance until he found it.
That's your excuse. So he's allowed to start multiple families. He's allowed to abandon what's there just because maybe, oh, his feelings, he was hurted. But again, y'all are the dudes who say, oh, happiness isn't required in a marriage to women. But when it's flipped, all of a sudden you think, oh, well, he wasn't feeling fulfilled, so he has every right to walk out and abandon
Hello?
the family. And that's what you
Okay,
do.
talking. I'm gonna drop you. Like, I don't understand why you're doing that. Like KGR is talking. You just came up. KGR, are you done?
I'm trying to understand that. So if a woman were to sit there, have multiple children with multiple men, and leave the children with said men, you all would be calling her everything but a child of God. Men
Okay.
are allowed to drop all of their responsibilities, make new families all over the country, and not support them. And yet women are supposed to sit there and, oh, well, he didn't mean it. What? I'm sorry, this is not a question, this is a statement. That shows how little you think of yourself as a black man. That shows that you yourself view yourself as nothing more than a child with no comprehension of anything and thinking that every one of your minute needs is so important. That shows how little you think of yourselves as men. And that's disgusting, and I feel bad for y'all.
Okay, let me say this. Talking, if you can share the live out to 20 people. Also, you guys, please, if TikTok drops you or something, please just say, oh, I got something happened. Could you bring me back up? When y'all be like, why was I dropped? It's like a pet peeve of mine. I love my girls or whatever, but when y'all do that, it's so irritating. Because you already know I don't even drop people. Unless you, and if you didn't see no Money Pow Pow drop you and I didn't announce it, why would you go to the comments? It's not good. It's not good for those who are listening to think that, oh, well, Poetic just dropped her for no reason. And then you got people banding with you in the comments. Please don't start that shit because I'm end up muting you because that's irritating to me. I don't even drop people. And why would I drop, why would I drop you of all people? Jazz Doll, you have been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. Again, Jazz Doll, you have been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. If anybody wants to save Jazz Doll's spot, just send anything higher than a Money Pow Pow, and we'll get her back up here. Jazz Doll been up here cooking. Ain't gonna lie. Anyhow, Original Queen, if you can share the live out to 20 people. Hazel, let me know when you're ready. Narrative, go ahead and chime in.
All right. Can I talk about black men are content with oppression, sports, video games? Can we talk about
Yeah,
that?
you said yes. Why? You said yes. Go ahead and expound.
I mean, they're exploited. It's a form of exploitation. They exploit themselves for their careers, and then if they get hurt or if they can't produce no more, they're cut and forgotten. Why would you dedicate your life to that? You know, you got guys that's betting on sports, betting rent money on sports, expecting some woman to ask their family for loans because this guy got a gambling problem. Like, you're putting sports, you're putting that above. I understand you're trying to make some money, but if it's a problem, it's a problem. And the video games, everybody think they're gonna be some video game person. You know how many hours it takes to focus and learn a video game and be good at it to the level of getting money? You got to spend 24, 36 hours straight on these games to get that good. All right. And as far as the smecks, I mean, I feel like guys are that's. I mean, what else are we going for? What else is controlling our desire? What else is motivating our behavior, if not that? So when that becomes the general motivator of your behavior, that's way too much attention. That's way too much energy for you to focus on. You can't focus on nothing else. You're blinded. It's like a three
So
thing.
are you making excuses for BOK men to be content with oppression?
No, I'm showing you how they are.
Are you one of them?
Look, I would like to sit up here and say no for fashion, but my behaviors and my participation and everything, I have to say yes.
Wow, this is very mind-boggling. Um, Talking, let me know when you're ready. KGR, what's your thoughts on what he just said?
I'm sorry. Okay, so it's escapism. Okay, so you guys utilize video games as escapism. Which, okay, cool. Great. Escape, do whatever. But when you're literally, you all want to distract yourself so you don't have to act. And that is where most of us get irritated because you're distracting yourself instead of acting. And then you want to blame women for why you're unhappy. And that I think that's why I have an issue with the whole thing you just said. It's like, yeah, we're just, we're trying to, we can't do anything. And I don't know. It is in your control. You do have control over this. Like, you can't control anybody else except for yourself. And again, it's the excuses for being mediocre and subpar. It's bizarre. Why don't y'all, like, I don't understand why so many black men refuse to hold themselves to a higher standard. That's all I gotta say about that.
This is what I want to, let me chime in for a moment because BOK men are always talking about they're oppressed and they're this, and black women need to understand what they go through with the white team men and the oppression and acism and da 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 da. But you guys are content with it. You just admitted it. As long as you have smecks, video games, and sports, you're okay. You're content. So you're only using oppression only for sympathy and only for your convenience to pivot the conversation from accountability when BOK women are bringing up stuff that you guys should be accountable for. Because you just said it, narrative, that you're fine. You guys are fine. You're content. That's why you guys aren't marching. You guys aren't trying to do anything to break this system of oppression over you guys. You guys aren't boycotting sports. Hardly none of you guys stood with even what's his name? Kaepernick or whatever his name is. You guys aren't doing those type of big moves to change any type of system or laws that come against you guys because you're content. So stop using it for an excuse when it's convenient to tell the BOK women why you guys can't strive to do better. Rolling with boxing, you have to share the live out. You came last time because you didn't want to share. You back again. It's still the same thing. Share the live out. If you don't want to share, then okay, you ain't gonna talk. Talking again. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, if you can basically answer all three, but let's just keep it under 2 minutes.
Okay, so the government did not kick black men out of the home. I agree. It's just as simple as going to work. I grew up in a home where my mother was first receiving Section 8 benefits, and when she got pregnant with me, my father did not want that type of lifestyle, so he went and got his CDLs. And from there, he told my mother, I don't want you to work because I want a certain structure at home. So since I have my CDLs, you can go ahead and be a stay-at-home mother now if you choose. And so this was in the 90s. So just because you are in an oppressive situation does not mean that someone should have the power over you to keep you in that situation. So if you have all of your senses, You have every capability everyone else does to get out here and go get it. So to put majority of that leadership in the hands of the women to make them responsible for your livelihood, I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of BOK men constantly get disrespected. So when you ask for submission, when you ask for her to be with you, to lower her standards, but then you turn around and say that someone else has more power over you, I think that you have to pay attention to how you all are delegating yourselves. If Black women, if BOK women can organize ourselves, we can call town hall meetings, we can protest, we can lobby, we can gather ourselves, no matter how we are toward each other. When we know it's an external force that's working against us, we organize ourselves as a collective and do what we need to do. And I guess BOK men need to do that. No one should be able to put you out of anywhere. That's the first one. The second one is the child support system has done no wrong to BOK men. I mean, I would have to agree with that too, because you are in control of your seed. And if you are not in control of your seed, then you can't be trusted. If all it takes is lust for you to spill your seed in every woman, you have a bigger problem. And your problem is not with women. Your problem is not with family. Your problem is with each other, is with yourself. Black men are...
Wait, hold on. Why nobody tapping? Come on. We have over 100 people here. Can y'all please help me get it to 90K? Thank you. Everyone on the panel and in the comments can tap, and if you're not the one talking. Go ahead.
And that's it. The other two I'll leave to someone else.
Could you, what, so, okay, so you don't want to answer the third one?
Black men are content with oppression, sports, video games, and smacks. I mean, I guess that's their vices. Like, I don't... I'm not sure. I would have to dig a little bit deeper than that, but I think that that's just their vices. Like the same with the weed. You know, I think that
We
that's
can't
just...
say that. We can't say that.
Oh,
3 hearts in the chat. You could just say Z-Rugs.
okay. So yeah, it's the same with all that stuff. I think that that's just their vices, and I think, like KGR said, escapism. So I mean, maybe you should bottle that up and put that into something more productive. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Okay, Roland, if you can read out the first question, just do the first one, the first and second one.
So I can't do all of them?
Okay, fine. Do all of them.
Oh, I can't really see the second one and the third one because, like,
Well, then don't do that one. Just do the
we're
first one.
covering the second one and the third one and the fourth one. I only can see the first one. These are
Well,
boxes.
perfect. Just do the first one.
I agree and disagree, but to the second one, statistics shows that Black men are more involved in their children's life than any other era right now. So
What are you talking about? I don't even know which one you're answering.
the second one,
I thought you said you couldn't see it.
I see it now.
Oh, you are so difficult.
I am. How?
You guys, this is nobody new. He used to come to my live all the
How am
time.
I being difficult?
When I first started
Answer
going
the question.
streaming, he literally likes to troll me.
I'm trolling you right now by answering the question.
Okay, do you want to expound?
Okay, you just don't like hearing the truth, and you just hate Black men.
Oh, here
That's
it
all.
goes. Here it goes.
Roll your ass out of here. How about that? How about you roll your ass out?
Why don't you suck my dick, bitch?
I'm about to drop you.
Yeah.
Listen, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. See, I knew he was waiting to crash out. He's a troll. I told you guys. You think I say just anything for no reason? I knew he was waiting to crash out. Don't be talking to KGR like that. Narrative, go ahead and chime in. Roland, if you want to come back up, you need to use TikTok friendly language, and don't you ever call anybody a B word on the panel. Crazy ninja.
when I was talking about the third one, right? I didn't really kind of understand. I mean, I see the word oppression there. I see sports, video games, and I see that. But as far as how that's concerned with oppression, I think I might have looked at the question. I wanted to get the correct way to look at the question. I mean, I have several outtakes on this oppression word. Hello?
Go ahead. We're listening to you. What are you? Are you talking?
Because somebody had responded and say that's why you guys don't march. That's why you guys don't do nothing. You know, you guys are cowards. I heard
That. Go ahead
somebody
and
say
say
that.
what you're
Might
gonna
have been.
say. It's not somebody. You know I said it.
All right, boom, right?
Did you
Yeah,
want
we
to
might
say
not. We
something?
might not. I'm getting it together, right?
Oh my gosh.
So we may not have the power to overcome that system. But guess what? You guys do. You guys can overcome it for us.
No, what are you talking about?
Hold on. Derek, if you want to come up, anybody can get kicked. Like some of the biggest creators come to my live, even they can get kicked. I just make it higher. If you want me to make it higher for you to get kicked, I will. So that means you're worth more. How about that? Talking. Go ahead. What you were saying?
But see, this is what I'm talking about. Why would you put that leadership responsibility in the hands of the BOK woman? So if you are saying that you all don't have the power, you all don't have the capability to take back your power, but we do. So this means that we are the leaders. This means you don't deserve the submission, right?
You know we got to do cash out for questions. Cole,
Oh.
if you just came up, share the live out to 20 people, but you can say what you want to say without question. If you can't send the cash out right
Yeah,
now.
because this, like, I'm not understanding when I hear that type of rhetoric for them to say that we have more power than them. It is just very discouraging. The women in your community should never have more power than you. And if that is true, that is something that should not be allowed. No one is like, we are not asking for this.
I'm going to say something that might be controversial, but I don't think men should be in any type of leadership role because they've proven multiple times throughout history that they suck at it. Black men who claim to be leaders and then sit there and, again, do the same thing of, well, you black women need to do all the labor for us and let us take credit, because that's really what it is. It's laziness. And men are not meant to be leaders. I need you all to get that out of your head. I don't care whatever religion, thought process told you that. It's a lie. Men are not meant to be leaders. And they've shown it time and time again. Specifically, black men continue to show it time and time again. So please stop with the trying to get them to, the platitudes will not get them to actually act. They want black women to do all the hard labor while they get to sit back and take benefit from that. And I'm seriously sick of this.
KJR, what's your thoughts on what Derek said in the comments? He said, men literally made the world you live in.
That's interesting because
what world?
There would be no world if women didn't actually birth you guys. So with women not birthing y'all, I mean, that's cool. Let's look at the world that we are sitting at, okay? Let's look at the world today. We are stuck in a fascist, dystopian life. People can't afford to eat. Children are going hungry. They're being sold. You have an entire ecosystem being unalived by men's behaviors because of greed. Men are harmful to children, women, and each other. We literally have a P3DO and rapists in our office, in our presidency, because y'all were too afraid to vote for a black woman. Y'all literally are sitting here talking about, oh, we're the leaders, but we need y'all women to do everything for us because y'all have more power. Black women do not have more power. We just have more tenacity. And I think that that's the issue. You all are lazy. You are lazy and entitled. You're not smart because you have never had to be, because there has been a black woman there fixing everything for you your whole life. And now that you actually have to stand on your own 10 toes, oh, we need to come together. We need the black woman to help us. No, you don't. You know what? When y'all refused to vote for Kamala and the numbers we needed y'all to show up, you know what? We said we're done. And we meant it. So y'all niggas hold your own nuts. I'm sorry, y'all ninjas hold your own nuts. Black women will not help you all anymore. And I'm sorry, black men, when you sit there and claim you built the world, okay, if you're going to take credit for the things you, the accomplishments of other men, then I want you to take responsibility for what men are doing now. That means you are responsible for every essay that happens to a child. You are responsible for every single boom boom that goes off in the Middle East. You need to take responsibility for the fact that you all are poisoning water all over the world, that our infrastructure is caving in, that we have lost access to education. So don't just take crap, don't take the credit for the things other men did, because that wasn't y'all, unless you're going to take responsibility for the crap that they actually put forth. So stop with this bullshit, because you didn't build shit. I can guarantee.
Come on, the profanity, please.
You haven't built anything. I can guarantee you don't even know how to build anything. I bet if I asked you where the starter was in a car, you would be like, well, why are you asking me? I bet you don't know the difference between the starter and your alternator. I bet you wouldn't know the sound that each one makes and that's how you figure out what's wrong with your car. So stop claiming credit for things that other men did that you had nothing to do with, and then denying responsibility for the things you did have something to do with, which is all the harm that is currently happening. And I'm going to land there.
Not only that.
Hold on 1 second. Kay, you're just sitting there. You haven't shared the live out. What's going on? All right, I can't even hear you. I'm just going to mute you and give you some time. Go ahead, talking.
Not only that, but 70% of black children are raised in single parent homes. So how do men make the world go round when they're not even taking leadership in the lives of the people that they are creating? 70% of black children are born in single parent homes and being raised in single parent homes. The primary custodial parent is a woman.
You're
so what
talking
leadership, what area? You all don't lead in any area.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead. She's chopping up.
It's kind of ironic that these kids of today, these young guys of today, are expected to be leaders, and everybody knows they came from a single parent home where they didn't really see a leader, or they saw multiple half leaders. I don't know how it works, right? But these kids, these guys, 20 years, 30 years old, right? They're going into the dating pool and they're expected to be these great leaders, right? Their mother used to hit them, discipline them, hit them, punch them. As they got older, they hit them with different things. So they basically taught this boy how to be violent. And then we're also going to expect this boy to not be violent in his relationships to his female. You taught him the violence.
That's actually statistically incorrect. Corporal punishment as a form of discipline in households has actually dropped significantly since single mothers have taken over. Did you know that corporal punishment actually went down because it's usually perpetuated by the father? Because you all are the disciplinarians in the household.
Can I land though?
No, I mean,
You
you're
had
not
pause. You had stop. Don't do that. Let her finish. Well, I guess she's done. Go ahead.
So
See, you be pausing and thinking for so long.
all right, go ahead. I'm good. Go ahead.
Do you don't even be knowing what you want to say? Okay. Kay, you can go ahead and answer the prompt. I see you shared the live out.
Yeah,
You're far away from the mic. You sound muzzled.
it was when I first jumped on this live.
We still cannot hear you. I'm gonna give you a minute to fix it. I'm gonna come back to you. Okay, so narrative.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say what you were trying to say.
I'm just saying it's like a catch-22 because, you know, we don't have these role models in our lives. We grew up watching Michael Jordan. We grew up watching Mike Tyson. We grew up watching rappers. We grew up with all types of influences other than our dad, right? So we was trying to build our identity growing up, trying to build an identity. We didn't have one. But when we're old enough, we're expected to have everything together that we never learned. We never learned any of this. We never witnessed none of this on our account. Now, God bless the people who had dad to see how dad was treating mom and on the birthday and on the anniversary and doing special things. You know, God bless those kids who seen dad and knew how to, sweet talk and know how to understand mom. He had a hell of an example to follow, right? But if you didn't see that, you don't really know how to really do this. You only know how to handle things how your mom handled things when she's upset. So your anger and everything you do is based on what you learn.
Why do you guys pretend like you had no male role models in your life just because you were raised with a single mom and accuse and blame your mother as if you don't have no teachers, no coaches, no pastors, no uncles, no freaking grandfathers, like nothing. You guys continue to just try to find a way to blame the single mom. And the dad wasn't there. Sometimes you guys' dad was there every once in a while. And then on top of that, when you have a working single mom, sometimes y'all say the mom was barely there either. So the after school programs raised y'all, or the TV raised y'all because your mom was at work all the time trying to pay the bills. And then you guys envy people with two parent household, and you don't know that a lot of times those dads were always gone. And then you say, well, okay, these men pick up these traits from the single mom. What about the people who were raised by two parents but still never seen the dad because he was at work all the time? He was a workaholic. He had two or three jobs, and when she wake up, he's already left 4 o'clock in the morning. And when the kid when she go to sleep or when he or she goes to sleep, he's not home from work yet. So like, you guys are just pivoting just to
Okay, but
sound good.
dad leaves rules behind. He's there, he's not there, but he got rules all around that house that we got to follow, even though he's not there.
Mothers, like that is the stupidest statement. So mothers magically, I did know this, Poetic. Moms have no rules. I was completely unaware that moms have no structure, even though they're the ones who create the structure within the home. So I'm just trying to understand this because that's ridiculous.
All right, host, can I talk to the host real quick?
Go ahead.
It seems like everything I say, KGR is calling me stupid, calling me like just disrespecting me. Is that okay for me to be up here as a willing participant, respectful guest, to have this woman keep disrespecting everything I say?
Okay, so let me tell you this. I give everyone free will on the panel and in the comments. I don't over police anybody. But I do
Okay,
feel, hold on.
I got it.
But if you feel like they're doing too much, you can always drop them. I don't drop people. It's only a money gun to drop. So if you were tired of KGR, you could have dropped her.
No, 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 it's not
Money
that.
pop off.
I don't know if she's a mod, because
She's
these
not a
panels, I
mod.
know
If
she's
you
a
wanted to
mod.
drop her, mods can get dropped too. So if anybody's offended by something someone's saying, they can drop them. That solves that issue. But I don't police the panel, and I'm not responsible for anything someone
How much is
says.
one of them? How much is one of them money situations?
No, if you're gonna do it, then you just gonna do it. Come on, you playing. If you're gonna do it, then you just gonna do it.
Can
Um.
I can I ask a question? I just
Oh, can you ask? Because this is exactly why Cash App for
I'm
questions.
you
People don't
you
even
you
answer the
no
the
you
panel,
told me
but they want to go straight to questions.
no because you told me to hold
I
on.
can't hear you. You sound muffled.
I was trying to
How old are
explain.
you?
I'm 50.
Okay, you're not that old.
I'm I'm old enough to know that there are
You're
some
not you're
men.
not that old where you can't work a phone properly. I cannot
It's
hear
it's
you.
it's not that I can't work the phone properly. I don't know. Maybe it might be where I'm at. It might be the location that I'm in. That the
You sound like you're in
like
a
I said,
tunnel. Go ahead and chime in. What would you like to say?
I was going to talk. I was going to speak on the child support situation, and then I just was listening to every woman make it seem like every man, every black man in society is just the scum of the earth. I was like, damn, like My goodness, nobody met a good guy in their life, a good black man, because there are good black fathers, strong black individuals that take care of their responsibilities.
Define a good black man. How about that?
Me,
Define it.
me.
And what makes you a good black man?
Because I'm a single father with 2 jobs and my own business. I get up every day and make sure all my children are took care of. None of their mothers are in the picture. It's just me.
Why are their mothers not in the picture?
I have no idea. That was a situation that they was going through, not me. They felt, oh, you can do it, so I done it. I stood up. I stood up like a role model, a good black man supposed to do, and took care of my business. Every black man is not just the scum of the earth, and it seemed like every woman that then said something on this panel has not bumped into a good black man. And I feel like, damn, maybe y'all guys looking in the wrong places, because there's good guys out there that do what they supposed to do.
Okay.
There are.
You guys, this is... Okay, so tell us about the child support now.
The second one said the child support hasn't done no wrong to black men, and I beg to differ. Because a woman can have 3 different sex partners in 3 weeks, blame the baby on a guy, put him on child support, and if they find out that the baby not theirs, he still has to pay the child support. So how is that not wrong? And she doesn't get penalized.
Not true, dude.
No, let's let him finish.
I'm from Michigan, and the friend of the court, the system does that to black men continuously. That 80% of the court cases, the referee judges for the woman all the time. See it every day. I just got blessed because, I went in front of a female referee, and the only reason why I didn't get jerked over was because she was dealing in emotions, and the couple before us, the lady pissed her off. So when I got up there, she was on my side. But I've seen so many black men coming in there and getting the short end of the stick because the referee feel Michigan is a woman's state.
Okay, so hold on. You know that was a crazy stigma to put on BOK women, that they can have sex with 2 or 3 guys in 1 week and then blame.
They do it. They do it. I see it all the time. How many? When a woman has a baby and don't know who the baby daddy is, you just had sex with 2 different dudes within the same cycle without a condom, within the same cycle that you got pregnant in.
Mods, please respond to Money Pow Pow sent. I think I have 2 mods in here. Go ahead.
That it's not a stigma. That's the truth. When you watch those court shows, when they go up there and say, I'm 100% sure this guy
so you're saying that
This is scripted.
Well, hold on. So you went to court and the judge favored you.
Absolutely.
But just a minute ago, you said that the mothers left their child. Sounds like you went to court for them to take the children away from them.
No, that didn't happen. One of my daughters, her mother tried to put me on, tried to raise my child support because I got married, and I asked her could my daughter be in the wedding, and then once she saw the pictures of the wedding, she wanted to up my child support. We went to court. She didn't have anything but comments to make to the referee, and I had all the paperwork, and the judge sided with me. She was trying.
But if that's the case, she didn't just walk away from her kids. You first you said that they left. They didn't want to be around.
I didn't take the kids from her. She still had them. She moved, married a dude, and moved. Just left them. She had 6 kids by 6 different dudes, and she left them. She left them all. She moved
So what number were you?
I was 4.
And you knew this.
No, wait, hold on. When I'm having a one-on-one, so you were the fourth one, and you didn't realize, you didn't know any better. You couldn't have chose better. She
No,
already had 3 baby daddies.
We had one sexual encounter, one, and she got pregnant, and I wore a condom, and I didn't believe it was my child.
How did she get pregnant if you had a condom on?
You tell me. You know that the condoms, they tell you that it's 98 point something. I was the point something because
You was the point something.
Yeah, I promised to goodness. I said that wasn't my child. I wore a condom. She was for sure that it was my baby. I told her I told her this too. I said, I got $375 in my pocket right now. We don't like each other. Let's have an abort. One of those.
You gotta say AB.
Yeah, that's why I stopped it.
AB's costing $100, dude.
I said, let's one of those. And instead of having one of those, she chose to blame the baby on another dude. When the child was born, she had him take a blood test. When he took the blood test, it wasn't his. She came to me and said, such and such is not Brooklyn's dad. We took a blood test. Would you like to take a blood test? And I said, sure. Because I knew for sure that it wasn't my baby. But God had other plans. And she was my daughter. And I didn't hold no ill will towards the woman at all.
And how old is your daughter now?
She's 21. No, she just turned 22. She's 22. And still needs me.
So you're talking.
Hold on. I'm having a one-on-one. I will pass the mic. I always let y'all get in. I don't even monologue a lot, but I'm having a one-on-one. So go ahead. You said she's 21. So that means it happened a long time ago because you're 50.
Yeah, she's 22 now. I have a 16-year-old. I have a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old, and a 28-year-old.
I thought you said you only had 2.
I said I have 4 kids. I have 3 girls and 1 boy.
You said I'm a single dad of 2 when you first came up.
No, I never said I had 2 kids. I'm a proud father of 4, and I take good care of all of them.
And all the
16-year-old lives with me.
And you have different baby mamas for each one?
No, 2 are my ex-wife. I have 2 children by her, and 2 outside.
And which one is your oldest? Who's that by?
That's by my daughter's mother. She wasn't my wife.
Okay, so you had 1 child before you got married.
I did.
And how old is she, the oldest?
She's 28.
Okay, so after during your marriage, you got the other girl pregnant, the baby mama was 6?
No, what happened was I had my son we weren't married. I had my son with my ex-wife. Then I had Brooklyn. Then me and my wife got married, and then I had my youngest.
So wait. You said you got married after your first, and then you said you got married and had your last.
No, listen.
Not your first. You said you got married and had your second, because you said you had one before you got.
No,
wait, hold
we
on.
weren't married. We weren't.
Hold
married.
on. You said you had one before you got married, and then you married someone else and had your second.
No, I didn't. My son was already born. My second child was already born, but I wasn't married to my wife. We had a child, but we weren't married. I had a girlfriend. Had my first baby.
Okay, after your son with your and then you got married to your wife. After your son, y'all got married?
No, we split up. I had Brooklyn. Then
you split up, and then you had the Brooklyn baby.
Right, and then
it sounded like you cheated and had an outside baby.
We weren't together. We weren't together at all. That's not what happened. Me and my son's mother weren't together. She moved to Milwaukee. We weren't together. She moved to Milwaukee. I started having relations with other women, just like she had other dudes. My son was born, but we weren't together. I
So
had
how are you
this.
gonna talk bad about this lady having 3 kids when you have 4?
Who's talking bad about anybody with?
You was talking bad about she got 3 kids by 3 different baby
No,
daddies.
she has 6 kids by 6 baby daddies.
But when you met her, she had 3, right?
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And I never said that. I never talked. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. That's her choice. That's her choice. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. People, listen. People have relations, have kids. As long as you're responsible and you making enough money to take care of them, have a village. And it shouldn't be anybody's business but the parents who they buy. That doesn't make a difference.
Can you stop fumbling the mic?
To take care of the baby, it don't make a difference.
Okay, Onyx, if you can share the live out to 20 people, you'll be next. KGR, you can go ahead. But no, you got to cash out for questions. If you want to ask him questions.
I wasn't going to ask him a question. I was just going to make a statement. Sir, you are a hussy. That is a southern. You are a hussy. You sat around having a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women. Married the first baby mama, had a bunch of other kids. I mean, like, if you look at the age range that you gave, you are a hussy, sir. You are community D. You are not fit to be a husband. You are not husband material. You are sitting there having outside babies, unmarried, having multiple bastards, because that's what they are. They are and you are trifling. I am so bizarre.
All you've done is bully every man that got on here. I know you alone. I know you alone.
I am? I love that I'm alone. I love that I'm alone. You see, I'm actually married. Yeah, you can't afford the ring my husband gave me. You can't afford this, baby. You can't afford him. You can't afford me. So I love that you can pray for him, because you know what he thinks of men like you? He thinks men like you are trifling and disgusting. He finds men like, I literally had him listen to you and he goes, is this ninja really crying about paying to take care of his own child? He was so adamant. Even if my husband and I were to divorce, that man would honestly, we would even live together. Even divorced, we would live together, because he's a great father. He has no outside children. My husband has fathered no bastards. My husband knows how to use a condom. He has never brought home another child. We have 1 kid born in marriage, and you have 4 kids born outside of it. So I find that very weird, and that's why you're so upset, is because you're a hussy. Why are you so upset? Oh, yes, he's so pitiful. Oh, yeah, because he doesn't like men either. He doesn't like men either. He doesn't like men either. Do you think I would have married a man that liked men? Ew.
That's all you do. You sit back and judge people.
Yes, I do judge. I judge harshly. I judge men harshly. Because if you guys are going to claim to be leaders, you deserve harsh judgment. You're a hussy. Don't pray for us. Please don't pray for us. Do not pray for us ever.
Listen, you're horrible.
I am. I'm so horrible that we got married and we have a happy home where my husband has fresh garden grown food. I'm making him surf and turf right now. I love that for me. I love that for me.
Yeah, he's horrible.
Oh yes, he's horrible. Oh yes, you're right. I am a mean person and I own it.
No, you're horrible.
Yes, I am so horrible. I will tell you every day, my husband will sit there and say that y'all trifling dudes make black men look bad. What? In my purse? What are you talking about? That's weird. That's a weird statement. So you're saying that you don't have any money, and you don't have anything. No, obviously you don't, because you're crying about child support. Yeah, you don't. So do I. Hey, get this. You know what my dad did for me? Because I can guarantee your dad didn't do this for you. My dad guaranteed that his kids had an inheritance. Did yours? No. And you're still crying about child support, which makes it sound like everything you're saying is wrong.
Did I ever cry about paying child support? Did anybody on this live hear me cry about child support?
Cash out for questions. Okay, hold on. Let me chime in, you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me chime in. We can get the likes up, you guys. We should be hitting 100K by now. If everyone on the panel and the comment section can help get the likes up. I just want to say this. 1 second. I just want to say this. When KGR was talking and he kept talking, I felt really bad for him, being that he can't like be loud, and it was very muffled and very faint while he was trying to fight for his life on the panel. So that was sad. But DJ, share the live out. Kay, I would say take the headphones off or the Bluetooth so when you're talking you can come through better. You need to fix something because you're very faint and it makes your argument look even worse. Let's go to DJ. DJ, if you could read out the first question and answer it. DJ. Okay, we'll come back to him. Onyx, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Hey everybody, thanks for letting me up, Poet Lady. The government did not kick black men out of the home. I would have to agree with that. I do believe that the government made the conditions harsh, but I also know that black men are notorious for pushing the easy button. And so, in classic true form, like this poor man, Mr. Coleon, they
Wait, hold on.
decided.
So how did they make the conditions harsh?
I think there were things that happened during those times, like maybe the 40s or 50s, where it was hard. They had a hard time getting employed or getting employment. Things weren't fair for them as far as housing, things like that, like employment and housing. So there were probably harsh conditions, but that not necessarily a reason for them to leave their homes.
And you're talking about the 60s.
Probably.
You're going in and out.
Black women weren't eligible. Black women could not get.
KGR, let's let her finish. Now she has red bars, man. And and I don't think anybody's gonna say that, that none of this stuff happened. But to act like this is somewhat of an excuse for them, I think is more so the issue. So I want to hear from you, Onyx, but DJ, you have to wait now.
Can you
Onyx,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not giving them any excuse. I'm saying things were hard, but they chose to leave. Like, they are notorious for pushing the easy button. And so, oh, well, if you're just going to push me out, I guess I'll just go then. Instead of finding another way, getting education, doing what they had to do, being better people, they decided to go and break up their homes and leave. I totally believe the government didn't push black men out of the house and out of their communities. No, they chose to leave more times than not. How many, and taking that same time frame, how many men in that same time frame had two families across town? The government didn't push them out of their houses. They left willingly.
Yeah, so I mean, should we even mention, oh, the government was doing this or doing that? Because that's just something for them to use as a loophole and like an excuse.
Yeah, I think just my opinion, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think tell the truth about what happened, but don't use that as an excuse. I understand what you're saying, because by their logic, they're going to use it as an excuse and say, well, oh, we couldn't help it. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Two families across town was not an, oh, we couldn't help it thing. It was a choice. You left because y'all notoriously choose the easy button. Y'all notoriously do what comes easy. Oh, you're holding me too accountable over here? I'm going to go over there. Oh, I like the way she look. I'm never letting her go. I'm going to go over there. So I understand your logic saying that we don't want to give them any excuses. It's not an excuse. I do think if we're just being honest, intellectually honest about the conditions, that was valid, but it's not an excuse.
This is interesting. Yes, very interesting. Super, if you can share the live out to 20 people. I'm just I'm really trying to see well why the likes aren't moving. Can everyone take a moment and help get the likes up? It's been going very, very slow. Um Mika, let me know who sent that money pow pow because I don't see it. I don't see any money pow pow sent. Let me know in the comments who sent it. Uh And I don't want to talk about like any anecdotal. I don't usually do that at all. But I know my grandfather and grandma, they had 8 kids during the course of like the 60s and 70s, and they had a house and they my wasn't rich or come from a silver spoon. Well, my grandfather wasn't. He traveled across the country and started his family from nothing, and they didn't have any type of government assistance. So I think we're still giving these dudes excuses when we bring up, just like now, we're still dealing with systematic racism. We're still dealing with oppression, but there's ways to fight out of it, and the women are doing it, but the men are still using it for an excuse even today. Take out Section 8 out the matter. Even today, right now, they're still using it for an excuse. Right now, in 2025. But there's still going to be people that find a way to make it, have their families, have their jobs, have their career, have their education. They're still finding a way if they want to. And I know my grandfather did in the 60s, 50s, around that time. So I don't, well, that's my great grandfather. My great grandfather did, and grandfather later on. So with that being said, I just I just feel like we're still making excuses and we're still doing it today. We still say it over and over. Oh, well, they're being beat up by police brutality and they're doing this. And we know those things exist, but is it really an excuse for them not to sustain their family, to get married and sustain their family? Most of these men that's making these excuses are hearing it from these men. These are the men that weren't even married. They were just going from house to house. Uh, Narrative, go ahead. You can chime in.
Is anybody willing to admit that the black man specifically is at the bottom of any totem pole that exists?
Cash up for questions. What else did you want to chime in on?
I'm sorry?
Cash up for questions. I said that 1,000
Oh,
times. What else would you like to chime in on?
I didn't know what that meant. My bad.
Cash app first before you send your questions. It's all throughout the comments too. And Mika, are you there? Because I asked you to reply to me in the comment section. Never mind. I see the reply now. Go ahead, Narrative. Narrative, go ahead.
It's kind of tough, right? Because my dad was that guy. My dad was light skinned, very light skinned, and my mom was dark skinned. So there was a possibility I could have been light skinned.
Wait 1 second. The K guy, as soon as he seen it in the comments, he dropped himself. Some people drop themselves as soon as they see it in the comments, especially if I have to bring attention to it. Go ahead, Narrative. You're on mute.
Yeah, that was my dad. He was light skinned, you know, and he was a very
Anything.
according to he had 16 kids, 12 different women, right? 16, right? And at his funeral, I didn't really know him too well. He moved around city to city, state to state, so I didn't really have a good relationship with him. But at the end, I did have a chance to see him, and then I had to speak to all the people that was there that was supporting him, people who knew him, other people, brothers and sisters I never even met, never even knew. We meeting for the first time, right? He was a roller, right? Very good looking guy, army guy, right? And I asked about him. I said, how was he? Like, how was he like? And he said, you know what? Anytime a woman got on his nerves, he left him. He just left. So in order to deal with him, it had to be kind of like anything that would rock the boat. He's out of there. He has like zero tolerance. And he lived his life like that. And I wondered, wow, how does it feel to live a life to have never taken any shit? A lonely life.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Do you have children?
That's not
Hold
that's
on.
not
Hold
taking
on,
shit.
Onyx.
That's
I'm
being a
talking.
coward.
I'm talking. I'm not sure if you don't hear me.
I hear you.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many?
A few.
Like 3, 4, 5, 6?
5.
Okay. How many baby mamas?
5.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Are you following the footsteps of your grandfather?
You mean my dad?
Oh, that was your dad. Okay. Are you following the footsteps of your dad?
Nah, I'm way behind. I'm behind. He was a lot further than me, but I'm not. Well, I guess so in a way. Yeah.
Are you proud of that?
No.
You know what? We had Kay here. He had, what was it, 5 kids, 6 kids, 4 kids. You, and he's not married. He had some baby mamas. And then you got your baby mamas. I'm not shaming y'all, but I just know if it was a woman, y'all would be dragging her through the comments right now. Y'all, it'd be a lot of y'all baby daddies. But as soon as it's a woman with kids or multiple kids, she gets dragged. But it's a lot of baby daddy activities going on. That's all I have to say about that. Demarcus, if you can share the live out to 20 people, let's go to Super. Super, if you can read out the first question and answer it.
I'm going to say, everyone, let's go ahead and get Poetic up to 100K likes. I see the likes are moving slowly. I need you guys to go ahead and do that. Double tap, power tap. Let's get her up to 100K likes. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Hey, Poetic. I hope your lizards are leaping today with your beautiful self. So the government did not kick BOK men out of the home. This is a narrative that supposedly has been corrected so many times. I'm going to go ahead with BOK men on this one and say yes. BOK men were kicked out of the home for $25 a month, some stale block pasteurized cheese, and powdered milk. Women prefer to deal with some old cheese than have BLK men in the home. Y'all, BLK men are for a good time, not a long one. Unfortunately, we still trying to hold on to them instead of learn from our grandmothers and our ancestors to let these knickknacks go, kick them out the home. Why are y'all still holding on to them like a sticky rat trap? Leave them alone. These men allowed $25 a month to kick them out the homes they mortgaged and were leased on. If that don't tell you enough about how they don't need to be in the home, I don't know what to tell y'all. Stop fighting them. Hazel's a guru of real estate. He gonna tell you. How can somebody kick you out your home if you were on the mortgage or the lease? So if they allowed, again, $25 a month, some stale block cheese and powdered milk to get them out of the home, they probably did not belong there. I yield, Poetic.
Wow, another groundbreaking message from Super. Demarcus, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
The government did not kick BLK men out the home. No, they didn't kick BLK men out the home. The government, and I'm one who kind of advocates for child support for men. You know, once they understand how that really works. But BLK men, no. The government basically just said to women, if we're going to give you assistance, We need to find the father, and because he has to be responsible here. He's got to be. If you're telling me you don't know what the father is and you need assistance, you can get it. But there are going to be rules to this thing, because you can't just keep saying to the system. You can't keep saying to the system, I'm having children, but there's no man around, and keep telling them that, because you got to know something about the father. Presumably, you know something about him. Where can we find him? Where can we get a hold of him? So, because you fallen on, you kind of like put on the tax dollars on taxpayers and things of that nature. So we need to find out where the father is. And if you don't know who the father is, and they're not going to chase you down looking for him, then there's got to be rules to what you get. He can't be in the home, because you're telling me you don't know him. Because if you know him, then you'll tell me where he's at, and we can go find him. But no, they didn't kick the BLK man out the home. No. I like.
So you're saying they didn't kick them, they just made, like, you're talking about child support and you're talking about like Section 8 at the same time.
No, I just had to advocate for it. I didn't really get into depths about it. I'm just answering the question though.
Okay, so as far as them not kicking them out the home, you expounded and said that they didn't kick them out, that they actually had to report on who the father is. That's child support.
No, that's not really child support. That's not child support, neither, Poetic. If I'm getting assistance from the government and I want that assistance from them, they're going to ask you about the father. That's just going to be a thing.
For Section 8?
Yeah, they're still going to ask you about the father. Yeah. You got kids? You're talking about kids, right? Kids involved.
All right, never mind.
Yeah,
they're going to ask you about him.
They would ask who the father is if he's incarcerated or say he's unalived. Then they can actually ensure that all the children get the type of support they need. If they don't know who the father is and the father is not a factor, then that is something that in which then they can actually sit there and say, oh, okay, so we can actually fill this gap. If they know who the father is, he is responsible for helping to fill said gap. You don't get off on that. Like, that's the whole point.
But DeMarcus is not making a point, because he's trying to make it seem like, oh, the government didn't kick him out, but she had to kick him out because she couldn't report that he was there to them. That's what he's trying to insinuate.
Me and her said the same thing, Poetic.
All right, no, you didn't. Whatever. DeMarcus, you're a troll, and you're trying to skate behind, but we know, like, no, you're trolling.
She literally just said what I said.
Listen, KJR, don't speak for him, because he's a troll, and he's a... No.
Okay, fine. You're right. Poetic, you're right. We're wrong. You're right.
No, don't try to make it we. You're in this alone.
Don't ever do that. You don't get to...
Yeah, but she said what I said. Comments, did she not just say what I said?
No. What she's pointing out is that instead of you actually addressing the actual issue, which is what she's talking about, she's talking about these men were not paying child, they were not helping in any way. And you're saying, yeah, no, that's right. It wasn't about Section 8. It wasn't about this. It wasn't about that. At the same time, you're also invalidating what she said.
Gaslighting at its finest.
If I say you're not helping,
gaslighting me. That's it.
If I say you're not helping, if a woman says I go to social services because the father
that's all
isn't
he
there,
does every time. Since
he's not helping.
DeMarcus, be quiet. For all the new viewers, since I've been going live, all he does is come up to detour, pivot, and then try to act like he's agreeing at the same time. He just gaslights me all the freaking time. And sometimes I fall for it, and sometimes I just ignore him. So, DeMarcus, you still didn't make any points concerning the first question at all. Let's go to the child support question now. Go ahead, DeMarcus. Go ahead, unmute your mic, DeMarcus. How are you going to answer the first one and the second one at the same time?
The child support system has done no wrongs to the BLK man. No, it really hasn't done no wrongs to the BLK man. No, it doesn't really do any wrong to you. It puts you in a better position. If anything, you just got to pay. You just got to pay up on the child support, but it hasn't done you no wrong. Now, if you're going to be a father and you got to go to child support and you're going to take care of your kid, that should not be an issue for you. But it puts you in a better position in your child's life because all you're going to really have if you have a kid and you're just co-parenting. Let's say you're just co-parenting, right? You still, even in co-parenting, don't have too much of a real say. You just have some type of verbal agreement between you and the mother. But that could change at any time. But if you go through child support and get some type of custody agreement, then yes, you're locked in on the legal aspect. So that's why I tell men, if you really down for your kid, don't be scared of child support. That's the last thing you should do. You should go through child support. And it entitles you more than co-parent ever will.
What the? Okay, panel's open. Panel's open.
I wasn't the only one thinking, wait, huh?
He
I
does that.
totally
It's
didn't
just
understand what you just
gaslighting.
said.
All he does is
I was like,
freaking
wait, huh?
gaslight. He doesn't ever. He's doing. Okay, I'm not gonna crash out today.
I wanted to answer the second prompt. The child support system has done no wrongs to BOK men. I would categorize child support as BOK men's arch nemesis. It really takes them out of the atmosphere. But my thing is, I don't know why
Wait, hold on,
BOK.
Super. Wait, before you get into that,
Sure.
Marcus said absolutely nothing, and then we have one guy in the comments talking about facts. That's because he knows DeMarcus is gaslighting us, and he wants to make it look like he really said something real. So he's gonna put facts in the comments. Go ahead, Super.
Definitely didn't say anything. I really wasn't paying attention. When they start talking, it sounds like Sims language to me. So I can't even confer or deny. But I'm going to say this. BOK, man, y'all have a huge vitriol for child support. But y'all really need to be mad at your employers who don't pay y'all enough to take care of y'all kids. And I really wanted to sneak this question in there, but what happened to all that money after the Rock epidemic? Like, did y'all burn it? Where's the money at? Where's the residuals? Y'all made a lot of money. Where are the receipts?
No.
Where are the
You gotta
receipts,
cash out for
BOK
questions.
men?
Nobody can answer it.
I'm sorry, Poetic, but I have to get that one off my chest because they made way too much money to be complaining about child support. Where's the receipts at? I just want to know. Did they burn the money? Like, honestly.
I already had a whole live about that. Matter of fact, can you guys go check out my YouTube? I have a whole live on the question she just asked, and almost every BOK man came up here with an excuse and said that they were incarcerated. I just uploaded that live today. You guys that's here, supporters, please go over there and subscribe and definitely check it out. Public is actually on the panel that day. It's a really good live. Go check it out. Let's go back to open panel. Please cash app for questions, you guys. TikTok friendly language. We'll get started with DeMarcus.
You saying I heard somebody say an employer doesn't pay. They may not pay you enough. You can get a part-time job. You can do that. Can't you do that? Some men will work 2 and 3 jobs for one day.
For questions.
What you say?
Cash app for questions. You just answer questions. Can't you do that? Cash app for questions.
I can get another job. I can get another job. I can get a part-time job. I know guys who will work 2 jobs for 1 car. 2. And you say because they don't pay you enough? Just hypothetically say they don't pay you enough. That's still not a reason to go out there and do more for your kid. So I don't go with that.
What are you
they don't
talking
pay you enough.
about?
That's what I said.
She said sometimes jobs don't pay you enough. She said that.
I said y'all be mad at child support instead of your employer who don't pay y'all enough. You said a man that works 2 jobs for a car. That's not child support. That's a car.
Bruh, Bruh, if you gotta pay child support and you're
That's a
not making
car,
enough money
not
on
child
Okay,
one
let's
support.
let
job,
him respond. Let's let him respond.
if you this is what I heard you say. Sometimes an employer does not pay you enough to cover child support. That's what I heard you say. That's still not an excuse not to go out there and get a part-time or another full-time.
Obviously, you don't know the cost of child support.
I don't have to know the cost of child support. I don't have to know the
Yeah.
cost of child support. I know that you're responsible for a child. I don't have to know the cost of it. I do not have to know the cost of it.
Hold on. I gotta make a disclaimer. God, hold on, supervillain. Guys, Poetic has started a foundation called 1-800-SAVE-A-NINJA. If you would like to be a part of this foundation, please just submit $1. It is a great cause because some of these ninjas on here truly need to be saved. Again, the foundation is 1-800-SAVE-A-NINJA. Go ahead.
Stolen. I'm literally saying exactly what he
You
said.
on mute now? I'm sorry.
Well, let Super's going. Oh my gosh.
He's just trolling.
Gee, can you stop playing? These guys, the freaking gaslighters is going crazy. G just requested up and canceled his request 10 times.
G is what I expect from a light-skinned whose dad told him he was special. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm also going to point out child support, no, it's not actually expensive. It's really not if you're really going to look at it. It's cheap. So it would behoove men to actually go put themselves on child support. It's cheaper. You get documents with that. Like, I don't understand why y'all are so afraid of why y'all hate supporting your children. Like, that's the problem I have, because currently in the United States, just since 2020, there is $5 billion in back child support owed just for Black children. So y'all are literally keeping your children impoverished because she won't give you no nanny. And that I have a problem with.
Sad, sad, sad. So DeMarcus, what do you feel about that? With the BOK men not paying their child support. Go ahead, DeMarcus, unmute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, say it again.
What do you feel about that with BOK men not paying their child support?
That is crazy. That is crazy not to be taking care of your kid. That is absolutely crazy. Unless you're incarcerated, or you have had. I would even go with if you've had. Well, I can't even go with that. But unless you're incarcerated, there's no reason why you should not be taking care of your kid and have access to your child. So I'm just saying when I hear somebody say to me, child support is expensive. When I hear that, no, it's not. Nothing's too expensive for your kid if you're going to take care of your child. I can't even begin I don't know where that comes from. It's too expensive. Come on, man.
I know why.
Go ahead, narrative.
These women are strong enough to do it by themselves. They good.
Let him finish.
I mean, don't you hear all these stories about how these mamas worked 2 jobs, did it all alone? You know, they did it all alone. They thought they could do it all alone, and a lot of them did it on their own, alone. We didn't force them to do that. They did that out of strength, sacrifice, dedication, and they didn't get no credit for it. Y'all made it easy for us to leave because y'all got so strong to do it by yourself.
After he's done, I'm going to chime in. This is ridiculous. Go ahead.
I'm done. I landed it.
Okay, let me say this. So do your 5 kids live with their baby mamas? Live with their moms?
Yes, they do.
So obviously, from what you just said, you believe they can do it themselves. You don't pay your child support,
No,
right?
I don't believe that they can do it themselves. They believe that.
So do you pay your child support?
For the one that I'm on, yeah. Child support sends me receipts that they owe me money.
Okay. So why would you? Okay, KGR, you can respond to him, and then we're gonna go to Moses. Moses, let's see if you're gonna drop or actually answer the question. You always come up here and never say nothing and drop.
Okay, so you believe that you are relinquished from all responsibility because women can actually do hard work. So you are okay with your children struggling. You are absolutely okay with their mother being overextended.
Hold on. Ask women if they're
Shut up!
okay
I'm
with it.
talking, nigga. You
Ask
shut,
women if they're okay
shut
with
the
it.
front door. Shut the front door. Shut the front door.
Talk to me like
I
that,
am
right?
trying not to cuss you out
And why
because
did you let
everything
her
you have
talk to you
said
like
has.
that? Drop
Moses,
the
shut
panel.
up. Moses, shut up.
Why
Moses,
would
you
you
know
let her
what
talk to you
happens
like
when
that?
men who are old and are in the
Send the
old man
money gun to
mojo are
God.
speaking.
Mods, mute everybody other than KGR.
You are a despicable human being. The fact you are okay with your children not having is all I need to know that you are a trifling ninja who never had real supports. If I were to tell my father that there was a ninja on here talking about, well, they can do it by themselves, I'm not helping with my kids, my father would find you. My father would not only find you, the stuff he would do to you would make you question your existence. Then on top of it, he would shame you so publicly, you would never go out of the house. Because any man who is okay with the mother of his children struggling when she is the one caring for said children is not a man. That right there is a sadist. You are disgusting, sir. You are why women should not have children with people like you. You are why the birth rate is at 1.4 for the black community. You are why black people look at you are why people look at black men like trash. That's all I see. Because you are a garbage human being, the fact that you think it's okay for you to half-ass and not be responsible for your own children. You are garbage,
There goes
sir.
Moses. He does this every time. He
Oh,
comes
of
up
course
and
he
drops.
does. Because Moses is a bee. Moses, you're lucky that I'm on Poetic's panel and I respect her as a lady. Because if I was on someone else's panel who was cool with me going full KVR, Ninja, you would be eaten up and just demolished. You trifling ninjas of the old school.
Why did you let her talk to
trifling
other
ninja.
people the way she
You are the
does?
trifling
Moses,
ninja.
you need to stop.
Y'all, that's pathetic to let her sit there and
Moses,
talk
you
to
need
this
to
man.
stop. It is
The
your turn. You could have dropped her.
She's
You
1
could
second
have
away from
dropped her
Down
with a money pow
syndrome.
pow. You need to stop, Moses. Come up.
Don't do
mean
the
the way she's talking to
ableism.
Come
this
up, Moses. Stop
Don't
it.
ever do the ableism. Don't do the
Get up.
ableism.
Moses, come up and
Don't you
stop.
see you're on here with some
You're out of
maggot
hand.
brain women? Get up.
Oh my God.
Listen,
He said
listen.
maggot brain.
I'm
Maggot.
acting like her husband.
Moses, stop
Put yourself
it.
through that, man.
This is
But it's
wrong.
talking to you like she wouldn't even
Moses, it's not
talk.
your turn. Mods, mute
Talking
him.
to herself.
You are sick.
Oh my
She's releasing
God.
anger. She got to get this stuff out. She got to release it.
Narrative, hold on. Narrative, hold on. We're gonna come back to you.
I
There
only
you
wanted to
go.
say this.
He
Narrative is
crashes out
trifling.
and drops every time. Who is he? I don't even know him. He just always in my lives and always,
racist face.
I don't know him. He always in my lives. He comes up and drops.
A complete and utter racist face.
Narrative. Do you feel like you could be doing better? Because you literally saying BOK women can do it themselves. You don't think you deserve that little lashing from KGR? Like you needed a lashing?
Listen, all right. I answered the question, right? This is the case of everybody. All these
And then you
NBA
just
players.
had to be a dark
This is the
skinned brother
case.
too. Just
This
to
is the
embarrass
case,
us.
right? This is the case, right? The case is a lot of women are doing it alone. You didn't want to do it, but you did it because you didn't have no choice. I'm just pointing that out. You guys did it. You guys were strong enough to do it alone. I don't know if men would have been strong enough to do it alone, but you guys were strong enough to do it alone. And that's the story of so many people.
It's always the dudes with no neck. Haven't you noticed that, Poetic? I have a literal.
Stop
I
sweating
have
me.
a
You got
state.
a whole husband. Stop sweating me. You
I
got
have
a whole
listen,
husband. Stop sweating me.
dating men that
Stop.
don't have
No,
necks.
I'll make your energy
I'm
rise.
saying,
Stop. All right.
that any man who
Oh
doesn't
my
have a neck should
gosh,
not be
this
given
Stop. All right.
access
is
to.
good.
Stop. All right. Stop. Stop. I'm not him.
What is
Stop.
Hazel doing? Hold on, narrative. I'm gonna come back to you.
There.
Everyone, while I'm talking, please, I will mute you. See, and Demarcus is light skinned. I would never have. Demarcus, the whole time I imagined you, I did not think you was light skinned. I ain't gonna lie. That's off topic, but anyways, Demarcus, go ahead and chime in. Do you feel the same way as narrative?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even really hear.
There goes the freaking gaslight. Oh,
I'm sorry. I just didn't hear everything he was saying. They got into an argument.
This is what men do
They
to
got
women in relationships to try to get them to emotionally explode. This is what they do. This is what they do. Like every time I call him, say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening." He does this every time.
They got into an argument. I didn't follow the argument. My bad. I just didn't follow it. Now,
How
what
do
did he
you
say?
feel that BOK women should do it by themselves because they're strong enough and they've been doing it by themselves, raising
Do I
children?
feel they should? No, no. They. If you talking about, if we start talking about the kid aspect, no, they shouldn't do that by themselves. No, you shouldn't do it by yourself. No, I don't think you should do it by yourself. Actually, I don't know how any man is comfortable sleeping good at night, not knowing where your kid is at or what may be happening to him. I heard him say that he doesn't know. So I guess he was saying he don't know what some of his kids at. I just don't see how you're comfortable with that. I got one, and let me go at least 2 days without talking to her. There's an issue. I'm at her mother's house or calling the school just to make sure things are okay. So I don't know how you did with 5 or whatever, and sleeping good on that. I couldn't do it.
All right, let's let Ola chime in. Ola, go ahead and give us your answers on the 1 and 2. Ola, are you there? All right.
I said the government did not kick men out. The the men. Okay, sorry. The government did not kick BOK men out the home. You see, I say what I said the last time too. It
No,
goes both ways. There are some people they take advantage of the system. I think that
you
system
said
needs
the women made their choice, right?
No, what I'm saying, I said, okay, again, I said it goes both ways. People make their choice. First of all, you make your choice on every decision we make. We should know there's only something for it, either good or bad. Something will come out from it. And then for the system, people take advantage. They took advantage of the system many times. Sometimes even some women don't even need that money. But guess what? They want to get to that, being petty. They want to get back at each other, forgetting that there's children between both of them. So
Sorry, she's
they
not
Let
from
her
use
finish.
the
Let her
States.
finish.
I'm sorry,
they
she's not from the States. Why is she speaking on this
Well,
shit?
KGR, let's let her finish. No
they
profanity.
use the system and they use the system for their favor. And I've just heard from somebody saying the money, whatever they're getting is not much. But again, at the end of the day, if you look at it very well, sometimes you send that man out, and then you introduce another person coming in, and you find out that the first man you send out was even an angel. You see? So you just keep sending them out, and then I think we need to choose better. Because if you think you want good thing, go for good thing.
Wow. So these women need to choose better. Okay. Whoever responds to people, please, you can cook without using profanity. Um, let's go
I
to
apologize.
let's go to Super. What's your thoughts on what Ola just said?
Um, To be honest, it does take two. Again, I told y'all black men are, excuse me, BLK men are for a good time, not a long one. So I guess just BLK women keeping them in the home or trying to keep them, that's where we went wrong the first time. We definitely, again, if $25 was able to get them out of the home, $25 a month and some block cheese, then they probably didn't need to be there. And I just want to say for the child support, honestly, Poetic, I'm telling women to give their babies to the father, pay that $25 a month child support, and go and get y'all a mommy makeover because it's less stress and at least this child support will be paid. Y'all give them babies up to their daddy, get that mommy makeover, and pay that $25 a month child support. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Poetic.
I'm crying.
I like to chime in. Can I chime in real quick, right?
Not yet, not yet. Hold on. I'm no expert. Welcome back. If you could share the live out to 20 people, everyone does, and then we'll come to you next. KGR, you wanted to respond to Ola without profanity. Go ahead.
Yes, I apologize for using profanity. I do apologize. You know, I would never disrespect your panel. You know that. Okay, so first and foremost, you can't choose better if someone lied to you. You don't get to hold that person accountable for what someone else did. Additionally, you're talking, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, ma'am. You are not from the United States. The period of time that we're talking about is literally from 1965 to 1968. If you're going to say that that 3-year period of time was so impactful that it caused the destruction of the black family, I have a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. I'm the private owner. That is how ridiculous you sound when you actually are parroting these things. So before you speak on black issues from the States, know the history before you speak on them. And that's where I'm going to land.
Can I have a french fry?
Of course. They're not ready, baby.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
See, the problem we have is, I don't know, maybe you just listen. You are not listening to understand which one of it. Because we really don't understand. I don't know why something is in front of you and you are not seeing it. And I keep saying on this, how come you come here every time and you brag, I have a college degree, I have this, I have that. And with that college degree, it's like some people just go to school and sit down. You are not learning nothing. You are not learning nothing. Because think about it, look at it, everything is written in your. If you like, continue to have children. If you like, stop having children. Men will always sort themselves out. At the end of the day, you will be cast out of the community. What are you talking about? Are you not saying
We're
that?
not Nigerian, ma'am.
You,
We're not in Nigeria, and
hold on.
we
You're
are not
talking
the
about
ones who get cast
1980.
out of the community.
Hold on.
Well,
That is
let
the
us
problem.
Let me
finish. Let us
That
land.
is the
finish.
problem.
Let me land. I
Mods, mute
know
people interrupting and drop
I know
down.
many people might not agree, and I don't want you to agree because I grow or see, I'm 42. I know better. So if people are even liking, everybody is liking you, is a problem. That's a problem. I don't stand it. When I see everybody liking each other, there's a problem there. No, they are not being truthful. The thing is this, I'm not speaking on my emotion, I'm speaking on facts. If you look at that
Wait, hold
community,
on. Ola, you've been dropped. Again, Ola, you've been dropped by a Money Pow Pow. If anybody wants to save her spot, send anything higher than a Money Pow Pow. KJR, go ahead and chime in, and then we're going to go to expert.
Oh, Jesus. I just wanted to point this out. We are not going to be ostracized by the community because we're not the ones abandoning our children. Black women, I love it when someone from a very hyper, even more patriarchal system than we're under, talks about women getting kicked out of the community as though they're responsible for that stuff. And then you're going to sit there, oh, you're not listening. Ma'am, I'm 41. I know that I age like wine because I actually have a supportive partner. But literally sitting there expecting Black women to participate in absolutely being just denigrated and just being put out as mules is ridiculous. If that is what you want, then you go do that. But you do not ever project that ish onto Black women in this country. Black men need to step up. It is not for anybody else to do so. And I'm going to land there.
All right. It looks like KGR have saved her spot with a galaxy. So if anybody wants to drop Ola, it has to be higher than a galaxy. I'm no expert. If you could read out.
I'm going to reply her, please.
Yeah,
Please.
give me 1 second. We're gonna go back to open panel. I'm no expert. If you can read out the first question and answer it.
The government did not kick Black men out of the home. Absolutely the heck not. I don't know if you will indulge me, but if you or anyone else has another device where you can go to my page and the very first post, let them play that, please. The very first pinned post on my page will detail this, and this video is set back in the 1940s when the assistance system first became available to Black women and Black families. Is there anyone that is able to do that? Are you able to do that, Poetic?
No, not while I'm streaming. I don't have my.
Okay. Is there anyone else that has access to another device, a tablet, a phone, whatever, that can pull up my page? So we can set the record straight.
But we know that. We already know that that was never the case.
I know you know that, but I want Miss Ola Mae, whatever the heck her name is, to see it for herself, since she does not live in this country and does not understand when these assistance programs became available to Black women in the 1940s, how the government actually enacted programs that were designed to keep the Black male in the home. And it literally starts off saying that. And it was particularly in the state of Missouri, they started a program.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up really bad. Hold on. I'm no expert. I'm gonna come back to you. You're breaking up really bad. If we can get the likes up to 120K. Ola's spot was saved with 2 galaxies. Mods, respond to any gifts sent in the comments and also drop mod announcements. I think I have 2 mods here right now. Appreciate you. Ola, go ahead and say what you were saying.
Oh, I just wanted to point out
Nobody, hold on 1 second. Ola, go ahead and respond and say what you were going to say.
I keep saying, again, try to read a book. Yeah, you need to read a book. You guys need to read. The thing is, we need to read. I don't understand.
Actually, Ola, you've been dropped by fireworks. Again, Ola, actually, you've been dropped by fireworks. If anybody wants to save Ola's spot, just send anything higher than fireworks so we can get her back up here. Again, 1 second when I'm talking, you guys. Again, you've been her spot was saved by 2 galaxies, but the fireworks does supersede the 2 galaxies. So if anybody wants to save her spot, it has to be higher than fireworks. Hanley, share the live out to 10 people and answer the prompt in a moment. Also, if we can please help get the likes up while the show is going. Let's continue to get the likes up. And please stay on mute. I will call on the next person. Send a daily heart me if you haven't sent a daily heart me yet. The way it works is me and my moms, we don't drop anybody. You guys drop, but that person can debunk your drop if they send a bigger gift, but you can drop it again. So it's pretty much big bank, take little bank sort of thing concerning that. So once Hanley shares the live out, we'll get him in. But we have to go ahead and bring Ola back because Ola have saved her spot with a tiny diny. So if you want to drop Ola, it has to be higher than a tiny diny. Also, Cash App for questions. I know some people haven't been in my life a long time. Like, I'm no expert, so some things have changed. But because she is a supporter from a long time ago, I was allowing her to do this whole show her video. So I'm excused at this one time, but we have to Cash App for questions moving forward. Go ahead. I'm no expert, and then I'm going to go back to Ola.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in a better area in the house.
So as I was saying, in this particular video, set back in the
You're
1940s.
muffled now. I don't know if you have Bluetooth.
Okay,
Now
sorry,
I
I
can
put
hear
my
you.
ear over the microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm anywho, like I said, it was set back in the 1940s, and in order for women to even have access to the benefits, the father of the children had to already have been gone. The government did not put them out. In order to qualify for the benefits, the father had to have already been gone, deceased, or had abandoned them. And what was happening is that the fathers that were in the home were running out of unemployment benefits, then taking their wives to the welfare office to get benefits. They would have a conversation with the wives before they went there, and the conversation was, well, we'll just tell them that I left, that I abandoned y'all, so y'all can go get benefits. It was called, quote unquote, the hustle. And the man in the video literally says this, well, I took my wife to the welfare office so she could get benefits.
You're breaking up again. You're breaking up again. We're gonna go to Ola and come back to you. Ola, go ahead and chime in.
Again, I know the truth is always bitter. It might sound some kind of way. I'm still gonna say my truth. Are we in 1960 or 1920? Because I'm trying to get what you are saying. We are in 2025. We are in 2025. You are talking as if what you are saying is something that happened yesterday. How long are we going to continue with this? When something is in front of us. I mean, there is a say that said a warrior is always prepared for battle before the battle gets to your backyard. Not when it's at your backyard. You are saying something at the back of your yard like this, and you guys are not saying. You are talking about 1920. The propaganda, they throw this thing, and many of us are falling for it. Yes, I get what you are saying. But now, if 1920, think about it. Experience is the best teacher. Once beaten, twice shy. Those two words those two sentences that I just make now is something I've been hearing from a child. We learn from our experience, not from your own experience, our uncle, our cousin, our mother. But if my mother puts her leg inside the fire and she gets burned, and I see it, it's not like I'm blind. I can see. Am I supposed to also put my leg
Ola,
inside
you've
it?
been dropped with a corgi. Again, Ola, you have been dropped by a corgi. If you want your spot back, or if anybody wants to save her spot, just send something higher than a corgi. DeMarcus, go ahead and chime in. Okay. KGR, go ahead and chime in.
So that's the actual issue. That is insane, baby. No, that's the actual issue. These dudes are talking about the 1960s and trying to apply it to current dates. Currently, black women receive, we are on the fifth recipients of everything. Fifth. White women, elderly, disabled, Hispanics, then black folk. And within that, black women are at the bottom. Black women do not receive these benefits. So what they're talking about is the 1960s, Ola. And just so you understand this, 1920, black people couldn't get assistance. 1940, black people couldn't get assistance. Section 8, allowing for black women to actually obtain it, did not occur until 1965. So before you run your mouth, know our history. The reason we're talking about this is because black men literally use this as a reason for what is happening in the community. Their abandonment and their responsibilities to their children is what we're talking about. And I love that you're so male-centered, that you're here to be Captain Save-A-Ho every single time. You
TikTok
don't
friendly
know.
language.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Save a 304 every single time. You don't even know the history of this country for you to speak on it, and yet you have judgment. Now let's put it into perspective. Currently, black women are at a birth rate of 1.4. That means that we're doing great. We're not having kids. Currently, black women are the most educated in this country. Currently, black women are actually adding to the economy at a higher rate and participating in jobs higher than basically every other group of women and black men. So before you speak on some stuff, my love, know what you're talking about. And if you want to cyber slurp some dudes in order for you to feel like you're validated, I need you to go to your home country and talk to the men in your home country. Talk to the men in your home country about how they abuse the women there. Talk to them. And then you can say some stuff about us. But until then, don't speak on a system you were never part of. And if you are in this country, understand it was black women who got you in here. So mind your manners, mind your manners. And I saw that they want me to be.
Okay, no comments on drops, KGR, please. But yeah,
Can
someone
I
send a money
respond
pow
before she?
pow. Hold on. Someone send a money pow pow to drop KGR. If anybody wants to save KGR's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow, and we'll get her back up here. Again, KGR has been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save her, send anything higher than a money pow pow. Also, Jazz Doll's requesting up. If anybody wants to save her, send anything higher than a money pow pow. Me and the mods will be in the comments to confirm that. No comments on drops unless you are the gifter, only about the drop. Ola spot has been saved with Flying Jets and a Corgi combined by Vonti. So with that being said, go ahead, Ola, finish what you were saying.
I keep saying, I keep saying I'm a wrong person for you. Every time you see, you keep pointing out okay, how am I going to explain myself to you that you're going to understand? And this is the thing. You cannot get into a conversation without insulting people. You don't know how. It's hard. It's very, very hard. You can't just have a conversation. A sister, before she speak, she never insulted. She said what she has to say, and I don't, even when you insult me, I don't feel bad. But I have to be calling your attention to what you're doing and why things are like that. When you don't caution your mouth, see, I'm not asking nobody to forcefully stay with an abusive person. No. The world don't even owe you an explanation. It is you thing. But when you are doing this thing, if somebody called somebody like you and said, oh, sister, this thing you're doing is wrong, you are going to make sure you say, oh, I've never, and the host can bear me witness, I've never said anything.
Y'all don't put me in it. Don't put me in it.
No. What I'm saying is I've never said any N-word, F-word, or insult anybody on this panel. No, because I respect the host. She said she don't want it.
Hold on, Ola, 1 second. Don't put me in your rebuts at all. I ask everyone, I'm not responsible for anything someone says. It's a free panel as long as you're using TikTok friendly language. So please do not involve me in y'all rebuts at all. Thank you.
I'm not using you as anything. I'm just saying.
Don't say it again. Do not use me as any example.
I'm not using you. So
okay,
the thing is,
so just go somewhere else.
Okay.
Talk about something
So
else.
my thing is this: I will not insult you. I will explain what I have to say, and people are entitled to their opinion. Do you know how many times I'll be here? They will say this about the continent, say that. But do you think I'm gonna fight you? Hell no. You say what you want to say, and you are entitled to it. Did I feel bad about it? No. Why did I feel ignorance? You know. And am I gonna start going back and forth? No. Because when you are born in a place, you grow up in that place, you don't step outside, you don't know better. So there's no problem. So my thing is this, what I'm saying is this. If you think the men are the problem, and that category, same set of men, are the same people that, the people that are saying they are bad are choosing, do you think it's my problem? No, it's you. You choose it, and we are seeing it, and you're asking us the question. When you do something and we see it, we will ask you, how do you do it? So, and that is what I'm saying, that we cannot continue to say 1950 something, 1960. We are in 2025. Is it your mother that is in the house now, or your great grandmother, or you? So, are you actually taking revenge of your great grandmother on the new man, or you and this man have your own problem? Because you are referring to something that does not happen to you. So that's what I'm saying. If something that happened now, let's deal about that now. What do you do? What happened?
Okay,
Why do
gotta
you think this man
land.
is out? Do you think this man that you put under child support, or that is not in the life of the child, is it the one that drive you to the child support? So there is a lot of things to on board here. You guys keep putting different things. Leave 1950 something. Deal with you now, because if you truly know what your great grandmother went through, and you see what they went through,
Okay,
then
Ola,
you
I
should
gave
choose
you
better.
longer than enough. I said land. Viandi, share the live out to 20 people. You'll be next. KGR spot has been saved with the swan. Jazz Doll spot have been saved with the swan. So Jazz Doll, you were requesting up. You can come back up now. I don't do that money pow pow within 15 to 30 minutes no more. If y'all can tell, I haven't done that in a long time. Okay, so let's go back to KGR. KGR, would you like to respond?
I'm absolutely confused as to why someone who does not live in this country is speaking on issues that are happening in this country. If you're talking about our great grandmothers, as a black woman from the United States, my great grandmother was enslaved. So child support wasn't even something that was actually legally a legal issue when my great grandmother was living. Okay? Now, let's get back to all the crap you're talking about. Saying men need to pay for their children is not hatred. That is calling men to be responsible for the offspring that they spread around the world. And also, black women have taken the reins on that. Black women have a birth rate of 1.4 currently. So if we're going to talk current, let's talk current. Black women are not receiving Section 8. Black women aren't receiving services on a whole. Like literally, it's less than 10% of us. So I love how someone who is not from this country feels so secure about talking smack about black women, especially since it's black women who have helped globally other black women get their rights back. Now, I love how you're like, oh, we are not talking. That is what the men are talking about. And I love how you don't know anything. I love how you're speaking from a perspective based strictly on what men have said. I love how you don't know anything about it. And I just gave you the stat. $5 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars of unpaid child support is what has happened to the black community just in the past 5 years. That's how much back child support is owed, $5 billion. So these are men who are not even supporting their children to the point that they're keeping their children impoverished. So I love how you're talking all this smack and you don't know nothing. Ma'am, I want you to go handle the men in your country. Tell them to stop beating on y'all. Tell them to stop having multiple wives that they can't afford. Tell them to stop, hooking up with 14-year-old children. How about that? Worry about your people before you start talking about mine. And before you fix your mouth to talk anything about black women, understand black American women get ish done. To the point that currently in our country, people are not able to actually get anything accomplished with any movement because black women have sat out. That is the power of black women. And before you cape for these men who don't want to care for their children, I want you to look at your people before you talk about ours. And that's all I gotta say.
Groundbreaking.
If I can jump in, KGR, she lives here now in America. See, when the YT people invaded her country, the cowardly men in her country sent her to America to make her a workhorse. So not only is she a mammy mule, she's a workhorse, right? So she's making money here in America with her education that she says is masculine of women to have. and she's getting resources from America and sending them back to Africa to help out the men that sent her over here to be their workhorse, right? So she is a vile, disgusting, dirty, gutter snipe, Aunt Jemima, Medea mammy, the ultimate mammy, right? And if you meet a woman that's disgusting like Ola, stay away from her. See, Ola's a type of female, because she's not a woman. I say this all the time. She's a female, a dog female at that, right? When you meet females like her, if she has a daughter, she says she does, but she probably don't care for her. If her daughter came to her and said, "Mom, your husband's been touching me," she wouldn't. She probably would kick her daughter out. This how vile and male-centered Ola is. Ola is a threat to womanhood. Ola is a threat to black womanhood. She's worse than a dog. She's worse than an animal. She's disgusting. Just as heavy as her voice is how heavy and disgusting and empty her heart is. She's vile. She's a black hole. And I do mean that. You're a horrible human being. To sit here and listen at you day in and day out, go against your own likeness as a woman, makes you pathetic. You are worse than these men on these panels. That's how horrible you are. You're on the panel with a bunch of African American women, and you're going to tell you our history as if you were there. You make no sense. And it's sick and disgusting. Like, my heart actually goes out to you, Ola, because I can never have that much hatred of myself. I'm serious. My heart really goes out to a woman who would hate herself. This is pure hatred that comes out your disgusting mouth. I mean, it's hatred. Like the woman just said in the chat, the audacity of you to think you can tell us our history because you listen to some derelict, uneducated, fourth grade reading level BLK men tell you something. And because you don't like your reflection in the mirror, you're going to agree with it? You don't need to go outside and touch grass. Go outside, dig a hole, and touch dirt. And then after you touch that dirt, lay down in that hole and stay there and rot. You are disgusting and you're a decaying animal. I land.
All right, 1 second. That was mind-boggling. That was a lot. Oh, wow.
Point.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna give you some chance to re-up. But let's get it to 120K, and also if you can send a daily heart me, if you haven't sent a daily heart me. Narratives, if you can chime in. What's your thoughts on the exchange between KGR Jazz Doll towards Ola?
I think she has a perspective that I've never heard. I mean, you guys probably know or are familiar with her. I'm wondering why she can't get her point across. I'm trying to figure out what exactly is she saying. It seems like she's trying to give some kind of warning. And,
You heard her. Stop gaslighting.
I'm just saying it sounds like she knows something. She has a perspective about our situation that we don't have. She has a foreign perspective. Other countries are looking at us and they're judging how we're, social media, TV, the news. They're making a profile about us. I like to hear what she thinks.
Sir, you have no neck.
Hold on. Is that all you got? So you're basically encouraging her. See, okay.
I don't know her.
The okay American man that gives them the okay. So you guys just seen it. They give them the okay to talk about affairs with BOK women. He just gave her the okay. Did you want to add anything else, narrative?
All I was saying was I didn't catch what she was talking about. Because
You
it was
heard it.
unpopular.
You heard it when she answered the prompt. You was right here listening. Stop lying.
Yeah, I could barely understand her accent. So
You can barely hear Ola talk.
Can I say something?
Still hear her. Hold on. I'm gonna call on people until we get it to 130K. The likes been slow as hell. Ma's not even tapping. But yeah, when we get it to 130K, we're gonna go back to open panel. For now, I'm gonna call on people. So Ola, go ahead and respond.
Again, What I'm saying that you don't understand, brother. I think I'm narrative, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, when you look at the community very well, do you want to tell me it's all the BOK men that are bad? If you look at the way you're speaking here, you're just proving my point. How can me as a lady, you think somebody like Jazdo, I want to sit down beside her? No. Look at the way we are having a conversation, but she cannot deliver it logically. She has to insult my where I come from. She calls me, she says all sorts of. Do I feel bad? No, I'm just sorry. You know, they said you cannot give what you don't have. And I get it. But I just want you to look very well. How can you call you very soon you'll become a mother? How can your child is going to do something very bad to you? Because if you think your children are not going to hurt you, hell no, they're going to do something. I want to see how you think somebody is hurting you. Compare, are you going to unalive your children when they do something to you? And that is that love. That is that love that is missing. When we talk about love, you guys have thrown, love has gone down the ocean a long time ago. Even though, how long are you going to be dwelling? You want to tell me something you don't know? Again, reading. You see the way you're saying there's propaganda. Yes, they're giving propaganda to people from this side too about Africa. You want to tell me you don't know that when they are castrating men in my country, lively, we did not go through something. But how do we able to pull through? Family. Africa don't have a reason to smile. But we are there together, sticking together, waxing. When I leave the continent, I was 15 years old. When I traveled to UK to go to school, Southbank University, the voice of my father is at the back of my head. My uncle. So when I want to do something, it's like they're living in the room with me. That's what I'm saying. That look, I'm not saying that you guys are bad. No. But don't just listen to people that they need motivation themselves and they are the one motivating you. People, destination or mistake does not define you. You have your own destiny to walk. Don't follow. Walk your own walk. That's what I'm saying. If you leave the brother and the brother choose from another place, what do you think is going to happen to the community? And that community is just, go and look at it, it's there. But you said, oh, they are this, they are that. You are not looking at what is in the front. Once the community is smaller, how do you think the suppression will not come back? Look very well. Just think about your decision. I'm not insulting you, and I'm sorry if you felt some kind of way. But I just say what I said. If you think what I said is bad or you don't like it, again, I'm sorry. I'm just saying you should look at it. If you see this thing I'm telling you is coming from the place of love. Am I judging you? Hell no. But look deeply. Many people have asked many ladies, what did the man do to you? This one will tell me, my auntie tell me. They're always telling people story, but nothing personally has happened to them. They are using, if I use my great-great-grandmother life to judge myself, what do you think will happen to me now? So sorry. I'm so sorry if you feel some kind of way.
All right. Hazel, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. I'm assuming because you're just sitting there not saying nothing. But again, Hazel, you have been dropped by a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save his spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. Let's go back to I'm no expert. Is your phone
Yes,
working?
I save Hazel.
Okay. Hazel, your spot's been saved. You can request backup. I'm no expert. Go ahead and chime in, and then Biondi, you can answer the first and second question.
My brain hurts at this point, and I want to be Jazz Doll's best friend. That's all I'm saying. Anywho, back to what I was saying. Anyone and everyone who's in this room who is unclear as to this trope that they throw out that the government kicked black men out of the home, if you want the truth, like I said, just go to the first video in my page, watch that, and then never ever speak of it again. Because it's just old, it's beaten down, it's worn, it's tired, and nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like KGR, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse. Like KGR said, we have progressed light years past that time and past that point now to where BLK women are progressing, have moved forward, even though we are still having children, and we're finding out the hard way that having children by these BLK men is not where it's at. we're figuring that out, and the numbers are dwindling. We are educating ourselves more. We are starting businesses more. We are buying homes more. We are investing time, energy, and effort into bigger and better things. So all of this is a thing of the past. The child support system is what it is now, because women are just trying to get back what they've already invested into their children, because the men were derelict in their duties. So the back child support is just them trying to recoup what they've paid out. We don't give a daggone anymore about what these BLK men are doing. We're not worried about having their babies. We're not worried. We got
Okay, you're chopping up again. We're gonna have to come back to you. Biondi, if you can read out the first question and answer it, and then the second one, let's keep it under 2 minutes.
Get back up here and do this. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna come back to you talking to other people. Mika, you wanted to chime in? Go ahead.
I was going to say this to Narrative. You know, I cannot take a man like you seriously. You have 5 different baby mothers, sir. 5. So that means 5 times you had a chance to marry a woman that you impregnated, but you chose not to. I can't take you seriously. When I hear men like you speak, sir, it lets me know how dumb BLK men really are. And I use that term hardly, because ain't no way in hell. You know what? Narratives, let me say it like this. Men like you are the reason why our community is suffering. You have 5 baby mamas, and you get up here on this panel and you want to talk. You want to get up here and try and downplay women? Are you serious, sir? Are you serious? If anything, you want to talk about, you are the example of this prompt, the first 3 prompts. You blame the government because you're not man enough to be involved in your kid's life, because you want to walk around sticking your Peter in whoever you can, how long you can, and when you can. And then you sit on here and complain about child support because you're too broke and can't financially take care of these kids that you have. You know what, sir? You are the epitome of a disgrace. You are a disgrace to the BLK man. And I am sorry to the real BLK men out
Stop
here.
trying to be like
that
Jazz
I'm
Doll,
talking.
right?
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Because a man like you, sir, get on my nerves. How the hell you gonna sit up here and have 5 different baby mamas, sir, and you didn't choose to marry one of them? You make me sick. You know what? Men like you are disgusting and atrocious, and you know what? You are the epitome of a loser. I land.
Okay, this impression of Jazz Doll.
You know what?
Didn't have that same kick
Don't
to it.
compare them. We don't have time for that. Just take your beating. Just take your beating from Mika and be quiet. All right. Moving right along. We're at 120K, so we're gonna go to open panel. Open panel, TikTok friendly language, Cash App for questions. Meaning send $5 Cash App before you start doing any questions for anybody. Also, do not use profanity and allow people to land their plane. Do not interrupt them. Everyone that is talking, please say you land your plane and mute your mic so people say you're done. So people know you're done. Let's start with KGR.
Poetic, before she goes, I just wanted to say goodnight. I'm going to go ahead and drop because I don't know what's going on with my microphone. I just wanted to say thank you for having me, and y'all have a good evening.
Oh.
Love, don't
Bye.
leave
Love you.
me, girl.
Girl, just stay with me tonight.
Okay, yeah, I'm still trying to understand why anyone is caping for a group of men who have literally sat there and said that the biggest threat to them is having to pay for the support of their children. I'm still trying to understand what, sweetheart Ola, I have no clue what you're trying to say, because what you're saying has nothing to do with black women, has nothing to do with us. We aren't having kids at all. We are doing amazing. We are still the most educated, demographic in this country. So for you to sit there and try to act as though that's a bad thing, and that telling men they need to actually support their children is somehow a bad thing, I'm quite confused. And I find it more disgusting and disturbing that someone from the diaspora is talking smack about black folk in this country when you wouldn't be able to be here if it weren't for those of us who do the work. Now, I hope that you get the male validation you're looking for, and maybe one day you will be happy with who you are as a human being. But before you ever fix your mouth to talk smack about black women from the United States, I'm going to want you to actually have your head on a swivel, because everything that you have, we created. And with that, I land.
I already said panel was open.
So now, with everything you just said now, what do you think? I mean, just because I really don't understand. What am I saying? What are you saying? I'm saying this about BOK women. I'm saying that about BOK. I'm not. See, first of all, the way you are even putting it together is very funny. Because if you're talking about BOK, I'm not talking about good ones. Because we really have good. I have a lot of sisters that they are upright. These people know when to talk. They don't speak anyhow. They are very calm. They are reserved. You see them. They have their men. Even if they don't have a man, you see them. Very, very quiet people. They don't insult people, even if they don't like what you are saying. They approach it in a very intellectual way. But people like you, we can't take you anyway. Where do you think we can go together? How can somebody like Jazdo go for a business deal? If they should tell Jazdo in the office right there and said, oh, madam, we're so sorry, that thing is not going to be possible. I bet you the next thing that will come out from her mouth is, you this, you this, that, because she can, see, her mental capacity cannot just comprehend. She cannot. She can't deal with, she really cannot put herself together. Sometimes, even if the host said, don't say something, she will be choking on those words. You can see those things want to come out. And again, I say, you cannot give what you don't have. It is only what you live with every day.
Ma'am, I have a master's degree, a husband,
I'm
and
not, are you just
Let her finish.
and you have nothing.
Oh,
You have
listen. Let's keep open panel where everyone gets their turn. Let them land, but let's keep it under 2 minutes.
I know what I'm saying does not make sense. But guess what? With not making sense and making sense, please, let's put a comparison, because you guys love to compare. Let's compare each other life together. Your way of approaching and my way of approaching. No men, nobody, not even a lady, apart from you on the platform like this. Even at my work, you nearly see anybody tell me shut up, because I know when to talk and I know how to say it. And I know that when you are somebody like Jazdo, no, I put you in your place. One word, you don't even exist in my life, because I don't want to deal with people that could not control their mouth. And in 2 months, she's going to be getting married. This person now that she's getting married to, she has not even worked on herself. She needs a lot of therapy. She has not done that, and she's going to go and meet another man. Look at it. In few years now, she will come on this platform. Men are bad, but we know her attitude. People like us that know her mouth, we will know she has caused problem. But she will not tell, we wouldn't know the whole story. We will always know, no, they are bad, they do this, and then everybody, they will be that man, they will use their mouth to unalive the man. Let's find that man and let the man come and say his own half. You will be shocked what that man will be revealing. But again, I'm not still abusing you. I'm just telling you, caution what you say. I'm talking, I'm not insulting you. When I don't insult you, don't insult me. But again, you cannot comprehend. You cannot. And when you talk about education, there is difference between going to school. You see, as we are talking now, you guys are just listening. You are not listening to understand. You see, that's the problem. Understanding is the problem. When they tell you what is the definition of something, or they give you maybe a quadratic equation in a math, and they ask you to solve it, you solve it, and then tomorrow they ask you what is the formula for finding quadratic equation. You cannot even put it down, and you're telling me you're a graduate. Please, if you cannot comprehend when we are talking and you cannot do without insulting, there's nothing you can tell me that I can talk with you. I will always put you by one side because I'm not insulting you. I'm speaking, not insulting you. So try to talk like that without cursing, and let's see if you can do it for 2 minutes. Just go, let's go.
Hola. Oop, I just farted on what you just said. You want to talk about nothing over. Girl, you done had 3 times of talking. Each time it was about me. I must have really stung you a while ago. Them words hurt, huh? Them words hurt. You're not that important to have an intellectual conversation with, Ola. You are a waste of space. You are a jar of black mayonnaise. Gone bad, rotten, mildewish. That's what you are, Ola. You're nothing to respect. I can't have an intellectual conversation with a demonic mammy, and that's what you are. You have no love in your heart for women. This is why you talk about your 21 brothers and your 112-year-old daddy. I'm pretty sure he has multiple baby mamas, right? You are disgusting, Ola. I don't respect you. Anybody who knows me knows that I can give an intellectual comeback anytime. You're not worth the intellectual comeback. See, I go low. I'm on my belly like a snake, just like you, right? That's what I think of you. You're a snake. You're a rat. You're a rat. You're a nasty big hood rat. That's what you are, Ola. You're nothing to respect. There's no intelligence there. You're just a waste. You're sewage water. You're a dumpster. And I don't respect you. I will have an intellectual conversation with the likes of G or 30 rounds before I have an intellectual conversation with something vile as you. So you're not going to get anything out of me, Ola, but disrespect and insults. You dragon fire mammy. You're disgusting. You're worse than anything I've ever known. I've never in my life met a mammy like you. I've met some pygmies in my day. But a mammy like you take the cake. You're horrible. You need a therapist really bad. You want some intellect? Ola, go see a pastor, a preacher, a missionary, a therapist, and anybody that can beat some sense, not beat, I'm sorry, can can talk some sense into you, Ola, because it's crazy that no woman can talk to you. No woman can talk to you. And if any man, any BLK man tries to tell you what you're saying is wrong, you shun it. Or you'll just drop off the panel like you did earlier today. That goes to show you that you're willfully ignorant, right? You don't want nobody to tell you the truth. You're not open to it. Because since you have 20-something brothers and you're probably the only girl, you identify with them. You're one of the boys. You're a thug. You're a gangster. You're a man. You're a male. Right, homeboy, brother? My African brother? That's what you are. That's what you identify as. If you didn't love men so much, you would want to be one. But you love them so much, you want to even sleep with them. That's why you're not part of the rainbow community. I peeped you a long time ago, Ola. You vile gutter snipe. You're disgusting. And every chance I get, I'm going to land on this. Every chance I'm on a panel with a Barney Rubble-looking mammy like you, I am going to drag you, you Tyler Perry-looking mammy. I land.
All right, wasn't that sweet? Let's go to Hazel. Hazel, if you could read out the first question and answer it.
Yep. The government did not kick BLK men out of the home. No, definitely not. Unfortunately, they didn't. I mean, I hate to say it, but they didn't. A lot of the assistance did come in the middle.
Why do you hate to say it?
What's that?
Why do you hate to say it?
Because it sounds terrible. Just listen to how it sounds. The government's giving money for men
you hate
not to
to
be
take
there.
the side of the women is what you mean to say.
What do you mean side of the women? I'm a BLK man. There's no side of a woman. It sounds terrible.
Because majority of the women are saying that, hey, the BOK men were not kicked out, and you hate to be on the same agreement as them. That's what you're saying. That's
Honestly, I hadn't had a chance to listen to what the
Go
majority of it
ahead.
was
Yeah,
saying.
you've been listening. Be quiet. You're lying. But go
Okay.
ahead.
You trying to get me to be the antagonist? I got you. So, yeah, that's the first one. Unfortunately, a lot of those men had already left, and it was a form of survival. You know, I really wish they just would have worked, and I think things would have been different. So, child support system has done no wrongs to BLK men. I agree with that. I mean, I'm a father. Honestly, it's expensive to raise children. I think everybody should be held under the same standard for finances, support, and things like that. So I have no heart. I have no sympathy in my heart for anybody complaining about child support, because even the amount you're getting, I guarantee it's going to cost you more with children. Period. I mean, my daughter's in Portugal right now, and it wasn't cheap. So I get every woman that complains about child support. Unfortunately, most child support payments, even when you get them, it ain't going to be enough. So it is what it is. You want to stop at 2?
No, go to 3.
Go to 3. All right. Ooh, this is a good day. All right. BLK men are content with oppression for sports, video games, and smacks. Content. No, I don't think content. I don't think content. I think it's just a way of escape for most people. This is where, like, I just can't fault it on BLK men. Sports, video games, they put you in a different mode. You pretty much get to forget who you are and enjoy somebody else's life. I mean, sports, you're basically watching somebody else work and earn an income. Video games, you're whatever character you want to be when you pop in that game. And of course, Smacks feels good to all of us. So I definitely don't think it's content. I definitely just think people are trying to get some escape.
Okay.
Next one.
Go ahead and read the 4th one and answer it.
All right. BLK women aren't the highest group collecting food stamps. No, that's YT women, of course. I mean, that's by sheer numbers alone.
All right. Thank you. Let's hear more open panel. The Ondi, if you could read and answer the first 2.
The government did not kick black men out the home. They didn't. That was a willing participation act that they all chose to make, and leave their children. Like, you can't really say too much about that. When somebody leaves their children with the person that they made the children with, it's just actually insane, because of the simple fact that, like, you were there. You don't think the child has a feeling at any point in time about you being there? And that's what I feel like most black men or BLK men don't think about, is the fact that their children have a life and they have a mentality as much as them. So as much as you're making the active choice not to be in their family or be in their life, that's the same mentality that they have to know that you're not around, and see that their counterparts within schools or whatever they might be in, because children are always active in something. Straight up, school is like a thing you can get, put in jail for not putting your child through schooling and everything. And it's just like they don't think about the mental effects that it has on their children when they sit there and don't show up to support them on just the scale of being there. Um, the child support system has done no wrong to black men. It hasn't. I mean, there's nothing you can say that has been done wrong to them. They have not been put to a test to where they have to sit there and make sure that they're viable enough to take care of the child. All they had to do was be financially supportive. So,
Okay. All right. That was groundbreaking. We're gonna start open panel. I'm gonna call on the next person. Thank you guys that we're at 127K. Well, actually, let's get Double O in there. Double O, did you share the live out already?
Did.
All right. Welcome up. If you could answer the first 2 questions.
The government did not kick BLK men out the home, question mark. No, the government did not kick BLK men out the home. The Power Rangers kicked BLK men out the home. As a matter of fact, it wasn't the Power Rangers. It was actually BLK men themselves, with their gingivitis and bad breath and their laziness and their gum disease. That's what took BLK men at the home. The child support system has done no wrongs to BLK men. I would have to say that they've done right by BLK men. Imagine the country saying, fine, you don't even gotta see the little nigga. You don't even gotta come by. You don't gotta pick him up. You don't gotta rock him to sleep. You don't have to see him face to face if you don't want to. If you want to continue being a lazy, deadbeat, chapped lip, rusted knuckle, ashy elbowed Negro who doesn't see their child, fine. If you want to continue to be a man whore outside and be for the streets, go right on ahead. All we saying is just send some funds for the child. You don't even have to see him. They tried to help him, and they didn't even want to do that. Like, goddamn, you guys don't even have to see your kids. But just sending the funds alone to help the child that you help create, you can't even do that. You'd rather work under the table or not work at all so that you don't have to send any money for the child that you help create, or children, because you guys create multiple broken homes and children in the house. So no, child support did not do BLK men wrong. And I land there.
Wow, that was definitely groundbreaking. Let's get it to open panel. I'm going to call on the next person. Everyone can mute for now. It's been a very interesting conversation. We have a lot of people on the panel that's standing on business. Double O, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, Double O, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save, please do not respond to gifters on drops. That's not allowed. Please, again, do not respond to gifters on drops. I will have to mute you if you respond to gifters. But yeah, so Double O, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If anybody wants to save Double O's spot, just send anything higher than a money pow pow. Also, Double O, you can save your spot. But let's see. Hazel has been saved with a swan. If anybody wants to drop him, it has to be higher than a swan. Ola has been saved with flying jacks and a corky. So if anybody wants to drop her, it has to be higher than that. But we're going to go ahead and start open panel. Let's start open panel with narratives. Narratives, go ahead and chime in. What's your thoughts?
I want to talk about the government did not kick black men out the home. And I did first I said something, but when I think about it, the government did kick them out the home. And here's why, right? Where did these men go when they couldn't be in there with the woman? Where were they? They didn't go get their own apartments. They didn't have money. They didn't have cars. They didn't have much. I mean, society was still basically against them, especially because these women were single. They were trying to hunt these men down to find out what was going on with them. These guys weren't in a position to go live sustainable on their own with their own 2-bedroom apartment to accommodate a child. Because if he was that well off, he would have never had the problems with her in the first place. So, or they probably never would have needed to be on public assistance if he had it that well. So where did these men go? I'll tell you where they went. They went to a nicer person. They went to a more appreciative person, right? Because that's what he needed to do. He needed to feel needed and appreciated, and he kept looking until he found that. And unfortunately, that was in someone else's house.
You 100% narrative. They went to the next person's house, and that sweet woman, they started a family with her, and then turned her into a single mother. Like, you can't make this up. He turned her into a single mother, right? Welfare took him out of her home. Then he found the third woman, right? And she was even better than the second one. And she was nice and sweet, and he finally had got what he wanted, and they had about 3 or 4 kids. and then he turned her into a single mother.
But guess what? Somebody came
And
right
next,
behind.
next thing, hold on one second. Next thing you know, that man then downloaded TikTok, got on somebody named Poetics Live with 5 baby mamas talking about some, well, if I take black women, I don't. So yes, I agree. That man went through 5 families and he still didn't get it right. Make that make sense. I land.
Well, how you know they didn't get it right?
Cash out for questions. Let's keep the conversation going.
Can I speak? Okay.
Give it to me,
So
baby.
see, get well soon. I don't have time for you. Let me tell you something. One thing I will let you know is this. Ask yourself this question. And I want you, when you want to ask yourself, make sure you're looking at the mirror. Look at yourself when you're saying it and make it. And I know you cannot make this nonsense up. If you are seeing peace and good behavior, do you want to live? Even a mad person, if you treat a mad person very well, they will not live. They will not. I keep saying, men are not stupid. I don't know who you're picking. But again, men are not stupid. I don't know who you are. For somebody like Jazdo, the way you speak, I bet it. Good man, when they see you speak, the first day, oh, she's beautiful. Once you open your mouth and they hear what you said, they're like, oh, thank you. God bless you, sister. They are gone because they don't want to deal with that. That's a total package of trauma and madness and whatever you want to see it that is there. And you cannot come, you are needy and you come with that. How is it going to work? If you want to speak, the way you speak, what you said can literally make me put my hand in my pocket and empty my pocket for you because you speak with sense. But when you speak the way you are speaking, how do you think I'm going? You're just going to have a baby, I'm going because I'm done. I'm done. But let me tell you something. So if you want to tell me, anytime you're speaking, you always, I don't know, like a weather. Tomorrow you come with another topic that said, oh, the government are, you want to tell me that nothing, that the government did not do nothing to the men in this community, in this BOK men. You want to tell me nothing was being done to them, right? I keep saying, you guys are just fighting a battle that you don't even need to. If you are free these people to be free, I know some men that used to accept with you will come and say something, and I get where they're coming from. They will always fight for their mother, even though they don't know the whole story. I keep saying, there's always a two-way to story. Mothers, we women, you see, sometimes when something happens on this panel too, they will manipulate your mind to believe what they are saying. Yeah, but if you're not wise, you will continue to believe in it. But when you are older as a man and you have sense, you have to move closer to that man and ask questions. Then you get where the other story. But if you believe in one story, I keep saying, again, you cannot listen to one person and make a judgment. And you want to tell me my mother didn't went through anything? Of course. And I watch it. I watch it because a sacrifice is what makes me here. Make my brother be okay. Everybody, no one is, you barely see anyone that speaks any. We are always like on top of everything. But if you think you don't want to make this, no sacrifice, nothing. You just want to do this thing and have everything. Let's see how life is going to be good like that. And let's see how the product from that, I'm independent, I have education. And this education you can do, we have education, we are having all this degree. I have 2 masters. Please, how much do you make last year? Because I want to see if you are even making this, come out and let us see the start and say, oh, one person from this young lady, she's making a 7-figure.
Okay,
Let's
got to
see.
land. It's over 2 minutes.
All you do is you just run if all this energy you're putting on knowing the N word, the F word, go and channel those energy in the work you are doing and stop looking for a survival mode. If people are worthless, let them know exist in your life. You are not even have nothing to talk about them. Just leave them. And see, let's see how you can grow. Maybe the government did not suppress you. You are powerful. Let's see. Show us. Show the men that you are greater than them. You are deceiving yourself.
Ola, I love how you every time you talk to me, you do this scenario where you're a man and you want to leave me with a baby. So since you're an African king, my African king daddy, you know, Ola, sir, I'll make you some rice and some goat meat and some fufu and some jollof rice and Ola, you always Ola. I just realized you be flirting with me, Daddy, and I love it, Ola. Look, I ain't been with an African man in some years. Ola, you got that Mandingo warrior down there, Ola. Look, tell me what's going on, Ola, cause ain't no woman in that. I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't no woman in your body. So since you're an African brother, Hush Puppy, I like them type of African men, but he with the feds right now. But Ola, what's up, Daddy? What's up, babe? Holla at me, because it's clear you're not a woman. You're not even a female, Ola. You're not. You're horrible. Like, you're really a horrible person. So when I look in the mirror, Ola, earlier you said I couldn't sit next to you. Ola, if I sit next to you, your husband wouldn't even want you anymore.
You see?
Understand? Be quiet. Oh, go back. Oh, Lord. Go back on mute. Let me stop. Hold on. Oh, I like your sheen dress. Oh, look at you. Hey. What that B stand for?
Yourself.
That B stand for bull.
Now you bring all the breasts out. Who is gonna be serious
Know
with you?
yourself.
I love that sheen Timu dress. Look at you, Ola. You look cute. Yeah, turn around, Ola. Yes.
Mama,
Daddy.
with 5 children, and you don't have nothing. You're telling me I look like a man. Man?
Yeah, you're a man to me, Ola. Ola, I want to date you, Ola. What's up? I like African men. I like African men.
You look, you think it's bringing out your breast and bringing out your body. That's what. Who is gonna take you serious with the way you speak?
Somebody gonna take you.
Hold
Ola,
on.
you take.
Hold
Look,
on.
Ola, long as you take me serious.
Ola, Jazz Dog, go ahead and land.
Long as you take me serious, I'm doing something right. And I'm happy with my life. See, here's the thing, Ola. I don't censor men. So the fiance that I have, I'll talk to him reckless the same way I'll talk to you reckless. See, I don't bow at men's feet. Understand, they bow at mine. Especially when I dated African men, they bowed at me the most while they crapped on their own women such as you. I land.
All right.
Please, post.
Ola,
I need to rest.
Ola, give me 1 second, because you took your cam off. Put it back on. I need to see you up close and personal. Because I'm thinking about getting the African. Never mind. Let's get it to 140K. If everyone can get the likes up. If everyone can help get the likes up, we should be at 140K. Also, if you haven't sent a daily heart me, please do go ahead and send a daily heart me. Let me see. Wife Mom, you were already here, so you can just join open panel once you share the live out to 20 people. I seen somebody trying to save a spot, but they sent the gift to Jazz Doll. Make sure you pick on my box when you're sending gifts to save someone. With that being said, we'll go ahead and start open panel with Hazel.
I just want to say, after everything Ola just said, Jazz Doll did not address one thing. She went straight for insults. And it's something telling when someone can only come after you with insults. Like, it truly is. Like, Ola touched on a couple things. She said, what did you make last week? Show your pay. Jazz Doll, nothing. Silence. Jazz Doll says, oh, I don't center men. Ma'am, your man bought a house so you can live in it. You couldn't buy your own house. You can't even house yourself. You better center men or you'll be homeless. You couldn't even contribute to buy a house as married couples do. So it's unfortunate. You might disagree with Ola, but the fact that the only thing you have is insults, it tells a tale about who you are and who you aren't. I land.
Mungled-eyed fool. I don't know where you. I don't know where you.
I
Hold
said
on,
mogul, not
little mama.
mungle.
Hold on. I stayed on mute before you said you landed. So, little mama, I don't know where you was. Hold on, little mama, calm down.
I love it.
Hold on, little mama, calm down. I'm gonna get to you. 1 second. Look here, Ola. I know this your girl and all, your little yellow bone, but let me crack her real quick. Here's the thing, Hazel. I don't know where you was at about 30 minutes ago. I told Ola she was not going to get any intellect out of me because she's a joke, right? But since you want me to respond to her, I will. I have not one, but 2 OF accounts making stupid money. right? So I don't have to work, and now you doggone right, I am poor. Hazel, I am poor. I can't afford to do nothing. That's why I rely on my fiance to take care of me. Absolutely. I would never attempt to buy a house. For what? That's what he's for. That's what my pet fiance is for.
This is sad.
Understand?
This is
I
sad.
bet it. Guess what? It's
Why
sad
should
to
you?
you. Hold on, little mama, calm down. It's sad to you, but it's amazing. But it's amazing
Please
for
let
me.
me see you with
Hold on,
100,000,
both of
and
y'all
I will
come.
show you.
Look here,
Give
married
me
couple. Stay on mute.
500,000
Married
now.
couple, stay on mute.
Shut
Shut up.
up, you are
Shut
broke.
up. Shut
Broke,
up.
broke,
Tamala
but you
and
have big
David
mouth,
Mann,
long
shut
mouth.
up. Tamala and
Please
David
show me
Mann, shut
5,000,
up.
and I will
And
sell you
Ola is
10,000. I
David
will
Mann.
sell you
Hold on,
10,000
Ola.
now.
Sir,
Very broke.
baby,
Shut
calm
up.
down. My African king,
Look at
calm
it.
down.
You will not buy
My
a house,
African king,
and I
calm
have
down.
degree
I
that you
cannot
cannot
afford
defend.
a
Shut
house. I
up.
cannot
You
afford
come
a
and be
house.
insulting
That's what
somebody
my
like
pet
me.
Look
is
how
for.
easy that was to rile
That's
Jazz
what
Doll up.
my
That shows
pet
you her
is
intellect.
for. What are you guys
Show me
talking about?
10,000 in
I
your
am
account, and
poor.
I will
I
double
cannot
it for
afford
you.
a home. That is
Very
what my
cheap,
pet
very
fiance
cheap,
is
very
for.
cheap thing.
That
Cheap.
is what my pet fiance is for. My male that I have wrapped
You
around
know
my
what? I
finger,
have a
sitting out
gift
the
for you,
palm of my
Jasdo.
hand.
I have a
That's what
gift.
I have him for. I don't respect him. I don't respect Ola. I don't respect Hazel. I don't respect men.
In your life.
Respect
I
me.
know you've
Everyone should
never
respect
seen
And so
Hazel.
at
something
the end
before.
of the, and y'all ought to see the ring. Y'all ought to see the ring, Ola. It's bigger than yours. It's
I want to see the
amazing.
house, the
It's
deed. You can't make money off a
amazing.
ring. You make
It's
money
a
off houses.
5-bedroom, beautiful home. I
Lord
love
of the
it.
Rings.
And guess here, wait a minute,
Wow. Not
Hazel.
5.
Hazel, I'm about to shock you with this one. Before we moved in together,
All
he
right.
was paying all the bills in my condo that I had.
Hold on,
Well,
Jasdo.
that's what I said.
You
You couldn't
see, the
afford the
And
money
we
house
you
didn't even
make,
yourself.
live
Jasdo,
together.
the money
And
you
we
make
didn't
in
even
a
live.
year,
Ola, what is that,
in a
Ola? That's
year. Hold
cute.
on,
What
I'm
is
going to
that,
show you.
Ola?
The money you make in a year.
What is that?
It's a real gold,
Ola,
baby.
I don't wear costume jewelry,
Of
Ola.
course.
I don't wear costume jewelry now. Come on now.
Where
I don't wear costume
just
jewelry,
do.
Ola.
You see this one in my hand? It's
What is that, Ola? Them
$4,000.
some earrings?
I bet it's your great. Let me see.
Ola.
Whatever.
Jeweler,
You
that is
cannot.
not
Hold on.
real
Ola,
fucking
that's some
gold.
cheap.
I
That's not
am
even
a
real gold,
jeweler,
Ola.
bro. That is not real gold.
Yeah, that
Oh,
is not real gold.
That is way
that is not.
overtoned yellow. Stop
Yeah,
playing.
that's not.
Yeah,
That's not
Ola,
Let
what
me
even
is
show you.
that?
You are a
24
That
real
is
gold.
the
carats.
This
Turner
is
old
not. It's
green.
not even
Please stop
14
playing.
karat that you guys are buying here.
Ola, why you
I
got
am
that
an
cheap
Stop.
jewelry,
actual
Ola?
jeweler, bro. Certified. That is not real gold,
That is
bro.
not real gold, Ola. Anybody can say that
Like,
looks
that
orange.
is. I can't stand it when people come with that stank. That's so
Ola,
stank,
Ola, you
bro.
can
It's
do
not real
better than
gold.
Like, can
that.
you
You
stop
don't
it?
know.
You're
Hazel,
embarrassing
this is your
yourself.
man, Hazel.
My
This is
eyes
your
know
man,
better.
Hazel. Hazel, get your boy some
My
better
eyes
jewelry than
know better.
that.
I sell real gold.
You sell real
Hazel,
gold.
get your
14
boy
I
some
karat.
real
sell real
jewelry. That's
gold. Yes,
horrible.
ma'am.
You
Craig
guys that don't
Kawhi,
even know
come to my
right from
page.
left.
Hazel, you can
This
do
is not
better
my
than
page.
that. Get your dude some
This
better
is my
jewelry than
my
that,
actual
Hazel.
account. My business account. I don't have to do that on it.
You don't even know
Like,
what
Ooh,
gold is.
you
that's
can go to my
horrible.
business account though, Craig Kawhi. Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
do not have to
let me
plug my
say,
stuff
hold
in.
on, Vondi, let me say this, and I'm gonna land. Ola, do not buy your jewelry from Halloween Spirit Costume Store. That is not a
You
good look,
that you
Ola.
cannot even. You
Do
that
not
don't even
buy
have
your
a
jewelry from
dime
the
in your
Halloween
account.
Spirit
That's
store,
why
Ola.
you're
That's
broke.
terrible.
You are
Ola, how
broke.
dare you disrespect this panel with that costume jewelry?
Yeah,
That's
you're broke.
disrespectful.
That's
They
done. Let's see
closed Party
5,000 in your
City
account.
down,
Let's
Ola.
see. You sought all
They
the old men.
closed Party
You sought
City. You
men. I
came on
said
a
you will
live with
never
a
buy a
Timu
house.
dress
It's
on
men that will buy
and
it for
some
you.
$5
Survivor mode,
jewelry.
and you are still insulting the men. That brother that even
Ola,
say
stop
I
it.
want to marry you.
Stop
Let's see how
it.
far. I will be here next
Stop
year.
it, Ola.
So come
Stop
and
it.
ask the host and say,
You don't
Okay,
do
where is
that.
okay,
Jasdo?
you guys, everyone mute. Everyone mute. And please stop talking over each other. We're gonna have to circle back to the prompt. I allow rules here and there, but it's going too downhill at this point. So let's get back to the topic. The government did
So
not.
I need to respond to her.
Hold on. The government did not kick BOK men out of the home. Um, this has been a very interesting topic. Let me go to wife mom. If you can chime in on the conversation or the topic really.
But like I said earlier, I'm not going to cite any sources for why the first prompt isn't true, because you all weren't kicked out of the house. Uh, Google it and read the facts. Go to YouTube and watch the documentaries and open up your mind. I don't even know why you all still continue to tell this lie. And as far as the second one goes, the child support system was made by the patriarchy. It was made by men in the 1600s in England, and they brought it over here. It's your system. If you don't like it, do what needs to be done to fix it. And if you can't fix it, won't fix it, shut the F up and pay your child support and take care of your children. You're not paying near what it costs to raise a child. Be grateful, because you would really be out here unhoused and on the street if you had to pay how much it really costs. Did you go to prompt 3
Not
already?
really. For some people, I'm not really, not everybody.
Oh, okay.
But
And then as far as this conversation, well, I'm surprised Ola's still up here trying to shame and diminish black women. I know there's one thing I wish the government would do, and that was send ungrateful immigrants back where they came from, if they're going to talk about the people who made this country what it is, and take all its resources. I'm pissed off about that, and I'm gonna stay pissed off about that, and I'm gonna stay. That's gonna be my thing about Ola. Every time she up here, I'm gonna talk about how she came here because her country was a bunch of mess, and took everything, taking everything from this country just to send it back over there while it's still a mess. Miss me with that. I land.
all right. Okay, so we're gonna go back to open panel. Let's start open panel. Double O Spot. Spot has been saved with a galaxy. So if you want to drop her, send something higher than a galaxy. For Ola, it's something higher than flying jets, and for Hazel, it's something higher than a swan.
I didn't even talk.
Because I don't know, they didn't like you, I guess. Let's start open panel with Double O.
Walk with me, Lord, walk with me. I swear we gotta march back to freedom dealing with Ola. Jeez Louise, I need a spiritual hymn to get all that Ola-ness up out of here. Hoshana, go hoshana, handala, handala, dana. Woo! Anyways, as far as this child support thing goes, it's a lost cause. These BOK men aren't going to pay it. The world is going to have to be made whole all over again. They're too comfortable. They've gotten their games. They've gotten their microphones, their podcasts. They've gotten their Teslas, which is the new Ken Barbie doll car, by the way. If you see a ninja and a Tesla, run the other way, ladies. It's nothing you can tell him. He's going to be in some Nike slides, some sweatpants, and a musty Tesla. And no, he does not pay his child support. I guarantee it, okay? Please listen to what I'm saying. And I'm going to land right there because that's all I have to say on that.
Let me say this real quick. I'm only going to be a split second. I'm not going to take up time. Double O got in the comments and said, not that Avon jewelry set.
Jewelry set, page 10, next to Skin So Soft.
Stamps. No stamps on any of it.
Just now being sold in the TikTok shop.
But you know what? Let me say this. People like KGR and Double O, these are my sisters, and we talk outside of just being on live together. It's a sisterhood, it's a womanhood, it's a tribe of black women, and we support each other. And the fact, Ola, you don't want that as a black woman, whether you're from this country or not. You don't want that. The reason you're in this country is because of black women marching and fighting for immigration, for people to be able to come to this country. And you come over here and you crap all over it, right? Let me be serious for a minute. You come over here and you crap all over it. There's nothing in the world that a black man have done for you to have this much hatred in your heart for black women. Let's just be honest. And unless you're trying to tell me you keep catching your husband with a sister from America, then I would understand it. But then you'll just need to go seek some therapy. But Ola, you got to get rid of that hatred. Because see, I don't hate black men, right? I don't have a hatred for them. But what you have, that's a deep-rooted, seated hatred that you have for black women. And it's disgusting. And it's heartbreaking that level of hatred in your heart is just festering. And it has blossomed into this nasty rabbit dog that calls herself Ola, that wear Temu dresses and have Halloween spirit jewelry on. I'm sorry, Avon jewelry that you can buy from the TikTok shop. You're disgusting, Alan.
Let me tell you something. You have, God will help you. Get well soon. I mean, I will still not insult you. You know, in fact, if you tell me on your wedding day, I will even come and present you a gift to tell you how one thing is,
I want no voodoo witch doctor at my wedding.
Hold on. With this your attitude, do you think you're gonna see people that will give you gifts? You better let me come and give you gift to shame you. I mean, to save you the shame. So listen to me. So this is it. I don't have a problem with you. And if you hear what I'm saying, jokes apart, it's coming from a place of love. I will never, if I have problem with you, you know, the way you're going, do you think I cannot insult? You think I can't match up? I can. But the thing is this, when people don't know what you're saying, they might be thinking you hate them. And I bet it. I know some ladies, they might not want to say it, you know, women supporting women. They know it inside of them. Because think about it. You have a male son. What's going to happen to that boy? What's going to happen to his son? And then your daughter, what's going to happen? When you are gone, they will still be talking about 1950. It is time for you to start building. It is time for you to start building. Stop this. It is our mama to do 950. I know the story, everything everybody have been through, we cannot forget. But we have to walk past it. Be resilient. But picking enemy to the wrong people, instead of coming together and fight the system. No, the man is the problem. Oh, the woman is the problem. How long? Propaganda. They want you to continue with that fight. So, are you not hearing on the news about the baby factory? So they are getting more bunny, snow bunny, more snow bunny, and you are not seeing it. Going to South Africa, bringing snow bunny, you are not seeing that. You are not seeing that. Again, I keep saying, you will be confused because good thing look bad to you and bad thing looks good. So you want me to come here and be clapping for 304? You want me to come here and say somebody that come out and said, I have 5 children for 5 baby man. So is that person is the man, right? You did not answer the question and said, hold on. When you do the first one, I get it. We make mistake. Second one, mistake. How do you get to the third, fourth, fifth? I will not still hold the men because you are the one that have the key of that place. You should be able to know that, no, I'm not. If I don't get married, I'm not opening up. How come other people are doing it and you cannot do it? And then you want to blame me because I'm telling you to your face and said, let's get it together. Don't do this. This is wrong. But you want me to be clapping for that? No, I will not. I have a zero tolerance for nonsense. If you want to continue clapping, be clapping. But for me, in my heart, God sees that I love everybody. I don't hate you. If you insult me from now to tomorrow, I will still not insult you. I will continue to tell you the truth, just though, till you get to your husband's house, till you get children, I will continue to tell you. But I know you will watch your mouth when you get to that man because I know
let's land and let's get the lights up, everybody.
You've seen what every other women are going through. Being single, you will see. Let's see how far you can go with you, just though, with your mouth. Your dad? I think it's in the restroom.
Just all, Ola is a lost cause. If you think Black American women were indoctrinated and taught to put the BOK men first, you have not met an African woman who has been taught to put her African king first. She is too far gone. She's out to pasture. She's beyond repair. And at the end of her road, when all she is just a shell of herself, because these men are going to suck her dry and continue to do so, she's going to be looking back and thinking about all the words that she said. And her shoulders, because she has no neck, is going to have to eat every single word that she has said on this panel, that she has said in real life, every dusty, every deplorable ninja that she has saved and on this panel or on TikTok, every dusty ninja that she has saved and defended with their deplorable behavior in real life, she's going to have to sit with that. That's going to be her. The onus is on her. You can't save them all, especially not when women like Ola.
With that.
Panel's open, you guys.
You always agree. You agree with everything. As you are now, you know what you agree to. If one woman said, I'm jumping inside the ocean. Oh, yes, I'm agreeing, I'm going. Because you don't have the mind of your own. Tell me what man has done to you personally. They give you baby because you don't have a child, right? So I want to hear your story because now you want to marry. And another thing you are not seeing, you will see people here coming and tell you that they are married. And they are telling you that you are not married and said, men are bad, just disregard them. And ask that person how they've walked their journey to that place. You've not even walked your own journey at all. But a sister that is 50-something is telling you 20-something that disregard men. Why don't you tell her that is your destiny? Let me choose. I've seen your story. I will learn from it. I will choose better. But no, you want to go the same direction that 50-something is going. A 70-something will come on the panel and tell you, oh, you guys are fighting our battle. They've enjoyed their life and they put you in captive to continue to fight a battle that does not make sense. Just don't want to marry in 2 months. And then she's here saying, oh, men are this, men are that. How come she did not throw the one she want to marry next month? Throw that person away. You need to be wise. Some women on this panel, they are sleeping beside their husband this night. You are by yourself, and they will tell you, throw that man away, and you go home and throw. You see, anytime many people open their mouth, when they tell you fire, no, it's water. Because they always mean the opposite. If you think what they are saying, they actually melt it. I bet you this night they're going to have a smack, and you will be on your bed crying. And during the
I'm not
winter,
even talking about me because if the fact that you're talking
oh,
about
I
me
don't know
at
you. I
me
don't even know you
because that's
personally.
no, because you're
I'm
reading the
not talking to
comments and
you.
I feel as though you're
I'm
sitting there
just
weeping.
saying generally. I'm not talking. I'm saying to the younger ones, don't
I thought
listen. Just
so.
don't. No, not you. I don't even know anything. I'm just making an example. Just don't want to marry in 2 months. How did people? Somebody that said I'm my fiancé, we are getting married in 2 months, is coming out and said disregard men. Men are bad. Why don't you throw that man into a dustbin too? Can't you answer that question?
But don't you think that she's vetted that man well enough to know that that man is safe
Pass
for
out
her?
your questions. Panel's
Such thing
open,
as
guys.
vetting.
Like there is a
Hold on,
such thing as
let me
vetting.
say,
That's the whole thing in being. Sorry, let me speak.
And
Let me let
facetious,
you
but
speak for
everybody
yourself,
makes
Jazz.
panels with
No,
there's no
because
such thing
no,
as
let
vetting.
Jazz speak for herself when you sit there and at her with it.
So, Constance, let me explain something to you, Ola, because basically what you're saying is because I'm being validated as a woman by a man marrying me, I shouldn't have anything negative to say about men. I'm not, they didn't told you about 5 times, Ola. I am not male centered. So I can acknowledge that men are still harmful and still marry one at the same time, right? No man has done me dirty in my past. I probably done some of them dirty, but ain't none of them done me dirty, right? Because I've never given my heart to one. This probably here gonna be the first one I actually give my heart to, right? Because majority of my exes were all BLK.
Give your heart to.
Hold
Aren't
on,
you
little
getting
mama.
married?
Hold on, little mama. Calm down.
Probably
Control
gonna give
yourself.
your heart. That's
Hold
not the
on.
way this
Control. Hold
works.
on. Hold on.
Hazel,
Control
let
yourself.
her finish.
Yeah.
You
So
know that was crazy.
here's the
I'm probably
thing.
gonna give my heart to my
Shut
husband.
up, girl. Anywho, like I was saying. So back to you, Ola. I've never had my heart broken by a BLK man, right? So here's the thing. I'm not gonna be a pick me and have this mindset of, well, I ain't been done dirty by a black man, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you guys are going through. That's not me, Ola. I'm gonna stand with my sisters in the fire at all times. You understand? That's who I am. I don't have this pig me mammy mentality that you have, where I'm supposed to forget my other sisters and what they're going through just to feel like I've been picked. If anything, Ola, I picked him and his wealth.
I get it. Sister,
That's my response.
sister.
Hola, hold on. We're gonna come back to y'all and let other people chime in. Narratives, go ahead and chime in.
So much is going on here. A lot is going on. Things is jumping around.
Could you chime in, or do you want me to ask you a question?
You can ask me a question.
All right. So I see you in the comments saying that Jazz Doll husband is going to be the first one to hurt her. Why would you wish something bad on BOK women? I thought you loved BOK women.
I don't wish anything bad, but she's clearly stated that she's never given anyone her heart. So she's basically a rookie at giving away her heart if she's really going to do it. And in order for you to really understand the human nature and the human relationship of things, I feel like you gotta give your heart and get hurt a few times to know really how to gauge it, how to really manage it. So if she's correct by saying she's never given her heart to anyone, then this person who she's finally going to trust to give her heart to, he's in a very powerful position. She's finally going to make herself emotionally vulnerable, and she's never done it before. So she's like, this is her first time if she's really going to do it. And I think that guy is probably not going to know what type of position he's really in her life for her to be doing this at this stage of the game. So he's not going to cherish that opportunity as he should. He should correctly cherish it if he knew how big of a moment that was. But he's probably going to not even think of it. So big as that. I'm saying. And that might cause a problem.
And what do you think about the exchange between Ola and Jazz Doll? Who do you agree with?
I kind of feel like that's a sparring match. I don't want to say it's international as far as Africa or American. We're from different cultures. If she's got the mindset of King Dad and the man should be in charge, of course, this European mindset is not like that for Black Americans here. So we're not King Dad in America. We're not king of anything here, right? We're just obedient and resourceful. As long as we're obedient and resourceful, we're good. So it's two different dynamics that we're arguing. I don't know if Ola is trying to convert Jazz Doll into her ideology or Jazz Doll is trying to convert Ola to her ideology. But I do sense that Ola's ideology is not popular on this panel. It's my first time hearing Ola and her.
Do you agree with Ola's ideology?
I think for her culture it works. For this culture it doesn't. You clearly got Jazz Doll saying that she's been taken advantage, she's been in control, she's never given her heart. He who cares the least controls the relationship. So she's been controlling all her relationships because she probably cared the less or didn't invest the most. So now she's in a position where she's investing. So it's two different dynamics of dating and culture and trying to get with somebody. It's just two different ways of going about it.
He who cares the less controls the relationship. What type of narcissist is that?
Ask Jazz Doll.
No, that's what you said.
And I said, ask Jazz Doll to explain
Jazz
it.
Doll didn't say that. You said it.
I know, but I'm asking if she can explain
it's
it.
on you.
He who cares the least controls the relationship.
So that's what you believe, and that's why you've been making single moms and leaving them?
That has nothing to do with me. I've always cared. I just didn't. Nobody had no faith.
That's why you left
I wasn't.
them.
I was a slow
You cared the
bloomer.
least. That's why you left them. You did not marry none of the 5 of them.
They had the power.
No, you did, because you cared the least.
Listen, I'd rather my kids see me leave than to be subjected to live like a subhuman in the house in front of them.
Wow. You rather for your kids to see you leave.
Yeah, stand up to their mother. I'd rather them
them.
see me stand up to their mother than sit there and be subjected to her for the sake of their observation.
Subjective? How about you're supposed to submit to one another?
Okay, so you call her and tell her that.
Love one of them. You could have submit to each other. Your kids would be happy that you guys actually love each other. What are you talking about?
Me showing love is one thing. Her showing love is a different thing.
So that is the rhetoric you guys are using amongst the sick brotherhood?
What do you mean?
Yeah, that is sick. And that's not the first time I heard it. That's how I know it's a theme that you guys, BOK men as a collective, the baby daddies are talking about. All the BOK baby daddies. They're saying that I'd rather leave than be subjected in front of my children. That is baby daddy rhetoric, 101. You guys have collectively come together to get away from child support and to leave the house. You're proving the prompt. Women aren't kicking you guys out. You're leaving because you don't want to be subjected, right? This is mind-boggling. I can't believe you, baby daddies. Go ahead.
In my defense, right? For a long time, I lived with all my baby mothers. I lived with them. You know
All
what?
of them at the same time?
No. Different times, right? Two very close by. But anyway, I lived with them. Listen. I don't have no shame in my game. It is what it is, all right? I'm willing to be honest with you guys for the sake of the conversation. I don't want to be up here stuttering and making up no stories. I'm transparent about who I am because I'm not ashamed of anything that I'm going to say. I know I'm on live, and I'm not ashamed of anything I'm going to say, right? I lived in these women's houses with them.
In their houses.
In their houses with them, right? And it was their lease, right? I wasn't on the lease, right?
Exactly.
So living in there with them at the end of the day, and they have kids already. Two of them had children before me, right? So I'm living in their house. They get to say this, that, close the door, cut off the light. Like they are dictators.
Why didn't
I
you
was
get
never
a place
given
with them?
I was never given the driver's seat.
No excuses. You could have said, hey, babe, I'm going to upgrade the place you're staying at. We're going to get a better place. And we're going to put both our name on the lease. Why couldn't you do that? Go ahead, unmute.
Because I was a tutor, right? All her kids went to college. I sat down. I was Mr. Help Me to her. To them, right? Yeah, but you laugh. You laugh, but she got college students out of the deal. Two of them got college. Two different relationships got four different college students because I was there.
This is stressful.
And then when my kids came, I wasn't even there to put the same type of educational output to my own children, but their children benefited.
What do you mean you were the helpmeet?
Man, I picked the kids up from school. I did laundry. I cooked. I also did tutor. I did homework.
You wear a short little skirt?
We sat down at the table. First thing we did was do homework. We studied for tests, spelling words backwards. I gave them math problems and I gave them work because
Did you wear aprons when you were cooking?
You trying to be funny, but this is what I'm talking about, right?
I have to go because I'm tripping.
Hold on. Did you wear like a little skirt when you're like dusting the ceiling?
Oh, that's the host. Nah.
Oh, how about Cam up?
Me?
How tall are you?
I'm 6'4".
Oh, that's nothing.
This is Doubtfire.
So did you wear the little skirt and dust the ceiling?
Right. All right, cool. That's what's up. But anyway,
why are
all
these
that shit
men
for
doing
nothing.
this? Everyone stop unmuting. Why are these men doing this? Where they think that they're supposed to take the feminine role and not, so you weren't helping financially, it sounds like.
She was making almost $100,000 a year. I was her helper.
The Bible says for the woman to be the helpmeet.
Well, we just had a baby, so I wasn't going to go out there and do what I was doing in the street. We wasn't going to survive off that. So we made sure she just got a college degree. She got a car. She got everything going. She had a desk job. So I supported her because she got the most money, and that's the role I needed to play for the time being.
And
I played that
how
role.
many
I played that
of
role
them?
well.
And how many of the women were you the helpmeet?
All of them.
Oh, mute your mic. Hazel, what's your thoughts on what he said?
Man, I'm speechless. I thought you was getting ready to end up with a just kidding. I thought you was trolling, man. I don't even begin to. if I heard you correctly, you said you put everything into
Don't
her.
ask him no questions.
Oh,
What do you think
all
about
right.
what he said?
I think it's terrible. Like the part about the kids going to college was great, but the part about he didn't have enough to give his kids, so apparently they didn't go to college. That's horrible, man. That's
He's proven the prompt right. These
yeah,
single
that's a
moms
terrible look.
were making way more money than him.
And that's another
They
thing.
didn't need no child support, and they didn't need no food stamps. They was taking care of him and the kids.
Yeah, that's a terrible look, man. That's horrible. I kept waiting
He's
for
up
just
here
playing.
using single moms as his own Section 8. It's not funny, narrative.
No, every time I come up,
Single
you
moms
Section
are
8.
you
Notice what I do.
are you Dusty Section 8?
It ain't funny at all. And Hazel, you know, you stay in this comments and on this panel telling people to show you their tax returns and portfolios and bank accounts and stuff. Single mothers got money.
No,
Single mothers work hard for what they earn and for what they have to do to take care of their kids. And it's insulting to think that a single mom ain't able to take care of her kids. All of us ain't on Section 8. Many of us are educated homeowners with portfolios, rental property, and all kind of shit. Oh, so I'm sorry, Poetic, but that just pisses me off. And you got this broke bum bastard
He's
on
a
here making babies
homosexual.
everywhere, taking care of babies that ain't even his and leaving his babies out to dry. But Ola ain't got no words for his ass.
how did I
Ain't got
get
no
how did
words
I
for
get
him.
astray?
But
Okay, no,
you
I'm about to
because
mute. No, listen, y'all gotta stop using profanity on my panel because
No,
you're not
I
trying
didn't
hard
curse.
enough. When I see y'all on other people's panels, y'all can stop, right?
Poetic. I think you should charge people
Listen, stop.
$5 for
I
every time
didn't
they
say
curse.
nothing.
He's a hobosexual. That is so sad, narrative. It is so. Can I get some green hearts in the chat and some fruits? Also, if we can get it to 160K, that is the goal right now. Narrative, how does it feel to be using women for a place to stay?
I feel like I was the one that was used, and that's what eventually happened. I was used
You
until I was
motherfucker.
replaced.
Green hearts in the chat.
I was used, and it taught me a lesson. It taught me a very valuable lesson. First of all, it felt good to be useful, right? I was useful. I was very useful,
Raw dog and everything.
right?
I'm getting so mad. And I just told y'all not to curse, so I'm sorry. I can't believe this ninja. And this is why women need to stop acting like we care about height so much, because he thinks because he's tall that he can do that. How do you feel like you were used?
Because I got discarded despite all of my efforts to be a teammate.
You weren't popping that. You wasn't popping it good enough. Because you up there living for free. You need to work for your housing. You wasn't popping it enough.
Yeah, but I was willing to make that sacrifice.
You wasn't
just to
popping
be with my
it enough.
newborn child. I had a newborn child and we weren't really in love. I had the opportunity to sit up there and go through the beginning stages, the beginning years of my daughter's life. She spent most of her time in my arms, and that was priceless. And I was willing to be with a woman who didn't really want to be with me just to spend
But
those
she
years.
ended up.
Wow.
How did she use you though?
Because of her kids. Her kids benefited more than my kid, because once my kid turned 3, we broke up. So I wasn't
Dumb
there to
behind
give.
should have been
But
in
that was not
somebody's
the only
office
person.
clocking
Hold on,
in.
having a one-on-one. That wasn't the only person you were with though, with kids, right? It was 2 of them.
Right.
So you did it again after you did it once?
What you mean I did it again after I
You
did it once?
chose it didn't work with a single mom before that already had kids, and then you turn around and got with another woman with kids and took care of the kids and said you were used?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm around, when I'm in the house, I'm beneficial in a lot of ways, right? I'm a leader, right? I just don't have the throne. I'm a leader without the throne. So when you add me to the
Can you
situation,
turn your camera on and show us where you're living at?
come on, man. I'm living in a nice studio apartment. It's nice and peaceful.
Studio?
Yeah.
You can't even get a 1-bedroom? I'm sick of you, Ninja.
What I need a 1-bedroom for is just me. It's just me. What I need a 1-bedroom for
Oh,
in New York City?
headboard.
Who are
In New York
you?
City.
T-Pain?
What
In
do
the
I need?
studio.
What do I need a
In the
$2,800 rent for?
In the studio. Listen, you ain't T-Pain. I'm tired of you.
Listen, I could count 10
Turn the
cash.
camera on and let's see if
I'll
you
turn my camera on and count 10 in your face. How about that?
Let's see if it's clean at least.
It's not that bad.
Turn the camera on. I'm inviting you.
Alright, hold on.
G, share the lights out to 20. Everyone stay on mute.
Alright.
If we can stay on mute and tap the screen, because we should be at 160K.
I'm
Y'all
changing
enjoying the show, but nobody's really tapping.
I'm changing my sheets.
You're changing your sheets.
Yeah, because
Stop unmuting. I'm gonna drop people.
Like a new one right here. Look.
You're changing your sheets.
Yeah, because I got some new ones.
Okay, just show us everything except the bed.
My bed is here, pillow top. You know what I'm saying?
Show us everything except the bed.
Bed.
Turn the camera on.
Paintings.
You don't have the camera on.
Oh, my bad. Okay, like I said, my bed. Like I'm changing my sheets. My sheets is on the floor.
Why would your sheets be on the floor? How you gonna put that on the
Going to the
bed?
laundry. They're going to the laundry. I'm cleaning up. It's the laundry. Cleaning up. Clean God. Clean God. Clean bathroom. Clean God.
Let me see. Put the camera up more. I can't see nothing.
Wardrobe. It's my crib. It's just me.
Wait, hold on. That's it? You didn't go nowhere but 2 feet.
It's a small studio.
Look out the window.
Nah, you good.
What's out the window? Another wall?
I cooked some nice whiting.
Let's see what you cooked. You just had it on the bed? Did you just have a piece of fish on the bed?
My plate is on the bed.
Where's the kitchen? Show me the kitchen.
It's small. I got a balcony.
Let's see the balcony. You bring girls over there, huh? Why is the balcony ground so dirty? Take us back.
My AC is leaking.
What the hell? What the helly? What the hell, Deontay?
It's my office over here. I got some drinks. This is my machine. I'll be making
Oh,
clothes.
we're gonna need a lot of drinks. A lot of drinks.
I'll be making clothes off this Cameo Silhouette. My kitchen. My sink. My refrigerator.
Water?
A lot of water. Food
Where's the
shopping.
food?
A lot of seafood. A lot of stuff in there.
And this is, and you're supposed to be able to bring a woman into your life. How old are you? 47?
46.
You think this is acceptable at 46?
I'm not looking for no woman. First of all, let's get this clear. I'm not looking for no woman.
Hold on. This is what Ola wants us to submit to. A studio apartment. Okay?
Say, let me speak.
Fish on the bed.
Oh, Chevy Tahoe outside.
Balcony leaking. This is what we're supposed to submit to.
My
Black women.
air conditioner. Look.
This is what black women supposed to be. You don't even have central air. This is what BOK women are supposed to submit to.
You don't need central air with one room.
Stop. Listen, I'm gonna let y'all chime in. It's my turn to talk.
No headboard. Where the headboard at?
It's my turn to talk.
Oh, okay.
I got about a month here.
What the helly? How is a woman supposed to submit to this?
So can I speak?
Hola, send the Galaxy to speak, because y'all keep interrupting me. Cause I don't understand. I let y'all talk all the time, and then when it's my turn to talk, y'all keep interrupting me. But I'll be mean if I just drop you, right? So how the heck you got 5 kids? How the kids gonna come over and sleep over? Where the kids gonna sleep at?
Here.
Where?
On my bed.
So everybody on the bed.
They're not all coming at the
What
same
the heck
time.
is we? Some sardines? Well, not me. Who the heck is y'all? Some sardines?
Listen, you're trying to be funny, all right?
No,
But
I'm being serious.
at the end of the day,
No, hold
I'll
on.
sleep on the floor for my kids to be here.
But no, I'm not
On
trying to
the
be funny.
floor.
I'm serious. No,
I
narrative,
sleep on the floor for my kids, especially
narrative.
my.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being
You
serious.
are.
If you were to get a girlfriend right now, she can't even feel comfortable to come stay at your house because it's not a house. It's a corner.
It's not about her being comfortable. It's not about her being comfortable. This is my show.
You said you ain't got no show.
This little show is my show.
Oh, listen, you don't even got a pint of a commercial.
That little pint of a commercial is my show.
I'm done with him. All right, everyone can chime in now. Go ahead, wife, mom. I'm done. And I'm not shaming you, but you just talk too much and I'm sure, let me land with this. I'm gonna let y'all chime in. You just talk too much mess about these single moms when you first came up to this panel and about the government.
Five of them, I
No,
know.
hold on. When you first came up, I'm not trying to shame you or nothing. People go through their stuff. I get it. I'm not really mean or nothing, but it is funny for content. But regardless of the fact, let me say this. Let me land with this. Everybody go through their stuff. I get it. Okay? But at the same time, the reason why I'm letting you be on a spotlight right now is because when you first came up and you answered the questions, you spoke badly about BOK women and you said that they kicked BOK men out the house. So that means that you believe that these women literally would choose Section 8 over having a man. Don't you know that a lot of women would struggle up with you right there in that little corner? But you
Excuse
sit
me, I
there
gotta
and
go. I
you
gotta
said
go.
yes.
I gotta go.
But you sit there and you talk bad about BOK women when you
No.
first came up. Hold on. You sat there and you talked bad and made it seem like BOK women had chose the government over having a good man. But then again, you contradict yourself because you said, just now you admitted that there would be some BOK women that will struggle up with you right there in that corner. And you know it to be true. So you should have never been putting down BOK women. That was my point of highlighting that you stay in a studio apartment and you can't provide for a woman staying in a studio apartment. But my point of saying that is there will be a BOK woman that will probably deal with you, unfortunately, because some of them are still pygmies. You need to get it together. Nobody
I'm
cares
not
that
looking
you're
for a
tall.
woman. I'm
Nobody
not
cares
looking.
that you're tall. And you probably don't even got a big D anyway. Mute. Wife, mom, is your turn.
This just irritates me to no
Let me
end.
take you off camera because you cannot smoke on camera. And you smoke in an apartment? So we got to come over there and smell smoke too? Ew. I hope no women go over there. Turn your
Yeah,
camera.
it's real messed. This real messed up. There, the amount of hate and vitriol we get from black men for nothing, and you got nignogs like this joker who ain't worth the dog doo-doo on the bottom of my shoe, just out here slanging D, giving everybody the peen and making babies and just leaving them, a trail of babies. And but he don't get nothing. He get a pat on the back. He get a go brother go. Them women were stupid. Got a damn studio apartment and 5 kids. Kind of foolishness is that? But women like me and other single mothers who did the work, went to school, raised the kids, found great husbands, have good lives. We can't catch a break. We are 304. We nappy headed. We loud. We're mean. We're bitter. After our degrees, poor, on the government, want Uncle Sam, all the things. But you all will pump this up. Y'all make me sick.
Good point
Hold
earlier.
on, hold on. What's going on? Wife mom, they hate it now. They just violate you. I have to drop you. So y'all gonna start reporting people now? What lame person is reporting people now? Let me see who's in this live. I'm gonna say any, mini, miny, mo and pick somebody to block, cause y'all some haters. If Rasta's in here, I think it's him. You guys, it's been fun. Once we got some haters and weirdos here reporting people, she didn't even say nothing crazy. That's why I know somebody had to false report her. It's been great, you guys. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm just about to end this live. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Thanks each and every one of my panelists. Thanks for coming up. Everyone who tapped the screen. Everyone who shared the live out. Everyone who sent a gift to myself and panelists. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys go over to my YouTube and check the video about how BOK Men did not profit anything from selling smack to our communities. I just uploaded that. Go over there and subscribe. Yeah, I'm just going to end this live. People are getting weird. I don't like when haters get into my live and start reporting people. And I need to take a break anyway. If you guys are still here on TikTok, I might go live in like an hour. Y'all have a great day.